Hi guys, MrRoflWaffles here. Today, we are reacting to the Bungie Edge of Fate reveal stream, specifically the last one. They have one more chance to impress the community in these live streams, and it is today. The stream itself starts in 25 minutes, so if you're a VOD watcher and you'd like to skip forward, feel free to skip exactly 25 minutes from now. However, if you are just here for the stream, welcome. I see James in the chat. I see Explosive. I see Dense. And I obviously see everyone on Twitch as well. So hello, everyone. Hey, Zombie Blunt. Hey, Shadows. So we're going to yap for 25 minutes, okay, folks? 25 minutes of pure yappery. Just to get it out of the way, I went to the physio today. The physio stabbed my lat with some needles. Like kind of like acupuncture type situation. And so my arm is really sore. And so the tape that I have on my arm, you can see it here. It's just to help support my rotator cuff just a little bit right now. So that's there. And what else is happening today? It's very hot in the UK right now as well. So I've got my lights off, and you guys have to yell at me to hydrate during the day. I think that's all the immediate talking points out of the way. So we're all caught up. Yeah, it's not too bad today. It's nice, but it's very hot. Streaming is making it very warm in my room. What's hot to me over there? What's hot to me is not having air conditioning. That's what's hot to me. Imagine what it's like when it's hot for you and then take away the AC. That's what's hot in the UK. It's the AC diff. Have I had acupuncture in the ears before? No, that sounds horrible. That sounds horrid. Cyclone, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, definitely appreciate that. Congrats on your Vow Clear. It's your second favorite raid. Nice. Yeah, it was fantastic. We did Vow of the Disciple yesterday. It was so good. You got AC installed after 20 years. Game changer. Damn, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Rotator cuff injuries suck. I was out of training for a good few months, then it happened to me. Yeah, it's rough. And like right now, my shoulder is in a ton of pain. I am very sore. Your team got like 314th on the day one. Nice. Hell yeah. May, thank you for Prime. Yeah, we're building up to Blind Salvation's Edge. And then I will be raid racing. Yeah, thank you for the Prime, May. We will be raid racing on July 19th. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Like properly racing. It's gonna be so good, dude. Raid is confirmed for the 19th. Yes, Ren. Unless Twitch immediately corrects me here, the raid is confirmed for the 19th. I'm pretty confident on that one. I'm not wrong, right, chat? Yeah, 19th. Oops. I did that wrong. You like the rug AS? Hell yeah. Milo, please get some sunlight. I got a ton of sunlight today, actually. I was drinking in the sun. I was early to my physio appointment, so I was just standing in the sun, just like praising the sun. It was great. It was very good. I was a big time Destiny 1 player. Never really got into Destiny 2. Would it be worth starting today as a new player? I think this is the best possible time to get into it, Dixie, like in 2 weeks' time with the new expansion, because it's quite a big refresh on the way the game works. And you also have like 10 raids in the game to do. And honestly, just doing those raids will take you like a couple 100 hours. And then you can quit if you want. Like, you can just do that and then you can dip. But until you've done those raids, there's so much content for you to do. So I think it's a pretty good time to get into it, personally. Like, the old raids are so good. Thanks, dude. No problem. Yeah, and wait for a Steam sale. Because the Steam sale will be like $20 for like everything. Yeah, don't spend like $500 on individual things. You should be able to get it in a big package sale for like $20. There might even be a sale on right now. Steam sale is now, really? Oh. Hell yeah, maybe today's the day. Use code MrRoflWaffles. I'm kidding, there is no code MrRoflWaffles, but like, get it. I'm going back and looking. I think we were told the name, release date, and time Salvation's Edge. The final shape launched on June 4th. Okay. Did Wrath of the Machine come back? I don't know. I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. If that's the... No, actually, I don't think it did. Solid Snake says, can you stream Metal Gear Solid after my Destiny streams? Maybe if there's enough demand. How come the channel points in here aren't waffles? Maybe I should change them. That seems like a good idea. Yeah, let's see what the Steam price is. You can buy all the Destiny 2 DLC for $20. That's like the best deal in all of gaming ever. That's freaking amazing. Destiny 2 everything? Destiny 2, oh my god, Final Shape is $10 right now. You can get the Destiny 2 Light and Darkness collection for 85% off. Witch Queen on its own is £2. That is funny. Bro, Witch Queen is £2? There is literally no reason in hell not to buy Witch Queen for £2. Patrick Kang, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships in the YouTube chat. Legend, I really appreciate that, Patrick. Thank you. Thank you so much. I honestly think the biggest brain move you can make in Destiny is to play all the expansions one expansion behind. So you would start Heresy in 2 weeks' time. Oh no, not Heresy. You'd start Edge of Fate. No. You'd start... What's it called? You'd start the Final Shape in 2 weeks. Like, if you do that, you're paying $5 an expansion every year. Like, it's crazy. You miss out on content, though. You do miss out on content, but like... How am I coping in the humidity? I'm not coping, Bondi Boy. I'm dying. Fubaru, thank you for the 5. Would love to see some Oblivion remaster content from you. That could be cool. I haven't played it. I've played the original Oblivion, but I haven't played the remaster. Is it good? I think I heard good things. I think I saw Actman saying it was good. I think. How am I doing after the raid? The raid really wiped me out. Admittedly, it really wiped me out. I am thinking... I'm thinking what we might do... We might convert... Final Shape... Oh my god, my brain is so busted. We might convert the Salvation's Edge stream into 2 streams. And it might be a weekend bonanza. I need to check everyone's schedules. But it might be that we do Saturday and Sunday. And I'll, like, sleep stream in the middle. I think that might be the way to go. Potentially. I'm gonna need like 5 streams. Yeah, maybe. Yes, I'm doing the Edge of Fate raid, Daxelman, correct. I think a sleep break is a good idea. I do not see it as one continuous stream as healthy. Yeah. That is my fear, is like, I can do 24-hour streams, it's not healthy, but I can't do a 48-hour stream. That is like, you get brain damage from that sort of stuff. So, I'm thinking, I mean, even a 24-hour stream is not good. But I'm thinking we do Saturday, Sunday, Salvation's Bonanza. That's what I'm thinking. And we still race. We still go for as short a clear time as we can get. But we'll just see what that is. All your hard work makes me want to lock back into Destiny. It's a good game, man. What can I say? It's been pretty fun. It's been pretty fun. Yeah, I'm thinking 16 hours, then 8 hours of sleep, and then as long as it takes to clear after that. That's what I'm currently thinking. I wish you would have been there for Leviathan. When did that even come out? I don't even remember when that was like, what, 2017 or something? You're still hooked on Splitgate right now? Hell yeah. It was 2017? Damn, right, okay. Nah, Lightfall won't be today. I'm too burned out for Lightfall today, Fire Hazard. It's probably going to be tomorrow, is my guess. I've got a fat checklist I need to go through, though. So, yeah, we'll fit it in. Ron on the 4th, and then Salvation's Edge on the 5th and 6th. That is the thinking, Shiso. That is the thinking. I can get 60 spoils in 20 minutes. Wait, can I do that now before reset if I get in an instance? Because the reset's in 7 minutes. Can I cheese 60 spoils from this week and then get 60 more in an hour? Yes? Okay, someone put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Put me in. We've got 7 minutes to do this. Run. Run, chat. Someone's got to help me out. What's the cheese, Minnie? How do I make this happen? How do I do it? Does anyone have a post-Templar checkpoint? Put me in there. Put me in there. Put me in there. Quickly. I'm booting the game. I'm booting the game. Run, run, run. Scatter, scatter, scatter. We've got 7 minutes, chat. I need these spoils. I need these spoils, chat. I see you discovered the deep dark truth. It's always been chastity. Dude, Froggy, I saw that and I was like, I need him to explain this to me at some point. Find Twitch bot? I don't know what that is. I've got 6 minutes. How do I do it? How do I do it? Not enough time? Is it going to kick me out of the instance? Please tell me someone has post-Templar. Wait! I have post-Templar checkpoint. I have it. Because I was at No, I have Templar checkpoint. We can just wipe Templar in one phase. Quick! Quickly! How do I do it, Minnie? What is the cheese? What is the sauce? What is the lamb sauce? Thank you for revitalizing my desire to play Destiny with your positivity and good vibes. Much love. Chat, I need post your in-game names. I need a carry. I need a Templar carry immediately. Someone's got to help me out here. I'm gonna open director. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We've got 5 minutes. Legends. Vault of Glass. I have the checkpoint. Win. Okay, launch. Okay. Invite Jolts. Invite Blue Key. Grab the first 2 chests on each character. Okay, let me put on Elitho and my Eager Sword. And screw it, I'm putting on a mobility mod as well. Don't even bother with Templar. Okay. I run Relic. Okay, well, Shimin, I think... Are you saying run back here, chat, then? I need to give them check... Okay, Shimin, I've given you checkpoint. I'm gonna... Is this gonna work? Chat, is this instrument... No, it's not gonna work, is it? Go all the way up to the entrance. Should I change character? Maybe I should change character. Once I'm in the instance, will it work? Okay, okay. I need the Aletho. And I need my Eager Sword. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. And it's this way, right, for the chest? I'm pretty sure. Hurry up and regen. I'm pretty confident the chest is this way. Is it there? Oh, oh, bullish, bullish, bullish. Go, 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 go. 2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes. Is it there? It's here somewhere, right, chat? Where is it? There it is. 1 minute. Okay, that's 5. And then is there one more? Or do I need to change character again? At the entrance. Okay, Shimon, take me, take me, take me. Change character? Chest entrance by door? Chest by entrance door? What? Big circle door. Where is it? I don't know where that is. Speed, 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 speed. Where are we going? Where are we going? If I'm following Shimon. Speed, 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 speed. I keep trying to IC dash. Okay, go, 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 go. Spoils, baby. The stream is going. The stream is going. Woo. Okay, okay, okay. Destiny. Ah! Okay, go, go, go. Go fast, 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 fast. Okay. Oh. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it.
It's the farthest either of us have been from home. In distance or in time.
Wow.
You're gonna get a call.
Is this a new trailer?
An invitation only you can answer. And you'll say yes. They arranged it so you would never say no. Choice is real. And every choice you make will lead you here. To who you're supposed to be. Eyes up, weapon.
Oh. Oh, that cutscene looked like a cook. Wait, raid intro?
Awesome. Hello, welcome to Bungie. Welcome back for our second live stream for The Edge of Fate. What you just saw was our launch trailer. We are 14 days away from launch. Yeah, 2 weeks. Pretty insane. Today we're going to be talking about what activities are on Kepler. What can you expect from world tiers as you're going through for replayability? And to introduce that, we actually have a wonderful human being on the couch next to me.
Robbie.
Did I introduce myself? My name's Dylan. Hi. Your name is Robbie. Hello. Let's actually get a real introduction for you. How you doing?
Hey, Dylan. It's great to be here. I'm the assistant game director for Destiny 2, and I focus on working with the broad Destiny 2 team and creating this game for our players and charting a new course to some new frontiers here with The Edge of Fate, just 14 days away. It's crazy. Right? It's awesome. Yeah.
I keep telling folks on the team, it's like, we got 14 days, and they're like, wait, huh? It's already here? So today we're going to be looking at Kepler. Can you give us a quick overview? What are we going to be looking at?
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at some of the free roam experience on Kepler, and we're also going to be taking a sneak peek at the end of one of our campaign missions that is replayable in the post game after you complete the campaign of the Kepler experience. We're also going to be talking here about our world tiers a little bit, which we've talked a little bit about in the stream, and we're going to talk about a lot more here today. And so what we're showing on screen right now is the world tier difficulty selector that's on the destination. And so right now we're in the Fabled difficulty, and so Brave and Legendary, you can play through the campaign, you can play through the main quest, the story of the release, and Brave or Legendary, doesn't matter. But after you do that, you're going to unlock Fabled and Mythic difficulties. Now, the difference here, though, is with these difficulties, power is fully enabled. And so that means when you step out of either Brave or Legendary, you're going to probably be able to do Fabled. Most people will be able to do Fabled. Some people might need a Fire Team. But if you want to play Mythic, you're really going to have to climb Power. And the difficulty really escalates, and then the gear gets better.
Wait, Fabled is capped at 30 below.
You know, that tier 2+, 3, 4 loot, right? You're going to be needing to play and Fabled Mythic to find those higher tier loot.
Yeah, let's get some combat going. Really quick, what is the state of our fire team? You were mentioning we're in Fabled, so this is going to be after they've already done their first playthrough.
Yeah, so this fire team has played through the Legendary campaign. Right now, they are inside of the Gorge, which is one of our 4 major regions of Kepler, and they are in free roam right now, and they are going through one of our free roam encounters. And so the other thing I should call out here is within these free roam encounters, there are reasons to basically go back through the destination using your new abilities in new ways. And so, sorry, can you ask me that question one more time? Like, I feel like I answered it, but then I segued into something else.
I said, what state is our fire team in? Post-campaign?
Yeah. We're post-campaign. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, we're hunting higher tier loot and gear here on the destination, and they're also doing some of our post-game quests. So both Fabled and Mythic have their very own quest associated with them as part of the post-game.
I didn't know that.
Are one part of like completing the Triumphant Seal to earn some exclusive cosmetics and emblems, but also these world quests unlock some additional loot in the game as well. So specifically the Mythic quest that's associated with that world tier unlocks a variant armor set for the Kepler armor. So as you're playing through the campaign and throughout the experience, there's a 2 and 4 set piece bonus on the Kepler armor set. Once you complete that Mythic world tier quest, you unlock a variant of that has a different set bonus and a unique shader on it as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and for folks that you didn't tune in last week or you haven't heard about gear tiers, set bonuses, we have a full blog article that went live last week. Go ahead, visit that, check it out.
That sounds
so
good.
when we're looking at this this activity, this is going to be a free roam mission, right?
Yes.
And these take place in places that are regions on the destination.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so I talked about it a little bit before, but this is the Gorge, and so the Vex have actually put a big security lockdown on this entire region inside of Kepler. And so the fire team right now is basically breaking through this security lockdown. And so each of these regions feature multiple of these major encounters, is kind of what we call them, these free roam encounters. And these are kind of like the scale. Ooh, just got try to get through that security grid, and you did not make it.
Yeah.
Each of these major encounters we have are kind of like the size of roughly like a lost sector, but ultimately they're more complex. They have more mechanics. That you have to use the destination abilities to solve some simple puzzles and encounters inside of them.
Very
and
simple.
generally they have pretty thick combat, especially on the Fabled.
Dude, I love how trippy this area
as
is.
well, where we start adding more enemies.
Oh, the
tougher enemies,
perspective
and
is so
also,
warped.
there are banes that are applied in the World Tiers 2 that are actually exclusive to Kepler. They were built specifically for this content.
That's awesome. Yeah, and then as you're going through these sorts of free roam activities and exploring Kepler, what other side objectives or objectives can pop up?
Yes,
yeah,
your
so the way we
Sparrow
kinda
is
are thinking
replaced
about
with
this,
Master
right?
Spark. Correct.
A lot of this outside of doing the seal, the triumphs, and things like that, and mysteries and secrets, which we can talk about here in a minute, a little bit more, is it's about gear pursuit, right? It's about earning that higher tier gear, chasing power, and so the way we constructed these regions, there's these free roam major encounters, there's tougher enemies that appear, there's HVTs that pop up, there's destination materials to loot, and there's this material called a faded cipher as well, and so you're going to be combining destination materials that you get from basically doing almost anything inside of the region alongside faded ciphers in order to be able to purchase specific items at the destination vendor called the Altar of Relativity at the center.
That's a lot of
Kepler.
names and words.
Lots of
and
proper
yeah,
nouns.
If you didn't catch this, I know there are going to be breakdowns. We'll have a recap in the TWID, but yeah, continue.
Yeah, and so like what's cool about this is that in the post game, like there's a focus that we created, and so basically through the vendor you can go and look at it and be like, okay, today's focus is the Gorge, which the fire team is looking at today. Most of the materials that you're earning here can be used to purchase gear, or you can convert your other materials you might have from other regions in order to convert it into the Gorge materials to buy stuff. But every day it's going to shift. That daily focus is going to shift. And so a little bit later in the stream, we're going to be seeing a part of Exile's Accord, which we've also some of our content creators and influencers showed as well, and some of their content parts of it. But basically, of the 4 major regions, the daily focus will shift day over day to basically kind of change what you're focused on, what gets you access to that direct purchase loot.
Yeah, and since we're on the topic of rewards, you were talking about like the currencies and the vendor. Yeah. You had mentioned before the stream, actually, there's a new form of attunement for the destination as well.
Yeah, so something that was really important to us was like it just, we want to make playing what we call like the action game, like actually experiencing free roam like this and the mission content, like when you earn that piece of loot on Kepler as you're completing these activities and just got nuked.
No, I'm so happy that they're dying because they were like, this won't be too hard. And it's like, oh, world tiers? Let's introduce them at a higher difficulty, shall we?
Yeah.
But sorry, go ahead.
No, exactly. Yes, this is Fabled pushing back a little bit. They're having to think about what they do, and they just used actually Mattermorph in order to open up a pathway to get around this Vex grid that opened up in the middle of the encounter. But anyway, we were talking specifically, I'm sorry, remind me.
Attunement.
Attunement, thank you. Yeah, so basically, you're going to be able to attune at the vendor a specific piece of gear.
This stream is 10 times better than last week.
Any drop on Kepler that drops a piece of armor or weapon will have a chance to be that gear. We just wanted to make sure that as you're playing through the destination, as like you're carving your own path, you're figuring out your own farm routes inside of each of these 4 regions each day of the week. We wanted to make sure that like, hey, if you're looking for the Giver, that auto rifle that's coming with the Edge of Fate here on Kepler, it's like you have a chance to get it anytime a piece of loot drops.
Which gun?
Yeah, so
the auto rifle or
mentioned
the
just
pistol?
a minute ago about secrets and the depth of the destination. I mean, I'd love to hear. Yeah, go ahead and expand on that.
Yeah, so like it's funny with like secrets and mysteries, like you want to like talk about it a little bit, but like not too much
No
to
spoilers,
like spoil it.
Yeah.
But I think like the thing to scratch at here and poke at here is right is like we've talked about the destination abilities a few times, and so with the world tiers and the Fabled and Mythic difficulties throughout the destination, there are secrets and mysteries, like basically all these little alcoves, these little locations, these side paths, these hidden rooms, all throughout the destination that you can go and discover. And there's a lot available just within the campaign experience. Like if you want to play through the campaign and take it like really slow, and as you earn abilities and look around, you're going to find a lot of mysteries to solve. But we also wanted to make sure that in those higher world tiers in Fabled and Mythic, that it felt like this expanding expansion of that content that you have. And it's basically like, hey, you have even more abilities than ever. You can now peel back the onion of this world to discover what's at the core of it. And so we really wanted to make sure that it felt like there was just more and more to dive into the more you unlocked inside of the post.
Pulse.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So in our rehearsals, we never managed to get this perfect timing.
It's
but
a
we have perfect
legendary
timing.
rocket
I would
pulse.
love to shift.
It's on my
to
channel.
campaign.
I have a video breaking it down.
We're going to be taking you about midway through campaign mission here. A quick note for the audience: if you're avoiding spoilers, we have disabled our VO. We have disabled our subtitles. We're trying to keep this so you are discovering the story as it comes out with the Edge of Fate and our new saga. So as they're getting loaded into that, I'd love to ask you just a couple more questions about free roam in the regions.
Yes.
What other things can happen in regions outside of campaign?
Is there a destination
so
activity?
one of the big things that
That's what we
happens
wanna
inside
know.
of these regions are side quests, which we've only talked a little bit about, and these are basically ways that flesh out more of the characters of the world, more of the stories of the people and of the place, and what's happening on Kepler and what's been happening with them before and what might be happening to them in the future. And basically what happens is as you're completing these regions as part of the campaign and you kind of start to unlock more of them, these side quests will start to become available. And so these side quests are available to you at any time. So again, like I was kind of mentioning earlier, like you can either take it really, really slow and take a really long time to get through everything the release has to offer, or you can just like beeline the main quest, beeline the critical path, and then when you get into the higher level world tiers, all of these side quests are now available to you. As we've been like play testing and closing out the Edge of Fate here, it's been really interesting to watch different developers and people play test the content. Myself and Blake Battle, one of our executive producers, he and I we're just like beelining it, right?
Yeah.
And then we get to the end and we like pop open that and we're like, look at all these quests to do.
Oh, again,
other
thank you for
people
the Prime.
want to take their time
Yeah.
and like experience like the full story of every single little piece.
So yeah, we're actually we're getting into the campaign right now. And speaking of beelining, we've seen a ton of questions about getting raid race ready. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
raid race is going to be coming out on the Saturday after launch. I believe it's the 19th of July.
Yeah.
Yep.
What difficulty should players play at to get ready for race?
Yeah, so if you want to be power ready for the contest mode race for the Edge of Fate, you're going to want to play the Legendary campaign. And so when you step out of the Legendary campaign, you will be power ready at that point.
Oh,
now,
wow.
if you're gear ready, that's up to you, right? It's like how far you want to go down that rabbit hole.
And that dovetails into like replayability for the story missions and the campaign missions and how
Yeah.
that bakes into world tiers.
Yes,
Right?
getting that higher tier loot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something that was like really important to us when we were thinking about replayability and what like aspiration means within an expansion, we really wanted to change some of the formula. Like we wanted to take some of the formula that we think works well, but also change other pieces of it. And one of the really big goals for us was just giving you more reasons and just easier ways to play, just some of the best content we built. This campaign mission is at the end of the Exiles Accord region. This fire team is taking down a giant Exiles prime servitor who's running some of the Archon's dark matter operations. Sorry, all minor spoilers.
No, it's cool. Life is probably jotting this down, getting ready for a lore dump about the Fallen, all that kind of stuff.
But this is a really fun like multi-phase boss encounter that they're orbiting around this giant servitor, and we really wanted to set something up that this doesn't just was like a one and done kind of thing. And so things we've kind of done before that we're going back to that we think work well, there's going to be multiple weekly missions that you can play that are larger missions. So we have a capstone mission for each of our regions. We also have some bookends at the beginning and end of the release that the overall like length of them and complexity, they are very similar to Legendary campaign experiences from the past. So something new that we did, though, for this release, though, is we also have a bunch of additional story missions that take place during the campaign and you're first introduced to. These are shorter experiences, but they still have like huge impact on the story, moving the story of the main quest into Kepler 4, and also help you to unlock different abilities and things throughout it. And so in the post-game, in the higher level, in the world tiers, we actually have a story mission playlist where you can go in and it's like a rotator and you're rotating through a bunch of different randomly selected story missions that are about 10 to 15 minutes. Some people can, if you're going really fast, can get them down a little bit shorter.
This is the new scout chat,
Those
if
missions are
anyone's
actually
confused
one of
about
the
that.
best sources of those faded ciphers that I was talking about earlier. And so the other thing I mentioned earlier too is we have specific quests for both Fabled and Mythic, and these quests are going to take you through some of the big campaign missions, again, to experience them with
It's an
new
exotic.
modifiers, because we're curating modifiers and banes and things like that every single week on the destination to have a little bit more of a curated experience, but then also those quests introduce some like new encounters as well. And so, sorry, like I'm going a little all over the place. I mean, some of this, there's just like so much information, so much to talk about.
Yeah.
But the thing, like, again, I want to like drive home here is like we wanted to give you
It's
really
really
strong incentives.
Tells you
to
invis
go
when you
in
get a
and play
crit
the
kill.
free roam experience to
It's
extract
sick.
materials, to play our story mission playlist. It's called the Time Latch mission playlist to earn faded ciphers, but then also to have reasons to go in and replay some of our biggest campaign missions again through the weekly missions playlist, kind of like the heroic stuff we've had in the past.
And on the stream last week, we talked about how as you're unlocking the destination abilities, you carry those forward after the post game, so you can go in and replay and then have some of these things available, right?
Yeah, that's a really good note, and thank you for hitting on that. Like the way we designed this content was the campaign slowly stepped you into these different abilities and unlocking different versions of them and higher tier versions of them. When you're in the post-game experience, we intentionally designed puzzles and encounter mechanics and things, and like even in this boss encounter, there's multiple times that they've had to use Matter Spark to like get into the vents and stuff below this area and pop up through the world. And through the campaign, you would actually have to go and find like a Matterspark pad to activate that. And that's actually kind of part of the puzzle. It's teaching you to kind of look at the world and think about the world in a different way that is intentional. But then in the post game, as soon as you complete the campaign, you unlock Matterspark Anywhere. And it's basically like your souped up sparrow for the destination, and being able to summon Matterspark Anywhere means you can actually like sequence break some of our puzzles and sequence break part of our missions, and that was like entirely intentional as a part of the design. And to be honest, Dylan, like the fun part about this too is like we're not 100% sure in some ways where people might sequence break things that we might not expect, but like that was intentional from the design perspective, that like we want people to be able to do that.
It's the magic of like the sandbox in Destiny of we don't know how players are going to take this ability with this destination ability with this combatant, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I think I would love to ask you as well. So we've gotten a lot of questions from players where they're like, oh, you had mentioned like this is comparable to a Rise of Iron. Like, how does that actually break down when we look at the Edge of Fate and Kepler? Like, you had mentioned depth and secrets and a bunch of different things. So.
Yeah, so I think like you and I were talking about this in rehearsal a little bit, where like that comparison is just to give us like a ballpark of where we want to make. But at the end of the day, it's like apples and oranges between what the Edge of Fate is and what Rise of Iron is. So when we've talked about that, we've generally been speaking towards like the size of this destination and the depth of the campaign and post-game experience. Like, this is one of the deepest destinations we've ever built before. And that is why we've been making that comparison to Rise of Iron in that way. But also in terms of being like a little bit bigger. But also like the game is very different today, right? We have an entire portal, we have an entire offering that is there with a bunch of new content, new gear, new things to do. We have the raid with the Edge of Fate, obviously, but then we have the epic raid coming in the major update with Ash and Iron, which we'll talk about more in the future, that just, it permutes and expands the raid and expands on the story of the raid. It is new content. We're not holding anything back for the base raid to build that experience. And so, again, the Rise of Iron to Edge of Fate, little bit apples and oranges, but we also are thinking about like the collective packages of what comes with this release, because the game is very different from what it was like back.
So we have the free roam missions, we have campaign, we have secrets, we have a lot of questing, that kind of stuff. I'd love, before we wrap up with our campaign mission, to talk a bit about what else players can expect in terms of destination activity.
Yeah, so we've seen y'all talking about it. Like we hear y'all, and this is one of the things where like we wanted to hold this back for it to be like a surprise and delight moment for everyone when it appeared on the destination in the post game. But yeah, let's just talk about it a little bit. So there is a destination activity on Kepler.
Let's go.
It is, I'm not going to name it here. I just want y'all to see it when the game goes live.
Let's go.
And it also, and part of that is because like it does relate to some of the story inside of the campaign, especially near the end. And so we wanted to be careful to not unintentionally spoil something if we showed too much of that activity. But anyway, the way to think about it is like it's kind of its own thing. It's kind of unique, but it's kind of a blend of activities like Vex Incursion and Wellspring. And so this is a match-made activity with 3 players. You're going to be using some of your destination abilities and some really chaotic horde mode inspired elements, but there's also some mechanical elements and there's some boss encounters. But it's going to be one of the best places actually to earn rerolls of the exotic armor that's coming to the Edge of Fate that you get from the Legendary campaign. And it's just highly rewarding in general. And so because we wanted to make this activity really rewarding, it is also technically time limited. But on the Kepler map, near the center of the map, there's going to be basically a preview that tells you like, hey, when does the activity become available? So you're going to know exactly when you can jump into the destination activity in order to like focus farm those things that you care about the most.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. We've already wrapped up our campaign mission, and now we're actually going to be moving over to Portal, Power of Progression. So Robbie, thank you. Chat, thank Robbie for joining us today. And now we're going to swap some folks in. We'll see you next time.
See you later, guys. Thanks so much.
All right. So as we are swapping out, I want to talk about these 2 new exotic weapons that we see on the screen. You saw some of this in our gameplay preview that we just had. We also had some creators, influencers, that kind of stuff coming in and speaking to the hand cannon and the scout rifle. Hand cannon's going to be through an exotic quest on Kepler. No spoilers there. But the team was talking about, oh, hey, here is our overall goal for the weapon. It's for those who are looking for the perfect 3-tap. As for the Void Scout Rifle, that's going to be a part of our new rewards pass. This is just, I'm not going to spoil that either. There are some reviews from our sandbox-minded creators. It's a fun time. So,
Like
all right,
me.
let's move on to Portal.
I've made a
Power,
video
and
about that.
progression. And I just looked at our 3 new guests in that order. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, a couple of you are new, but we'll start with you, Ben. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Dylan. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. For those who didn't see you on our reveal stream or previous Vidocs, can you give a quick overview? Who are you, what you do?
Yeah, I am Ben Womack. I am the core game creative director. I am the one helping all the teams that are making the core experience and all the components in the portal and in Edge of Fate as well, worked well together and pushed the game forward into this great new foundation. I'm really excited to talk about it.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah.
Next on the couch, brand new to our chair. You've never been on anything, so first time you are meeting the community. Everyone in chat, say hello.
Hello.
Nutty, welcome.
Hi, I'm Nutty. I'm one of our sandbox ability designers. That pretty much means that I work with Vivian and Eric, who were here last week, to develop anything that the player is doing outside of armor, weapons, and combatants. So today I'm going to talk about
Destiny
all
Jesus.
the modifiers and additional banes that we've been working on.
Awesome. Last but not least, we got Alan Blaine. How you
W
doing?
Nutty.
Hey, great. How you doing, Dylan?
Oh, you asked me how I am? Thank you so much. Really quick introduction for everybody out there watching. Who are you? What do you do?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alan. I'm a principal designer, and for the last year, I've been leading the team that's been taking all the cool banes and modifiers Nutty's team is working on and combining them in a UI with all the activities from the activities team, both new and returning activities, making sure that you get good score while you're playing those activities, and then that score turns into loot with cool seasonal power and gear tiers and all the great stuff that you're looking for.
Stellar. So we have some content on screen. This is what players are going to see when they sign in on day 1, and this is our introduction to the portal. Ben, I would love to get just a quick overview for those who may have missed that reveal stream. What is this space? What are we aiming for?
Yeah, so the portal is very exciting. We had this vision of making a new front page for the game for Destiny 2. And so we really want to make as much as we could available just in a couple clicks and not having to dig down to find the content that is new or featured or you're being your friends are playing or something convenient that you really want to go to a lot. We have a button for the tower that's right there.
Thank God for the tower button. Thank
We
God.
also have Edge of Fate in the upper corner, of course, which is the new expansion for the launch right here. We have this huge quick launch panel in the lower right that is rotating between new activities, probably the fastest you can play Destiny ever, aside from right when you start for a very first new character. It's going to let you just hit and play something right away with no delay. And then we have actually a very nested depth there with all the ops categories on the left, which are all the different kinds of things you can play in the portal that are hooking to all the new systems that Alan and Nutty have been talking about.
Awesome. Yeah, really quick, I'd love to go just line by line for Solo, Fireteam, Pinnacle, and Crucible Ops. Give them an introduction.
Yeah. So Solo Ops is a new thing that we're doing in the Edge of Fate launch and for the core game. These have activities that are designed to be played by solo players. They're only one-person fire teams, and they're intended to be content that if you just have a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes to play Destiny, and you want to go on and feel satisfied about your time, get some great loot, you're going to go to Solo Ops and have that opportunity. It's going to be a really great, concise experience. We're also if you don't want to have the think about having a fire team for some content as well, you can be assured that this stuff is designed to be played by one player. And so it's it's going to have challenges, going to have difficulty and modifiers and such you can customize and really great loot to get. But it's a challenge for you, the individual. And we think that's really exciting, alternative to some stuff in the past. It felt I want to play but I don't have any friends, or I'm trying to find someone I have a lot of time, and we have another niche for people to fill if they're in the mood.
Yeah, awesome. And then next up we have Fireteam Ops.
Yes, Fireteam Ops. So, just talking about fire teams, quintessential Destiny is playing with 2 other players, a fire team of 3, right? And so we have all of the activities in Fireteam Ops are 3-player fire team. We have classic strikes in there. We have missions from past expansions, in Europa, the Empire hunts. We also have onslaughts are in here. We actually scroll down more. There it is, the coil. So past seasonal activities coming back and integrating with all the systems we've been talking about that we're going to talk more about, so that they're available for you to get new loot in, to work on your power climb, to basically just have a great time in whichever way you want to.
Awesome. Yeah, since we're already in the screen, let's go ahead and get our fire team set up with our activity. What are we playing today, Nutty?
We were going to do the Dark Priestess Empire Hunt.
Awesome. So here, I'm actually going to pass the mic over to you and Alan. Let's get some bands, some modifiers, all that kind of stuff set up. Really quick, can you introduce each of these sections for the different modifiers, and then we'll go and kind of pick and choose what we want?
For sure. So we're starting at master activity, and this is 300 combatant power. The first row there that has all the selectable icons that you can change are challenge modifiers. These are things that will increase the combatant power and add some additional difficulty to it. The first one is our Banes. So here you decide what Banes are going to show up, and we paired all of them as like 2 combos that either work well together or at least interesting. Today we'll do Threaded and Caltrops. So Threaded is where as you damage the combatant, it will spawn threadlings, and when it dies, it will throw out a few more threadlings at the same time. And Caltrops is a void area that gets spawned near you, like between you and the combatant, and then when it dies, it throws out another one. So something to make it so you either need to get up in the air or keep going through.
So starting with retaliation.
Yeah.
If I die, you're coming with me, pretty much. All right, next up, what do we got?
Yeah, let's do subtle foes. So this just makes it so that when some of the enemies are far away from you, they will be invisible, and that helps them get into close range, or if you are using a long-range loadout, you won't be able to deal with them as much, so you might want to bring some close range.
And they're like very invisible. Not like,
yeah, not like a little bit of player stealth, but just like you don't see them.
Yeah, you really have to like pay attention to see them from long range.
What else do you want to do? Yeah, let's do Glass Cannon. So Glass Cannon is kind of a fire team equalizing one where it only punishes the person who's doing the best. So if you have that buddy that, clears the strike ahead of you or is getting all of the
really
kills,
cool, actually.
well, we're actually going to give him a debuff where he will just take more incoming damage. And if you are a little bit closer with your friends, then that's actually a catch-up opportunity where maybe you take over the kill lead and now you're the one suffering a little bit.
That's actually
So if I'm
great.
playing through this activity and I'm stealing all of your kills, I'm putting a bit of a debuff on myself.
Right.
Taking one for the team.
Yeah, true.
And maybe I'm letting you finish a few of those.
Yeah. All right.
What else? Let's do one more. Chill Touch. Yeah, so we were talking about getting the enemies into melee, so this will make it if they hit you in melee, you will suffer a stasis debuff and slow down.
Awesome.
And that pushes the power all the way up to 360. And those things are also increasing the potential score that you can receive from this, and the score is what drives the reward.
Right. So you see right here when we picked Chill Touch, the gear tier you're going to earn went from tier 2 to tier 3 for this activity. So it's really important to pay attention to what you're earning.
Yeah. So you know what you're going to be getting if you achieve that score at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is like, we've talked about this last week on stream about approachability and making it easier for players to understand as they're getting in. So a lot of UI treatment, shout out to our teams that have been doing this to show you combatant power and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, tons of love and passion went into that.
seriously.
Okay, so let's look at player stakes. Oh, do you want to take this?
Oh yeah. So player stakes are the next category down, and they're more about the player's interface with the game itself. So things like locked loadout.
This does not
we have,
work with matchmaking,
no HUD
John.
is an ability that we added here. So you play with no HUD for a little extra score bonus. And these are things that are really sort of letting you sort of tie one arm behind your back while you're playing. It's not making the combatants more powerful. It's changing how you're playing the game. You can start with no ammo. You can start with locked loadout. We'll be putting some more player stakes in Ash and Iron. Yeah.
I love no HUD. You're going to talk about it first, aren't you?
Well, no. You can have the
Okay, no HUD. You go first.
I just wanted to have us move on to the next bit because we've talked about tying one hand behind your back.
Let's talk about no HUD later. Go ahead.
Okay, but in the next bit, this is what you get to do with your other hand. So here are the things that benefit you. Let's try Livewire. This one is one of my favorite. It's a combination of the sprint for amplified that you had in the Nether, along with inherent AC/DC feedback fence. So we buffed up the enemy's melee capability that hopefully they'll get up and punch you. Well, now if they do, we're just going to shock them with lightning. So I'm kind of balancing out that additional challenge that we added and a different benefit that will kind of counter that and make it so it's actually a little bit easier for me.
Yeah.
What else can we do? Healing finishers are great. Just another way to get back health, or if you go in for that finisher and take damage on the way, that you'll be able to fill back up. And let's do one more. And sure, hypercritical is pretty fun. This one is actually a little bit tough because it makes it so that the enemies will take less non-precision damage, but more precision damage. So as long as you're hitting your shots, it's easier.
Awesome. And then Ben, we actually we noticed this a bit earlier. There's one more modifier up at the top, and that's actually limited time, right?
Yeah. So this is a accelerator that this is a double bonus focus. So you're in a second drop from the bonus focus activities. So this is we will have given the calendar different accelerators that are on for a given week or day that will apply to the whole portal and have different benefits. And we're also going to have more of those for events and other things going on in the game to give you kind of another fresh twist or incentive to see what's going on in the game and get some a good time. Realize now is a good time to play because we're trying to make every day a good time to play Destiny.
Yeah, I think one of the modifiers we saw during our rehearsal was a bonus to Suros weapons too.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of there can be loot bonuses, there can be gameplay bonuses of more power behind certain weapon archetypes. It's pretty fun. So stay tuned to our calendars. We'll definitely sound off when it's a week of a cool theme. Let's get it launched in and actually start taking on some of this combat.
Can I talk about No HUD now?
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, so they aren't going to show No HUD because it'd be confusing, I think, on the stream. But No HUD is a great example of something you can engage with if you want to, because it's a challenge. It gives your score more opportunity to get better loot, but it takes away information going on the HUD.
It felt very
what
weird.
What it also does is it makes it feel very cinematic and interesting.
True.
And you kind of feel more in tune with the character and the gunplay. And that's a good analogy for what we're intending all the modifiers you're selecting to do. That it's going to let you set up the situation like Nutty was talking about, oh, enemies have chill touch, but I'm going to have live wire to counter it and create these cool little gameplay moments that are really something that you choose for how you want to play.
The game is
really awesome
beautiful.
Yeah, and Alan, when we were talking through some of these modifiers, we've taken an inspiration from a ton of different places.
Yep.
No HUD in particular, shout out to Sammy Cat.
Yep.
Called her out last week for all the bows we were showing off, but also No HUD.
And we're hoping to get a bows only loadout modifier coming in the future too. We really do want to look at how people are playing the game, whether they're creators playing on stream or people playing at home, and really try to let them set up the challenge
the
for themselves.
Milo
how they want
modifier.
to do, right? Whether
Zero
the challenge
resale.
modifier, stakes, or the boons.
Yeah. How often are we going to be adding more
Zero
modifiers
light.
to the portal?
Well, we're going to have some new modifiers coming with events.
Zero
And
sanity.
then we're going to be adding new modifiers with the mid-season update
Zero
with Action Iron.
fun.
A major update, yeah.
Yeah, I've been
Glaives
working on them pretty
only.
constantly along with the rest of the team. So it was every few
Give
days that
us
another,
the Milo
either
modifier.
Bane would come online or modifier, and we'd
Yeah.
have to go playtest that, which was a pretty big playtesting lift to try all these combinations and make sure that there aren't any rough edges when you combine some things that maybe we hadn't thought about when we were initially designing.
I watched your
them.
video on the
Sure,
new
there's
system,
stuff
Milo,
that
and it really got me
players
interested in
we're
it.
accepting that.
Yep.
Glad it was helpful,
we have
Kenny.
our challenge for Esoteric or Mork or a couple of the other high skill creators of what can you throw on to make this difficult and can you actually complete it.
Right.
So it'll be fun watching those playthroughs. Ben, paired with that, how often are we going to have more activities being added to the portal?
Yeah, so we want to regularly refresh the portal on so that, there's stuff coming online on somewhat weekly cadence. We're going to have kind of a weekly new stuff coming online for the first few weeks, and then when events come in, they're going to have big changes lots of new modifiers or portal-wide effects. Some are going to come with activities as well, but we're also going to be every major update. We're going to have new activities that come in, and we're also going to have shakeups of existing ops formats. And we're going to have a really cool new activity that's paired with an event at Ash Iron launch. I'm not going to talk about it right now, but I think is really fun. That's going to be an exemplar of hey, we're shaking things up. Here's a brand new thing, in addition to all of the classics and Destiny Vault that we're bringing out.
Not just a new activity type that you've never played before.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so this is all talking about what you're going to be playing in the portal, and we're going to be moving on to power and progression. So what you're earning, which is people love loot.
Talk to me.
Nutty, thank you so much for joining us. I'd love to give you just anything else you want to say before you leave.
I definitely want to shout out the rest of the Sandbox team, not just those of us that were working on additional modifiers and bans, but that playtesting lift. We had everybody across Sandbox disciplines in all of those playtests to try and hit as much of this as possible. And I wanted to re-emphasize how impactful some of the modifiers can be. Specifically, I'm thinking back to what we were just playing in live with attrition modifier in Prophecy Week 1, because when we moved to Prophecy Week 2, my fire team had gotten so accustomed to killing enemies and having a little health pickup on the ground that we had to play that final fight completely differently and use cover way more because we couldn't just kill some enemies and run through them to fill back up. Normally, I would think of attrition as a lot more of a challenging modifier, but it turned out that when we were toggling things off and on, it turned out to be more beneficial to us than we were anticipating.
I am still on the side of like attrition is challenging to me, and when it goes away, I'm like, oh, hey, fire team, let's let's go for it.
And if that makes it too hard for you to get your rewards, then just you toggle it off here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more about like what you're comfortable playing with, and also what your style is for, and your build, and what your mood is too. Like we're giving a lot of player agency to that.
Right, and speaking of player agency, so I would love to see your feedback, like what ones are you engaging with, what ones are you enjoying more, what ones feel like they are actually rewarding to do, and what ones feel like we could punch them up a little bit, because that's what we'll probably keep working on.
All right, well, thank you for joining us. Chat, everybody scream, thank you, Nutty.
Thank you,
We're going to swap
Bungie
you off
Jesus.
and get our power and progression individual in, so
Okay, thanks.
thank you so much. While
Thank
we're
you,
doing this
Bungie
transition, Ben, I would love
Look
to
at all the
ask
3
you,
damage
what
numbers
activities
he's
could
doing.
players find in Pinnacle Ops?
Oh
Big.
yeah. So Pinnacle Ops has at Edge of Fate launch, it is going to be filled with exotic missions. And some exotic missions from the past year and previously as well that are going to be integrated into the whole Portal experience and all the systems we're talking about, all the difficulties, all the modifiers, and intended to be, like not only something that is, well, exotic missions, they're kind of hard, right? They have mechanics, they're long, and so we're matching that by being like, okay, well, you can get the exotic if you don't have it, first of all, just from playing on the Portal. It's available all the time. It's not like going through rotation like every week or something. And you can do Fireteam Finder, of course, to find people to play with. But look, we're really excited that it's like, oh, I can like play this as hard as I want or as easy as I want, whatever I want, whatever I'm feeling like right now. And we're gonna have more to Pinnacle Ops in the future with Ash and Iron that we're not gonna talk about today. So it's actually a good example of like, hey, we're making this new section of the game that we're gonna just keep on building in and tinkering with over time.
Awesome. I sense a segue. We were talking about Pinnacle Ops
into the
and
next
Pinnacle
category.
Power. Hello, Josh. Welcome to the couch.
Hello. Hi, I'm Josh Galinsky. I'm a staff systems designer here at Bungie. Been here for about 5 years. And I really work with a lot of our loot, our gear, your power and progression, as you mentioned, like, what are your rewards? What's the candy you get at the end of your activities and stuff like that? So we spent a lot of time reworking a lot of our stuff in the Edge of Fate, and really 900 is what the internal thing is. But we made big changes to how you engage with power in Destiny. One thing you'll all notice is, I think many of our creators have already noticed in the past, that there has been a power squish. We've reset players down to 10. Like, that is not only to give everyone kind of a fair and equitable starting place, and to kind of like reset the engagement with power. Also, 2020 power is not exactly the most friendly starting
not
point.
easy to understand if you haven't been along for the ride.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So, like, this is the beginning of a new saga. It's the beginning of a new thing here. So we're starting off there. It gives, like, all Guardians on equal footing with each other, and allows us to kind of build up. You're going to have 200 points of power in the soft cap band.
Intrinsic cap, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And you're going to be able to go and do any activity you want across the game in order to get to that point. Once you get past that, then you enter the seasonal bonus power band, which is where you're going to have to start doing more of the Portal activities and the Kepler, like world tiers and stuff, in order to get the power and progression that you want to get at that point.
Cool. So just to restate it, we're going to start at 10 when we launch.
Yep.
Every Guardian joining is going to be
Yeah,
at
it's
10.
been pretty good, Olivia.
First 190 levels, so up to 200, that's going to be effectively your base power level.
Yep.
And then as you're going into more powerful activities, higher tiers, that's when you start going up and up.
Right, and you'll be able to get up till 450 power up until not Rise of Iron, but Ashen Iron. Once you get to that point in the season, then you're going to be able to go even past that.
Awesome. So when we're talking about seasonal power, is that replacing the artifact power that we have?
Exactly. Like, we did simplify power a little bit further by taking power off of the artifact, and that allowed us to take the power we had there and put it back.
Imagine if they said you don't have to level the artifact.
So really, it streamlines
Imagine.
it, makes it so you're only worrying about your gear power as far as your engagement with that. So it just takes one
man
additional
can
level
dream.
of complexity out of the system.
Yeah, and speaking of just like that power climb, like our pinnacle sources have been updated to actually fit and give more agency, correct?
Absolutely. So one of the things I think, if you're a longtime Destiny player, you're very used to the Pinnacle grind. And you're also used to the limitations that the Pinnacle grind puts on you, and like some of the like intricacies that come with that. Like, there's been many seasons in the past where, you know, I really needed that drop of the boots to come from the thing, and I do my Pinnacles, I didn't get my boots. Well, not only are you able to more target farm individual gear pieces now, but also the limit of the Pinnacles is no longer a thing. We're going to have some challenges in the game that act as accelerators for you as a Guardian, so you can basically focus on those to get power, like more hits of powerful gear. But really, once you get past that, you can keep going.
Yeah, like everything in the portal is a source of Pinnacle drops.
Exactly.
Yep.
As much as you want.
As many times you complete it, with it being up to how you perform and how challenging you make the activities to be how far you can go.
Right. You still have to achieve that score as you go up in power for the higher difficulties, get that better loot.
Right.
And we'll still have curated experiences, correct? So if a player doesn't necessarily want to spend a bunch of time like creating that challenge, we have those offers too.
Yeah, and like we do have like matchmaking. Which is like set modifiers for every activity that has not, aside from solo ops. So solo ops doesn't have matchmaking, but for fire team ops, like you can match with other players. The modifiers are set, and we also have playlists. Modifiers are set, but we have more than that too. We have conquests, and those are set.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
Just a fun note, we've seen a ton of feedback over the years about players want to play Strike solo, and now...
Oh, yeah. That's a great point. Yeah, so we kind of going along with the idea of being player-driven. If you don't want to play a strike, like a Grandmaster Nightfall-esque strike, or even like early like difficulties with other players, you don't have to. You can just play it by yourself. You can take as long as you want within the confines of like the modifiers you've chosen to complete the activity and get the loot you have. So that falls into like what is your mood? Like, what is it you're feeling like playing right now? And like of these options, like what's appealing to you?
Awesome. Yeah, I think back
Yes,
to you,
the
Josh.
bars
really
under the
quick,
weapons are ammo generation.
Just from a high level, we talked about how Infusion is changing in the last blog, which, by the way, you should go read it. Can you give a high level for folks that didn't catch the blog? What's changing?
Yeah, at the highest level, upgrade modules are no longer a part of that Infusion thing. They're still going to continue to exist in the game. They can still drop from legacy content, but you can dismantle those for, I think it's an enhancement core and like 1500 Glimmer. And so, like, those are still there. We're going to have a new unstable core currency that's going to exist, and you're going to use that in addition to enhancement cores in order to, infuse your gear up for the season.
Okay, and a bit of Glimmer too, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And really, at its core, it allows us to just have more texture over things. And one thing I should call out is that seasonal power does reset at the end of this thing, and players will be reset back to 200 when Renegades comes out.
Got it.
So
cool. Yeah, I think just last note on the power climb. So during our reveal event, you spoke about Crucible and how you can actually power up in Crucible to kind of keep pace with your friends. Like, can you expand on that a bit?
Yeah. So there's a time in Destiny's past when you could just play Crucible a lot, and you can get your power, you get great gear, you could like fold in with your friends to play a raid or the challenging content. And we've kind of lost that somewhat over the years. Like, it's harder to like feel like Crucible is your identity and really feel like the game is rewarding you for that. So with Edge of Fate launch and the core game and the Crucible ops that we have, which is a bunch of playlists inside of it, you're going to be able to like start from that power 10 and just play Crucible, and you'll get power drops. You'll go up and you'll eventually get higher tier, be able to get like really great sets of gear that will then be as good as like anything else that you can find in the game. And you can just play Crucible all the way to the power cap if you want to. We are going to ask you to perform as you go to get more consistent rewards, but it's totally possible.
Yeah, and Josh, you mentioned before too of like trials and competitive Crucible are going to be ways to accelerate. Right?
Absolutely. If you're putting yourself in the pools with the like higher skill players and challenging yourself, that's how you're going to get your faster rewards. And not to mention the Trials armor sets and stuff, like they're really cool this time around.
Yeah, we have a unique armor set for Crucible, for Trials. We have weapons, a bunch of cool rewards coming up, and we'll have a preview of that. One of our characters actually has Trials gear if you didn't notice. But now we have a good moment to look at our seasonal hub.
Sure.
Okay.
Alan, I'm going to ask you to actually walk us through this.
Yeah, sure. If you notice the seasonal hub up there at the top of the portal screen, if you click into that, you come to the hub, which you're going to have a bunch of daily challenges and weekly challenges, and those are going to give you
some bright
XP. They're going to give you bright dust. They're going to give you extra drops in on a portal activity, but it's going to give you progress towards the weekly reward track there. And the weekly reward track has lots of currencies and powerful drops on there, but it also has, if you tab to the next one, it's going to have some Vanguard Armory and Arsenal tokens, which give you bonus drops from Zavala from the list of weapons or armor you can get from these activities that are going to be higher tier, and they're going to be a higher power than you can get from even getting the best grade in there. So you'll want to be doing these, and these refresh every week, and get 2 pieces of armor and 2 weapons every single week.
Yeah, and this track is free, correct?
Yeah,
This is all game.
This is all free. Everything in the portal is free. So if you scroll down from here, you're going to run into the Conquest page.
Okay.
Now there's 2 on Expert, 2 on Master, and 2 on Grandmaster, and these are effectively your Grandmaster replacements in the portal. These are going to be fixed power, fixed modifiers, no fire team power, and you get really good rewards for completing it. You'll get 4 higher tier engrams for completing each one.
That are powerful. To give
Yeah,
you,
those are higher power, but you'll only be able to get it one time. But these are really about your journey through the season. As you level up, you can take on the first expert one, and then the next expert one, and then the master, and then master 2, and then finally the 2 grandmasters. And with Ash and Iron, we're going to be bringing more grandmaster and ultimate conquest, which will allow you to complete the conqueror title.
Yeah, actually, really quick gameplay team, if you could go back to the modifiers that you were just talking over, this was a really good example of a quality of life feature that came about. We saw a ton of feedback around modifiers like, I'm squinting at these icons, I don't really know what they mean, and now we have them bucketed based on the portal options, so you can more easily identify these things and understand them.
Yeah, and shout out to the UI UX team for like making a really much cleaner look for activity launch than having this cool bucket to look at them. Like, I think it's really good, really good.
Cool. And then there was one more section on the seasonal hub, one more tab down low for the Conqueror Seal.
Yep. So the Conqueror Seal is down here. You're going to be completing the conquests during the season to earn and gild your Conqueror Seal. And since this is still the Conqueror Seal, it's going to maintain its old gilding. So this is going to be continual.
Awesome.
Yeah.
14 seasons of Conqueror. Now we're going to keep on going, baby.
Oh my God.
Awesome. So I'm going to say we still have a couple topics to cover. Fire Team, let's go ahead, launch into an activity in Fire Team Ops. Throw on a couple modifiers that you want to go for. Mix and match. I'd love for players to see as you go through how the score is changing, how the rewards can scale, all that kind of stuff. Just have a fun time. For the folks on the couch, we already went through the seasonal hub, the rewards. We are also having a moment in time where Guardian ranks are resetting.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could get a quick overview, one of you, I believe Alan?
Yeah.
Alan.
Yeah. So we took a look. So Guardian ranks, when we launched them,
Guardian ranks resetting?
The first few ranks were about learning the game, and then the upper ones were about your seasonal journey and dealing with all the different kinds of things a player might do in Destiny. So we've stripped a bunch of those away and rebuilt objectives to be focused completely on the portal. So it's going to be playing through the various activities, using modifiers, playing all the different conquests, gaining power, gaining all the different kinds of rewards. It's going to be really showing like where you're at in that seasonal journey but purely for the portal. It's not going to reflect any dungeons. You're not going to have to solo any dungeons. You're not going to have to get commendations. Let's see, what else don't you have to do?
There's no more expansion gates.
No more expansion gates, any of those kinds of things. So every player will be able to get up to
that sounds really
Guardian
good.
rank 11 with Ash and Iron.
Yeah, in our original goals when we were talking about Guardian ranks, it was kind of an on-ramp for players new or even old to know, what do I want to do in Destiny right now? Now we have a lot of stuff in the portal that dovetails into that. Solo dungeons, they still have unique rewards. They're no longer required for 11 in Guardian rank, but you can still get ghosts, sparrows, emblems, that
We're not taking anything away from the dungeons. We're taking away things from the Guardian ranks and adding different kinds of things back in. And since we're doing that, the first 5 ranks will still be sort of an on-ramp into the game. So we're going to drop everybody back down to Guardian rank 2 with Edge of Fate.
2?
And let them go from there. There will be lots of cool things to do and earn and play through in the first few ranks. And then starting with Ash and Iron and every season from then on, we'll reset you back to 6, just like we've been doing.
Awesome. Yeah, it's just another portion of what Robbie was talking about with aspiration,
Yeah.
where it's like, yeah, I have my awesome armor from all these higher tiers. I
Huh?
have a new Guardian rank above my head. I've gone through the raid. I have this cool tier 5 weapon, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a ton to hunt, a ton to chase, and a lot of things to do. And I think at this point, it's kind of the easiest to get into Destiny and just know what to play. So
Yeah, I absolutely.
I'm tweeting
believe
them
that.
right
And
now.
The exciting part is that everyone's journey through Guardian ranks is going to be kind of different because, a Guardian rank that tells you to accomplish this kind of power or complete this activity on this difficulty, how you did it will probably be pretty unique to you compared to other players because you chose different
If
modifiers.
you
There's different sets available for
reset
a given
all
day or week.
Guardian
And maybe you did it solo, like we're talking
ranks
about. Like, oh yeah,
to
you soloed the master difficulty.
please,
like one of the
please,
requirements in
please
Guardian ranks. Maybe you
keep
soloed
our
on one of the
loadout
conquests.
slots
That's your story, and that's how you got
unlocked.
it. But it's
Or
appropriate that
unlock
there are a bunch of
them
options for players to choose
by
that,
default
that
for
match
all
with their own
players.
experiences, what they want it to be.
awesome. Well, thank you all so much for joining us
I
today. That
cannot-
actually brings us to the end of our Power and Progression. I believe, Josh, you actually had a couple more things you wanted to say before we left, though.
Yeah, really, there's two things I want to say. One is that, fire team power is definitely still a thing that's in this game. We really want to encourage you to play with your friends, and when you do play with your friends, if you're a higher power level than them, that's another thing that can act as a nice accelerator for them, and really, increase the bonds of friendship. That's like a core part of the DNA of Destiny is being able to play with fellow Guardians.
Yes. So as an example, if you're at a tier 4 and I'm only tier 2, I join you, we do a tier 4 activity. I still get tier 2 gear, but it's accelerating me faster into tier 3.
You're going to hit your
a-
score
Wait.
a lot easier.
Wait. What did
which
he
is
just
gonna-
say?
A couple more things you wanted to say before.
You to play with your friends, and when you do play with your friends, if you're a higher power level than them, that's another thing that can act as a nice accelerator for them, and really increase the bonds of friendship. That's like a core part.
can you
of the
slingshot
DNA
your
of
friends?
Destiny is being able to play with fellow Guardians.
Yes. So as an example, if you're at a tier 4 and I'm only tier 2, I join you, we do a tier 4 activity. I still get tier 2 gear, but it's accelerating me faster into tier 3.
You're going to hit your score a lot easier, which is going to help you get those bonus rewards. And,
Oh, so it's not really acceleration.
Cool. And then your second note?
And yeah, finally, we made a lot of changes to the game in the Edge of Fate. We're definitely going to be listening to you Guardians. We're going
It's
to
just
be
boosting.
listening to the data. We're going to be listening to a lot of stuff. This is just the beginning of a new saga. So we've got a lot to do in the future, and I'm really excited about what's coming our way.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah, great.
So I have a few bookkeeping topics to hit before we go about the live game. So we've been talking about the Edge of Fate. Right now we have Rite of the Nine going on with our dungeons. And let's see here. Ooh, today, wow, 54 minutes ago, we had a new engram go live, the non-airy engram. We introduced this in a previous TWID, but basically it's a new engram. You can
They did?
earn a bunch of Rite of the Nine currency, sorry, and then purchase this engram for unique cosmetics that have been introduced over the past few years in Destiny. So if there are things like the skimmer that is Iron Banner theme, kind of like the wolf theme, that's actually in there, and you have a chance to get that. There are some Crimson Doubles emotes and finishers and other cosmetics, so definitely dive in and check that out. Additionally, we had mentioned Lootapalooza. So a couple weeks just before launch, we're going to start showering players with loot. Starting today, we have double Crucible loot, which also applies to Trials of Osiris. So if you're hunting for adepts, if you're hunting for any gear in Crucible, now is a great time to go. And we also have, for the weekend, a lot of players have been asking, what maps are going to be featured? You got Dissonance, you got, Cirrus Plaza, and then you have the last one, which is Eventide Labs. Yeah, we went through, we had a great conversation about what if we had some type maps on a rotation for these last couple weeks. And for the final week of the season, we're going to have Burnout, Endless Veil, and community favorite, Javelin 4. So Trials players rejoice. Players that may not have ever played Trials, get in, get your 4 streak, get some adepts, try it out, and get some gear to loot up for the Edge of Fate. And the final note, we are going to have all dungeons in the Rite of the Nine experience next week. Higher reward rates, higher currency rates, helping you get more of those drops, go into higher difficulties for your adepts, and potentially even get the hollow foil versions with additional perks.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you all on the couch for joining us.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you, crew. Thank you, gameplay. Thank you, everybody behind the scenes. And players, everybody out there watching, thank you. We have 14 days until the Edge of Fate, 14 days until a new saga. It has been a wild ride over the last 10 plus years of Destiny, and now we're putting our toe in for the next however many years we keep going, you know?
Here we go.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Much love. We're going to be doing a raid over to our good friend Malachi, so if you want to stick around, talk about the stream, Malachi, we're handing it off to you. Thank you, everybody, for joining, and we'll see you next time.
Maybe 10 times better than the stream last week. That was pretty good. I think it was pretty good. I think anyone that is like heavily criticizing this needs to go out there and look up at the thing in the sky and allow it to grace their skin for a bit, and then come back inside and rethink their life decisions a little bit. Because this was pretty good. I think that there are things that could improve, yada, 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 yada. But I think it was a pretty good stream. I think it was a pretty good stream. Yeah, I'm happy with that. DMG quoted me. I said, if you reset all Guardian ranks to 2, please, please, please keep our loadout slots unlocked or unlock them all by default for all players. I cannot bear the thought of losing those precious slots when I'm not even finished unlocking the last few. Okay? So I said that, and DMG said, we'll have an exact answer for your ASAP. Build crafting is a major focus in the Edge of Fate. Expect all loadout slots open early. Interesting. And I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to respond with this. I think I'm going to respond with this. Where's it gone? Bro. Bro. Twitter's a great website. Twitter is a fantastic website. But Poggy's Twitch emote PNG high resolution download. That's better. That's better. All is well with the world. That was a terrible stream, just like all the others. I'm going to ban you. I don't like your energy. You sound like a miserable dick. Goodbye. Milo, can you stop spamming me, please? Thanks, DMG. Yeah, literally, dude. Dude, that guy was actually miserable. Like, genuinely miserable. Can I drag this to the other monitor? I can't. Okay. Let's watch the trailer again. You know what? Before we watch the trailer, I'm just gonna grab some water, okay? Oh, nice one, Star. Thank you. Oh, it's copyrighted? Oh, I didn't notice. Didn't notice the first time. Pain. Oh. Wait, is this trailer peak? Should I be reacting to this? Maybe I should react to this. W in Destiny chat, please. Wait, should I go into the Destiny chat and just type W? Twitch.tv/Destiny. Is it Destiny or Destiny the game? Destiny the game. It's Bungie? Bungie. They're not live anymore, I can't. Hi guys, MrRoflWaffles here. This is the Edge of Fate launch trailer that was played at the start of the final dev stream for the Edge of Fate. It played then, and I watched some of it then, but to be completely transparent with you, I was alt-tabbed in Vault of Glass farming spoils. So I missed half of it. I wasn't really paying attention when I got there. It was a rush. I was trying to get my spoils in before reset. And so we're going to watch it properly for the first time now. Okay? So this is sort of... Call it a blind reaction. Knowing how this MrRoflWaffles guy plays fast and loose with that definition. Call it a blind reaction to the Edge of Fate launch trailer. Let's do that. Oh, bro. Oh. Okay. Wait. Dude, I'm sorry. I have to pause us here. Lodi looks like that guy on TikTok that goes like... Do you know what I'm talking about? Hold on. Guy, I'm Googling this. Guy on TikTok who does songs with his mouth accurately. Can I find this guy? Bro, if I can... I found him from that search. I found him. Lodi looks like this. He does. This is Lodi. Bro, I am telling you, this is what Lodi looks like. Look! Lodi looks like an old version of him. They look the same. They look the same, and you are lying if you think otherwise. Not even close. You're actually crazy. Let me see if I can get another video of him that's like, bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look at his face. That's Lodi with glasses, 20 years younger, is him. It's literally him.
Larry came round just to put him down. SpongeBob turned into a clown.
They look the same. Appear in the middle.
Mr. Sandman.
Oh, it's Lodi.
Bring me a
I'm being sung to by a Destiny main character.
That I've ever seen.
It's literally him, dude. They look identical. This is crazy. Okay. I've seen this.
Kepler. You've never been there. And you know every inch of it. It's the farthest either of us have been from home. In distance or in time.
Wait. Did he just say you've been to it? We haven't been to it. Yet. Is this story taking place in our future? Or did I mishear him? Hold on.
Kepler. You've never been there.
Oh, I just hallucinated. Oh, the sleep depression. Sleep depression? Wow. Am I okay? Oh god. Deprivation. The sleep deprivation is catching up with me. I'm sorry.
Been from home. In distance or in time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You're gonna get a call. An invitation only you can answer. And you'll say yes. They arranged it so you would never say no. Choice is real. And every choice you make will lead you here.
Sorry, wait, is this a new thing in Destiny? Since when can you do a backflip?
And every choice you make will lead you here.
What is that? That's just a Strand Hunter dive? Bro, that looks sick. I guess I'll learn about that in Lightfall, hopefully. That's crazy.
To who you're supposed to be. Eyes up, weapon.
He picks up the phone. I'm telling you, it's the same guy. It's the same man. Bro, the question is this the raid? Here? Is that the raid intro? It's got 6 people. Bro. It looks like a prophecy raid. Which means it looks like a 9 raid. Oh, mamma mia. Oh. Dude, it looks so hot. Don't you think? Like, it's 90, but it's got, like it's rotting. Like, what is this spindly stuff? Bro, it looks so good. How much more do we get of it? It looks so cool. Dude, 9 themed raid. Ah. That yeah. I'm officially sat for this one. I'm so in. Like, the campaign is one thing, and like, granted, a lot of this stuff looks cool, right? But I've played it, so like some of the initial reaction sort of like pizzazz is, it's not as strong for me because I've already been there. Like when he said you've never been there, it's like, actually technically I have. Maybe that's why my brain was so fried when I heard that. But that was cool. But there's trippy stuff. Specifically, I love.
Choice is real. And every choice you make will lead you here. To who
like, all very good.
you're
All very
supposed
good.
to be.
But then this, bro. What is this? What is that? What is even happening here? Like, what? Does anyone have any theories as to what the hell that is? That is foot. Like, is he, like, flying into a satellite? What is it? Bro, it looks so peak. And then at the beginning, what was this? So he receives his invitation. Feet. They put 1 frame of feet in the trailer. Let's go. Feet. Feet. The 9. Inventio, Exploratio, Observationis, Connexus. Is this something we've seen before in Destiny? Another foot. This really is the foot expansion, isn't it? And then it reversed. Bro, is this... Dude, this is uncollapsed Earth, no? Surely this is Golden Age Earth. Chicago 45. It's outskirts of Chicago. Transit before the nukes? Bro, literally. Dude, so it's old Chicago. I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it. It looks exactly like him. That is the invitation. Or at least that is the part of the trail of the invitation. It is just a regular, it's a regular old place, dude. Nine. Bro. Bro. If they start doing that kind of stuff in the game, I'm gonna be so happy. It's a Destiny reference. Does his... Okay, he's speeding. Bro. I'm excited for this expansion. I know some people are saying they're not as excited as normal, but this is my first Destiny expansion, and I'm excited. I'm excited. No, Ikora... This Ikora here... This Ikora is not in the time period. I don't know if I can tell you why. But this Ikora is not like... This is not like a flashback to Ikora like 100 years ago or something. You mean Ikora before she was a Guardian? Yeah, this is not Ikora before she was a Guardian. You can actually see her ghost in this shot. Let me show you. Oh, wait, no, maybe it was the previous shot. Sorry. This shot. You can see Ikora's ghost. Wait for it. Here. That's Ikora's ghost, I believe. I could be mistaken about that, but I'm pretty confident. The woman in the orange suit in the new floor crest. Oh. Oh, you're saying you think that... You're saying you think that that is Ikora? That would be crazy, but why do you think that? What evidence is there? It's just a pair of legs. Couldn't they be literally anybody's legs? No evidence, just hope? Oh, okay. I'm being one-guyed by someone hopeful. Hey, listen, I'll take it. That's the best kind of one guy. A positive one guy. The Destiny community knows feet. I know feet. That's Ikora. Alright, alright. Well, we'll end the reaction there, for the video at least. If you've been watching this as a YouTube video, I appreciate you. I hope you have enjoyed breaking this down a teeny tiny bit with me. And I'll obviously be playing plenty of the expansion on launch. We will discover whether or not they are Ikora's feet. See you then. Alright, that's the YouTube video done. La do 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 la do 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 do. What day is it today? Is it Monday? Tuesday. Destiny 2 trailer react and try no. Okay, chat. Had to leave Cross's stream because it was so toxic. Seems more chill here. Did Cross not like the... Did Cross not like the stream? Oh, cold water is so good. Oh, it's his chat, not him? Okay. Your excitement as a newcomer is so gracefully appreciated. I hope the shitters don't push you away from something genuinely special. As an alpha player, you've been a breath of fresh air that's reinvigorated my own passion for the game. Thanks for being you. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Zero. That's such a lovely thing for you to write. Thank you. Genuinely. I appreciate that a lot. Lodi is too close to us. It's Lodi, chat. It's literally Lodi. This happens just after the phone scene. I was there. I'm the phone. Chat, I think we should do like a reaction, Chat, what's the best way to get to farm exotic catalysts? Joe needs the Lord of Wolves catty. How can he get that? Probably comp matches. I'll just pull Joe in to a private match sometime. Yeah, chat, I think we should do a I think we should do a stream recap. What, what did they talk about? They showed more Kepler. I guess I can close this, and I've got the stream here, so I can click around.
Once you complete that mythic
They talk about world tiers. It's called patrol, right? When you roam around the map. Okay, Star. Catch you later.
Tier quest, you unlock a variant of that has a
Story as it comes out with
executive producer capstone mission for each of our regions. We also have this area and pop up through the world, and through the campaign you would actually have to go and find like a Matterspark pad to activate that, and that's actually gonna have to climb power and we
Yeah, so 4 major regions which rotate daily for world mats. I think that's what they said.
the campaign and you're first introduced to. These are shorter.
Guardian ranks reset to 2.
Experiences, but they still have like huge impact on the story, moving the story of the main quest into Kepler 4, and also help you to unlock different abilities and things throughout it. And
Show some different Banes. What else? I think that was a good summary of it. Okay, let's do a video on this. Let's do a video on this. Oh, man. Did I win my physio appointment? I got stabbed. It's actually extremely painful today. It's much more painful than last week. But I think that was a good thing. But it hurt. Yeah, I got stabbed. Stabbed. Okay. Play it from here.
unlocks a variant.
Yeah, it's just because I'm in London, innit? No, no steroids. Just acupuncture. Oh, Olivia, there's good news. We're probably going to switch Salvations to not be one 24-hour stream. We're probably going to switch it to 2 streams so that we can sleep in the middle. Yeah, so it's going to be 2 72-hour streams with some sleep in the middle. Okay? And there's about a 10% chance that we clear. Based. No, it'll be probably something like a 16-hour stream and then an 8-hour break and then a 16-hour stream, something like that. Bro, I'm yawning so much. Are you free on the Sunday and the Monday, Olivia? La do 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 la 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 do 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 do. Yeah, Joe is not. It's stuck in your head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a terrible vocal stem. It's bad. Sorry. I'll try and get something else in my head. Tralalero, tralala. Maybe I need to get that back. Tralalero, tralala. Tralalero, tralala. I was thinking, chat, for blind duo Ron with Saltagrepo, shall I make the callouts? Like, one callout can be tralalero, and one can be tralala. One can be crocodillo, and one can be bambino. Like, so that I can get Salt to be like, oh, there's one crocodillo bambino on the bombardillo crocodillo. It's that, or we make the callouts. We were talking with Bog. We were thinking of making the callouts like John 2, Jack 2, Jim 2, Jamecton 2, James 2, Jeremy 2. And then one call out can be ba da do 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 blah da do 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 do. I feel like that's a good idea. I'll be like, listen, Salt. The first call out is la, and then the next call out is do 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 do. So you'd be like, okay, shoot do 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 do, and then shoot a la, and then shoot another la, and then shoot a do 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 do. We'll get Salt to sing with the, like, let's say there's 3 things you have to remember. And one is la, and the next is do do do, and then the next is do do do. It's like higher. La do 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 do. Make all the callouts start with th. One called John and the other called John. Crime. Actual crime post. Okay, let me lock in because I've got to lock in. Much to do. Much to do. This. Wait, yeah, we need a call out called Divinity Nerf. I can just make the call out like I nerfed Divinity. We can do well nerf. $2402 was my fault. I hate fun. These are good ideas because then I can tell him, I was like, listen, Salt, your name is Saltagrepo. So I thought it would only be right to make the call-outs based on salty things. Like times when the Destiny community got salty. So the first call-out is, I'm a Bungie shill. The second call-out is, I got Divinity nerfed. The third call-out is, I hate fun. And then when he has to chain them, he's going to be like, we've got I hate fun and I got the Divinity nerfed. Let's go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. How do I know there'll be callouts? Haven't we had callouts in every raid we've done? I'm pretty sure there've been great callouts everywhere. Because it's like... Yeah, every raid has had callouts. Last Wish had the symbols. Vogue has the rooms. Deepstone has the rooms. Garden has... Bro, we were calling the applications the applications. There's callouts, trust me. How do you know there'll be enemies? True. Alright. Hi guys, MrRoflWaffles here. There was just a massive, well, maybe not massive, but a pretty large developer live stream for the Edge of Fate. And there was one last week as well. And the one last week, honestly, had a pretty negative reception. People were generally not super happy with it. But this one was significantly better. And so today I want to talk about what was better about it, some of the detail in it, and I want to also ask you guys a very important question. Okay? And I'm going to start with the important question. And here it is. If you, through me, through my voice, if you could ask Bungie one thing about the Edge of Fate, or one thing about the future of Destiny, what would it be? And I want you to leave it as a comment. I want you to, you can type it in the chat right now if you're watching this while I stream this, but generally write it as a YouTube comment. And what I will do is in the next opportunity that I have to talk to Bungie, which might be, I don't know, tomorrow, or it might be in a month. I don't know, right? But whenever that's going to be, I will try and get answers. Because I'm now in a position where, like, I got invited to an Edge of Fate event. And if timing is anything to sort of go by with the Edge of Fate preview and when Edge of Fate is coming out, at some point in the next, like, 3 months or 4 months or something, there will be a preview event. I haven't been invited to one, just to be clear, but there will be a preview event for Ash and Iron, and there'll be a preview event for the next stuff, and, like, those things will start happening, right? And if I'm invited, I want to be ready. I want to be ready. Okay? And to be ready, I need your input. So that is the first point of agenda for today. The second thing is what was on the stream, right? In the stream, they showed a whole load of Kepler gameplay. And that's something that we just didn't have last week. We did not have enough Kepler. And getting a bunch of Kepler gameplay was good. And also being able to see the modifiers and being able to see the world tiers of the new world tier difficulties and like all that stuff was all good. It was very, very good, right? The 4 world tiers are Brave, Legendary, Fabled, and Mythic. The interesting thing about those world tiers is the Legendary is as you'd expect, but then Fabled and Mythic. Fabled is 30 under light in Patrol. And I think Mythic is 40, which is crazy because Contest is a -25. So they are harder than Contest, which to me is a bit confusing. Like, I feel like that was almost, reading that is like, I must have this wrong. Like, this must be a Milo mistake, right? But that's what it said on the menu, which is kind of crazy. So we've got very difficult world tier difficulties coming, which is exciting. There's also going to be 4 major regions which rotate daily, I think they said daily, for Kepler destination materials, which is very odd, because I thought that they phased out destinations. Sorry, destinations. I thought they phased out destination materials, but there seemed to be some destination materials on Kepler. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, to be honest. I've seen people in my chat say that they are kind of not a fan of having no destination mats, like they miss grinding for them. I think other people probably didn't want to grind them. So I don't know what the sort of overall take is going to be on destination mats being present. I also am a little worried about the time gatey aspect of it, because I think that one of the worst things in Destiny is the time gating. Categorically, I hate the time gating. I hate having to wait till a certain week just to play a certain raid on Master with challenges. I hate it. It's so annoying. And so to see more time-related things is not something that I'm super excited about. But that said, every day in this 4 days means that you're not waiting a very long time. So it could be worse, right? There's also a destination activity, which is really exciting. That's good news. Very good news, because people were worried about that. But it was kind of talked about in a weird way, because they didn't show it. And they said that there are some time limitations with it as well. And it wasn't exactly clear whether the time limitations were just the materials and the rewards you get from it, or if the time limitations were like the event being even present in the first place. My concern with this is that it's like once every 2 weeks they turn on the destination activity. And at that point, is it a destination activity? Or is it just like an LTM? Like I don't know. Feels like a sort of weird or unusual approach. But I'm glad that there's something there. I'm glad it exists. And it's interesting because they said it's got elements in it that are like a horde mode. And I happen to be a zombies content creator. I like horde modes. So I'm definitely not opposed to that. And I'm definitely not opposed to them being experimental with some of their activities. So that sounds cool. I think they said it was like Wellspring mixed with the Vex Incursion or something. But I don't think I've played either of those. So maybe that means something to you, but it doesn't to me. They also talked about raids. And I really enjoyed the mention of epic raids, because the epic raids are going to be extensions to the main raid. The main raid will be on July 19th. The epic raid will be in Ash and Iron. But the way they described it was it's going to be a permutation of the raid. And it's going to add story and things like that. And so this is my request, Bungie, okay? This is my request. I mean, it's a bit late in the day for this now, but make the Edge of Fate raid a 6 encounter raid. Okay, this is how Bungie wins. They literally win. Make it a 6 encounter raid, right? And you do that so that nobody can make the argument that they have held back content, right? Nobody can make that argument if it's 6 encounters. And then make it so that the epic raid can turn it into a 9 encounter raid. How crazy would that be? To go from 6 to 9. I need that in my life. 9 is too long to play. Get good. Play faster. Like, I think that would be so cool. I think that would be so cool. And granted, it's the most, like, wishful thinking thing. The pizza is frozen. Like, I know that I am new to Destiny, so my spirits have not been dulled. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still starry-eyed. I'm still expecting everything to be infinitely amazing at all times. I have faith in Bungie, right? And I just want to throw it out there that if they did that, people would be like so blown away. Because this is the thing. If it's a 4 encounter raid, and then they add 2 encounters in the epic raid variation, then it's only a 6 encounter raid. And I think that there's room for people to argue, oh, it should have been 6 encounters from the start. You held back content. But what if? What if they surprise us? Like, just what if? You know what I'm saying? Like, could they? Could they? Pantheon was 8 encounters? Really? Because this is the thing as well. It's like, if you're saying 9 is too long, genuinely get good. Just because it's an epic raid. It's literally meant to be the hardest activity in the game on steroids. Of course it's going to be difficult. And of course it's going to take time. So, like, I think if you play a normal raid now, if you play a normal mode raid of, like, I don't know, let's say you play VOW, right? How long is it going to take you to get a VOW clear with friends that know the raid? Can you guys just give me an estimate real quick? Because I've only done VOW once in the blind solve. Give me an estimation. 40 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Sub 20 for Julie. Julie fries the pizza always. Like, she's speedrunning perpetually. But so let's say it's like 20 to 40 minutes. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. 20 to maybe 45 minutes for a VOW clear, right? That's 4 encounters. All I'm saying is give us 1.5 times the number of encounters on a raid that happens to be a 6 encounter raid, not a 4 encounter raid. I don't think it's actually that crazy. Like, what, Last Wish. How long does Last Wish take? 30 minutes? Something like that? It's not particularly long. I think one of the things that takes the longest in Last Wish is probably Vault, because it's a fixed amount of time. So, like, Last Wish is like 30 minutes. It's like 20, 30 minutes. If you play Deepstone Crypt, how long is it taking? I don't know. Half an hour? Maybe Deepstone is a little longer, because there's some encounters that are like specific amounts of time. Maybe it's like half an hour. Like, Garden. How long is it taking? I don't know, about half an hour. To me, half an hour is not a crazy amount of time, right? So if a 4 encounter raid like VOW is half an hour, then if VOW had 2 more encounters and it was a 6 encounter raid, we can add half of the 30 minutes, so it would be 45 minutes. And all I'm saying is they should add another 3 encounters, right? So basically I'm saying add another 22.5 minutes, right? Add another 25 minutes. Add another 30 minutes. You think these numbers are way too low? Cool, add 40 minutes. Add 45 minutes. All of that would be fine. Because all of that just brings us to like an hour and a half. Which is, if I'm going into an epic raid, yeah, I want to be going into something that's going to take a long time. Bro, zombies Easter eggs take a typical team of people that know what to do. A typical team, most of the time on like good Easter eggs, you're looking at hour plus. Most of the time. Like, Easter eggs are not just like a 20-minute endeavor. But in Destiny, raids have gotten that way. So what I'm saying is it's a simple cook to just go from 6 to 9 in Epic and nobody will be disappointed. Nobody. Anyway, I got off track. But if they did that, it would be cinema. I'm just saying. So they talked a bit about epic raids. They are permutations of the raids that add encounters and story stuff. They also talked about lots of mission stuff, side quests, like all those sorts of things. And I think that it sounded kind of whatever. I think that I think overall, like, that stuff is gonna need us to just play it to really know. I don't think that, like, the reveal stream today did a very good job of really explaining, like, why those side quests are exciting or interesting or fun or attractive to do. So it was kind of hard to pass that information, I would say. They also showed some different Banes and stuff like that in the portal, and that was good. Those Banes are cool. I still think that they didn't do an absolutely perfect system. Oh, sorry, a perfect representation of what the hell is happening, because I got to the end of the stream and there was some comments still in my chat saying, like, I still don't fully understand exactly, like, how to get all my power stuff and, like, blah, 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 blah. So I think that there's room for them to improve on that, but that's probably what the twabs and stuff are going to be this week. So look out on my channel for those. Make sure you're subscribed. They're also resetting Guardian ranks, which is kind of crazy. They're resetting Guardian ranks to 2, not to 6, to 2. And they're now making the grind from 2 to 6 more focused on portal activities. So they're taking out all the stuff of, like, you now have to focus on doing a solo dungeon or, like, getting commendations, or, like, those things are taken out, and they're replacing it with stuff that is a bit more core to the game's loop that they want to promote. And DMG responded to me, and DMG on Twitter said this, because I was worried about losing loadout slots, right? And DMG said this. He said, I'll have an exact answer for you all ASAP. Build crafting is a major focus in the Edge of Fate. Expect all loadout slots open early. So that's a good sign that they're at least switched on to that. And I think that also the changes to, like, take out commendations and stuff is good. It's good. Now there were some other bits and pieces in the stream. They talked a little bit about the exotics and, like, stuff like that. But honestly, a lot of the other stuff in Edge of Fate, I've actually already covered on my channel. And so I know this is going to sound like big, like, egotistical YouTuber talking about his own YouTube videos or whatever. But I actually really strongly recommend, if you're confused about the systems in Edge of Fate, or, like, these guns, right? If you want to see these guns in action and explained how they work, literally this video, Edge of Fate All New Exotics Showcase, it explains the whole situation. If you're confused about armor, this video explains the situation. Specifically, if you're confused about the power grind in the portal, this video with the red engram, you just need to watch that video. I'm pretty confident I've got, like, the clearest explanation of the portal on the internet right now. I'm pretty confident. So I really highly recommend you watch it. If you want to know the new artifact, this video, I go into super depth. So there's a ton of information here. I really recommend you check some of those videos out if you're confused. But your best bet also is going to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel now, so that as new videos come out in the next few days and weeks, obviously my new posts you'll be caught up with. I thought this was a good stream. They didn't spend too long talking about the devs. They didn't spend too long showing old activities. They did a lot of Kepler gameplay. And they showed new things, and they talked about new things, and there was stuff that I didn't know, which is good because I'd already played it. So, like, showing stuff that I didn't know as well is important. So it was overall very, very positive, I would say. I think that the people grumbling about this stream are people that you should not take completely seriously, because I think it's objectively the case that last stream was less good than this stream, which means that this stream was an improvement. And if you can't acknowledge an improvement, you can't have an honest, good faith, serious conversation. You know what I mean? You have to be able to recognize the improvement. Even if it's still not up to your bar, you have to be able to recognize it as an improvement. Or you're just not a serious person. You're just being miserable. I think you really need to watch a vidoc then compared to this stream. Eli, the vidoc could literally jerk me off and it still would not matter because this stream was an improvement to the last stream. That is important to recognize. Right? We have to be honest about these things. It's just the nature of the nature of the beast. Okay? It's the nature of it. I recognize that there are things that could improve, but if all we ever do is say this should be better, 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 what you do is you create an environment where when there is an improvement, it's never recognized. And so the devs just feel like they are always not doing enough. And the community feels like nothing is ever good and they leave. So like, I agree with you that vidocs would have been good here. I agree with you that vidocs are a superior form of marketing to streams only. I agree. But my agreement with you does not replace the fact, that this was a better stream than last week. Okay? And I take issue with this, Eli, because you've said, yes, we can say this was objectively better, but comparing it to what we've had, it's distasteful. What? Distasteful? Anything would be better than last week because that was not the floor, it was the underground. I'm not going to be baited into this. I'm not going to be bait. I'm just not. Blue Ninja said, leave, loser. And Maestro said, make me. Gladly, you're permabanned. Goodbye. I'm not going to be roped into this because enrage is near. No, I'm simply not going to allow there to be an environment in my chat which is constantly miserable. Okay? These are the facts. If you are miserable, shut down your computer and go outside. That is the end of the conversation. If you are using words like disgusted, right? If you're using words like disgusted to describe a live stream, you know what that is? That's sunlight out there. You desperately need it. Okay? If you're using words like constant disappointment, if you're using words like dead game, you need to go outside. You just need to. Because if you feel that way about the game, there is a simple solution to it. And that is to stop playing it because you have free will. Right? Bungie does not have a gun to your head saying you have to play these things you don't enjoy. You are doing that to yourself. And if you're sitting here saying, this is terrible, this is terrible, this is terrible, it is literally a reflection of the fact that you are an NPC who doesn't have the self-confidence to address your own pain in your heart and to just go outside. You're literally self-reporting. That's what you're doing. Because if you hate it so much, the grass is always waiting. It's always waiting. I agree that vidocs are good. I voiced that feedback to Bungie myself, personally. Right? I sat down with them at Bungie HQ and I said, guys, it happened in the marathon reveal and it's happening now. This needs to be better, right? And I explained why that's the case. And I explained the fact that some marketing materials serve some purposes and other marketing materials serve other purposes. And I voiced that to DMG, and I voiced that to Andy, and I voiced that to Robbie, and I voiced that to a load of the PR folks, and I voiced that to probably like 20 devs, right? So I had a productive conversation with the devs about it. They heard that. They recognize it. As far as I'm aware, they're working on it, right? But it is not productive to anybody, including yourself, to be perpetually depressed in internet chat rooms about a video game that you actually haven't played for 3 years, but you sit here and pretend that you're still a player so you can keep shitting on it because you've got nothing better to do in your life. That is not the solution here. It's just not. And the day you have that realization is the day you will go from being a child to an adult, and you will go from this goblin state that you are in right now, and you will turn into someone that can actually experience joy. But it's not going to happen for you if you keep sitting in chats talking about how things are only negative all the time forever. It's never going to happen for you. And like, I say this honestly, as much as like I'm talking like negatively about those people, I say this with love in the sense that I would really prefer those people to be happy. It's just that clearly they're not happy with what they're already doing, but they're making no efforts to change that. Like, you can argue all you want that Bungie has destroyed your confidence in the game. And you can argue all you want that Bungie has done this and done that. And oh my God, they sunset my raids. And they sunset my campaigns. And they fired these devs. And they did this and they did that. And I agree with you that those things are negative. But bro, the sunsetting happened when? When did the sunsetting happen? Can we figure this out? It was Beyond Light, right? It was 5 years ago. And people still talk about it in my chat every day. And if you haven't moved on from something that happened 5 years ago, right? Do you think it might be time to get a fucking grip? Maybe. Just maybe. Yes, vidocs are good. Yes, they could do things better. Yes, there is room for improvement. Yes, they've made mistakes. Yes, their nerfs are not good sometimes. Yes, guns are broken sometimes. Yes, sometimes the quests don't work. Yes, sometimes it's buggy. Yes, sometimes the servers go down. Yes, I get it. Everyone else gets it. You are not uniquely special for discovering the fact that, yes, art is not perfect, right? But just because you've observed these things doesn't mean you need to latch onto it like a mollusk and suckle from it forever while complaining. You just need to go outside. That's it. Okay? That is it. A perfect example. Dude is defending Bungie stealing our money. Can we explore what the word stealing our money means? You are such an NPC. You're such a massive NPC that you feel like something you voluntarily paid for was stealing your money. Right? That's what you're saying. Questionable. Very questionable take. I recognize 5 years ago, they vaulted some content. I get it. And I'm sick of hearing it, okay? I'm sick. But stealing your money? What are you even talking about at this point? NPC, bot behavior, literal bot behavior. And like, honestly, if you're a bot, I don't expect you to be conscious enough to recognize that you, as a person, actually could have a happy life. I don't expect you to recognize that, right? Because you're a bot. And like, you've got like very, very, very suboptimal IQ at that point. Like, if you're a literal bot, let's see. Let's say you've got like 80 IQ, right? And you're on autopilot in life. And if someone tells you to do something, you do it. And if someone tells you to buy something, you buy it. Because you're a bot. You hardly know that you're alive, right? So I understand. But I think the difference is that all the other Destiny content creators have been embroiled in this sea of bots for 10 years to the point that at this point they are fatigued by it, and they're like, Mactix tweeted it the other day. Mactix literally tweeted and said, like, the miserable nature of the Destiny community makes it infinitely harder for him to do what he's doing and celebrate the game because everyone always wants to trash everything always, right? Mactix said that. Similarly, Datto the other day went on a rant on stream being like, all people want to be is miserable, right? He said exactly that. And what I'm saying is the Destiny community has had to just put up with that for a long time, to the point that they've kind of numbed from it, and to the point that they've grown to just sort of accept it as being just the way that the community is. But I'm here right now being like, hold on, actually, I don't want to just put up with everyone being miserable in my chat all the time, right? Because I'm fresh, and I'd rather enjoy my freshness while I'm fresh, right? Like, Zoidberg, you are saying I'm the bot, but you're defending Bungie removing content. First of all, so you're basically saying you're not a bot, I'm a bot, right? First of all, Exhibit A, you can't even spell, right? Your grammar is ass. So yes, you're the bot. First of all, just to start with here. Second of all, you are moaning about something that happened 5 years ago. If it's so bad, why are you still here? Give me a response, and if it's compelling, you can stay. And if it's not compelling, you're banned. Because I'm not here to argue with bots. I'm not here for it. So please, be my guest and prove to me you're not a bot by giving me a compelling reason why something that 5 years ago was so bad that you simultaneously have been depressed about it ever since, but you've also still stuck around. I'm waiting. And we'll see what you say. Like Pag Superman says, I'm here to witness the fall of D2 live. Cool. You can do that elsewhere. You're banned. It's really simple. Like, literally, I cannot imagine a more pathetic existence than sitting on twitch.tv, typing in the Destiny directory, saying that you are here to witness its downfall. I genuinely could not conceive of a more pathetic way to spend your time. I couldn't think of a single way to more accurately characterize a goblin? Someone's got to help me out with that one, right? Like, you must have so little going for you in your life, so little, that rather than gain a joy from any other source, literally anything, bro, anything, instead of doing that, you are sitting on twitch.tv in the Destiny subreddit saying, I'm here to witness its downfall. Get a hobby. Make a friend. Make one friend. Zoidbug says, look. Let's read this. Let's read this together. Let's read this together and let's assess. Let's assess. Look. I didn't say it ruined my experience. And you are correct. It was 5 years ago. But refusing to recognize that was a huge issue in the gaming space is wild. When did I refuse to recognize it was a problem 5 years ago? You are literally hallucinating. Did you ask my opinion on content vaulting? Did anyone ask my opinion on content vaulting today? Right? If I recall correctly, and you can scrub back in the VOD because it's on record, it's recorded, I literally said, it's a problem. Right? I literally said, it's not a good thing. I said that is not good. Right? I said, it's not good for the game. And so saying I'm refusing to recognize that was a huge issue in the gaming space, therefore you're not listening. I have tons of friends that have not come back to this game because of it. Okay, sounds like they're making a decision that you should make. I'm not here to see Bungie fail. Yes, you are. Because you're just moaning. I'm objectively saying that defending sunsetting regardless... Bro, you're such a bot. You can't type in... Like, your sentences don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm objectively saying that defending sunsetting regardless of its age, full stop. Huh? Again. Bro, okay, so you've added, I'll in good faith add the message that you've just sent, which is this extra screenshot. It's the end of your message that you didn't type. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because I'm gonna be nice. I'm objectively saying that defending sunsetting regardless of its age is crazy. And what I'm saying is you are hallucinating if you think I am defending sunsetting right now, when I just said it's a problem, but I said you need to get a grip on what the current reality of the situation is, which is that this happened 5 years ago, and now, in the present day, right, today, you have had 5 years of being pissed about this problem, all your friends have left the game because of it, and you haven't, and you're sitting in internet chat rooms just being miserable. What do you think that is going to do for you in your life? Is it going to be a situation where whenever you have a problem in your life, whenever something goes wrong, you just sit there and stew in it for 5 years and moan? Or are you going to do something about it and leave? It shouldn't be that difficult. It really shouldn't be that difficult. Like, I cannot stress enough how it's people like you, Zoidberg, that genuinely, I think, are like, I honestly think you are the biggest problem with Destiny. I'm going to be completely straight with you. Because as much as... So I'm a new player, right? I'm a new player. And I joined the community properly this year. And I saw all the good that the game has to offer. And Zoidberg, can you guess what the biggest pain point is for me right now as a new player, right? Because without new players, by the way, Destiny dies. Without new players, Destiny is gone. Okay? It's literally gone. Without new players, say goodbye to the next 10 years of Destiny. It's over. It's literally over. And the thing that you're sticking around to play disappears, right? So it's important to make sure these new players have a good time, right? Okay, you agree. Zoidberg says 100% new players are the lifeblood of this game. So I'm curious, Zoidberg, what do you think? Yep, you've said that for ages. Okay, awesome. So we agree. I'm glad we could find some common ground, right? What do you think is my biggest problem with Destiny? Out of everything I've experienced, all the raids, all the dungeons, all the campaigns, all the grinding I've done, the seasonal stuff that I've done, I've got a ton of hours in the last 4 months. Tomorrow is my 5-month Destiny anniversary. What do you think is the categorical worst thing in the game? The worst thing about Destiny? I'd like your guess. Choco says Gambit. I'll give you a hint. It's not Gambit, actually. It's not Gambit. I'm gonna wait for your answer. New player experience would be my number one thing. You got tons more support than most. So, okay, so Zoidberg, you're saying, I'm just going to put this on screen. Are you saying that you're just saying the general new player experience is the number one problem? Can you, possibly, could you be more specific, please? What is it about the new player experience that you think is the most painful thing? Because I agree, I got a lot more support than most players. Like, I've had a ton of really helpful people. Not a lot of new players are going to get that level of support. So I agree with you, right? But what is it about the new player experience that's the problem? Can you just, like, tell me what you mean by that? Because this is a very, very important thing that I want you to, I want to cover some ground here that I think is going to be illuminating for everyone, like, watching and listening, etc. Right? Just give me a little breakdown, like, and if it's a couple of things, then say a couple of things. But, like, I want to know what this means. And I'm gonna wait. I don't know what that means. No, Dosido, don't be disingenuous. I know what the new player experience means to me. I'm asking what Zoidberg means by this, because this is a phrase that could refer to multiple things. Right? Zoidberg could be talking about the opening 30 minutes of gameplay. That is the new player experience. Zoidberg could be talking about the pop-ups that happen on the menu. That's the new player experience. And when I'm asking, what is the biggest problem in Destiny? And you just say how it is for new players, you're not being specific enough for me to actually know what the issue is. Okay, Zoidberg has given us an answer. Zoidberg says, the biggest problem in Destiny is the general introduction to mechanics, build crafting and how that works, where and when to acquire loot, what order to do the things in, loading in is extremely disorienting. Side note, crush me on grammar, I suck at it. Okay, at least you recognize that. So, okay, we agree, right? Me and you agree, Zoidberg, that the game... the general introduction to mechanics, for example, is something that there's room to improve, right? We agree that build crafting is such a big part of this game. It's such a big part of the game, and how it works, right? and it isn't explained in the game well enough. Right? I agree with you. It's a pain point. Where and when to acquire loot. I agree. I've said this on my stream multiple times over the last few months. Even being able to just know, like, okay, I get this weapon from this activity, or this from that, or whatever, would be very useful. The order to do things in, same thing. Less of a pain point for me, I'd say, to be honest. I think the order is sort of to the player's desire. But I think that there's a fair argument to be made there, so I don't disagree. Loading in is extremely disorienting. That, for me, I think I have had a personal better experience with because I've had a lot of help. Right? But there are 2 points I want to make here. Number one is the things like where and when to acquire loot, right? And what order to do things in, and being disoriented when you get into the game are literally exactly the things that they showed today on the stream you were complaining about as being core changes in the Edge of Fate. Your biggest pain points that you've described here, this is literally the Edge of Fate. This is literally the Edge of Fate. This is literally the Edge of Fate. You couldn't have described it better. And so to say this stream was terrible or things along those lines, I'm not saying those are your exact words, but when people say these things, right, and they don't recognize that actually that's what the devs are doing, you can see why that creates an unproductive environment. Because they provide a solution. Please don't assume I'm complaining about the stream. I tuned into you downplaying sunsetting. Fair. I'm simply saying, if the only thing you ever comment on is negativity, if the only thing that you're able to provide is critique, if the only thing that you can say is or I jump into stream and then I'm going to just type some stuff about this being bad, blah, 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 it's not helping. Right? So the second point I wanted to make about this is that I actually completely disagree with you, because you're saying that these are the main problems with the new player experience. For me, the biggest pain point in the last 4 months by far, and it's by like a factor of 10, like it's 10 times a bigger problem than the next biggest problem. The biggest problem is people in Twitch chats and on Twitter and on Reddit and on Discord and everywhere I go constantly being miserable about Destiny. Hands down, bar none, biggest problem with the game is veteran players who want to do nothing more than moan. It is the biggest problem. It very nearly stopped me playing the game in February. It very, very nearly stopped me playing the game again in April or whenever I started doing my raids. It's every time I say I like something, there is someone saying, but blah. Do you, like, Destiny 2 is so fun when you don't have a chatter in your ear telling you that everything is so shit. Destiny 2 is so fun when you don't have a chatter on Twitter telling you that fun is banned because they content vaulted stuff 5 years ago. Destiny 2 is so fun when you don't have someone in your ear saying, well, and this happened literally today, people saying, well, I've got 4,000 hours in the game and there's nothing here for me anymore, so I just pass it by now and I don't like it. You're 4,000 hours in and you've run out of things to do? Woe is me, what a tragedy. It's almost like our time on this planet is finite and things have a shelf life. That's crazy. Like, it frustrates me so much. And so this is why I so strongly and emphatically say all the time, right? All the time. No, Flash. Okay, I'm pivoting. I will not stand for this. Hold on. It's just wrong. This is categorically wrong. To be fair, most new light players aren't content creators or streamers paying as much attention to all the social you're talking about. Navigating the content for your average Joe new light is the bigger issue to me, sorry. Bro, how do you think the average player gets their information about all of these problems, right? When the game is insufficient at solving these problems, right? How do you think they get that information? They go to social media, to Reddit, to Discord. They LFG in Discord. They do all these things. They jump into LFG, and then there's someone in LFG randomly being racist. And then they leave LFG, and they go onto Reddit, and there's people on Reddit that are endlessly shitting on the game. Endlessly. And then they go on Twitter, and they're like, oh, maybe this will be a break from it. And they tweet about liking the game, and maybe they're not a content creator, and maybe they get no responses. So then they go find a community. And what does that community do? It shits on the game. Because it's everywhere in Destiny. You're like, oh, maybe I'll watch a streamer. You go in the biggest streamer for Destiny. You go in Aztecross's chat. Do you think that Aztecross's chat, as much as I love Aztecross, I think that he's amazing. Do you think that Aztecross's chat is a positive environment about Destiny? The biggest Destiny content creator. Ask yourself that question. And I think that you'll find that the Bungie stream itself, if you watch the Bungie reveal stream, right? Is the Bungie reveal stream the most normie of possible places for reveals like today, right? No content creators needed. Do you think the reveal chat is a good place, a good environment to be excited about Destiny? If you're a new light, right? If you're a new light and you're like, wow, it's my first expansion, can't wait to see what the stream chat's saying, and then you get into the stream chat and people are moaning about issues from 5 years ago, and people are only shitting on the game, and they never have anything productive to say, and it's L devs, L Bungie, L this, L that, L. Do you think that that is a positive environment to onboard new players? Right? And my answer is categorically no. It's not. And that's why I'm saying, Zoidberg, and hopefully you can see my point of view. That's why I'm saying, as a player, like, you guys are burned from Bungie toxicity, right? Like, what you would describe as Bungie toxicity. I don't think it's toxicity, but you would call it that, right? You as in one, like one of the people that moans about these things, right? You would criticize Bungie for the content vaulting. You would criticize these things, right? And wait, people complain about the content and they'll continue to get rage. Wait, what is rage hacking? Oh, I haven't heard that term before. Oh, I lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Shit, I lost my train of thought. At the end of the day, the online environment that we create for new Destiny players is just as important as the in-game environment for those Destiny players. Because Destiny is a game that requires you to be leaned in to a pretty significant degree. And we see that in the average playtimes, and we see that in the requirements for raids in the game. We see it all the time, right? And if you are only ever focused on the negatives, if you're only focused on that, then the online environment will stay negative forever. That's what I was going to say. If you're constantly focused on things like the content vaulting, right? That was a problem 5 years ago. There has to be a point where you stop talking about it. There just has to be. Imagine it's 2050. Are you still going to talk about some content vaulting from 2020, 30 years ago? No. Right? Like, obviously not. I wouldn't assume that you would feel that way. That is that is insane. So, okay, if it's 30 years, if that's the time horizon, maybe it's shorter than that. Maybe it's 20 years. Maybe after 20 years, you would give up on that particular point. And then, okay, if it's not 20 years, maybe it's 10 years. Do you think 10 years later, it might be time to be like, yes, they vaulted some content, but actually, whatever, let's move on. And if it's not 10 years, because 10 years is a long-ass time, maybe it's 5 years. And so maybe it's now. Maybe. Do you see my point? Do you at least see my point of view here, Zoidberg? Because I respect the fact that you're not purely in here rage baiting by the looks of things, right? But it's just like, it fries my brain. It fries my brain when people... First of all, you said I was defending it when it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing to say I would like to talk about things that happen in current year 2025. That's not the same. I tuned into a negative conversation. I typically don't moan about vaulting unless someone brings it up. I've accepted it. I'm on the side that sunsetting needs to be remembered as something that should not be repeated or downplayed. It was not a right move, IMO, but I like Edge of Fate and what we're getting. Sorry for the uproar. I accept your apology wholeheartedly, but Zoidberg, do you recognize the point I'm making? Because as I already said, I literally already said content vaulting was and is a problem for the game, right? It has negative consequences. It means that I, as a new player, can't play through the full story from beginning to end. I had to start the story with like Last Wish, basically. So I missed a bunch of stuff, which obviously isn't ideal. Like, I recognize that those are problems. I'm not hiding those problems. I'm not downplaying those problems. I'm just talking about those problems at the size of problem that I think they actually are, which is that today, those are not a big problem. Right? You yourself said the biggest problems for new players right now are things like the general introduction, the build crafting, when and where to acquire loot. None of these things are a content vaulting problem. I think we can agree. Right? Because it's your words. The biggest problems for new players. And so I would like to consider content vaulting at the appropriate times when it needs to be talked about, and not today in an Edge of Fate stream to fixate on it. And to fixate on someone saying, oh, that's not actually that big a deal to me. Right? So I got massively sidetracked here, but I'm sick of goblins. I'm just sick of them. And like Zoidberg, again, to your credit, I think you're trying. It's just, I hope you can recognize how unbelievably soul destroying it is to have to wade through this every day. Every day. I think the point I was going to make earlier is that you guys are jaded by Bungie's actions. I am jaded by chat's actions. And the fact that I'm getting jaded by like endless chat negativity, I think that needs to be taken seriously. That's what I'm saying. So, this has been a reaction to the Edge of Fate reveal stream, which I enjoyed. That's my crime. Hold me as accountable as you like. I thought this was a stream that was an improvement on the previous stream. And while I agree, Jesus, I hate having to constantly caveat this and blah, blah, blah. While I agree that a Vidoc would have been better, holy shit, I still enjoyed the stream for the love of God. Like, do you see what you are doing to me? Do you see how painful you're making it to be a Destiny fan? The toxic positivity crowd is more frustrating than people complaining. What the fuck are you talking about? How? What? 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 Are you real? You're not real. You're not real. You've posted 4 messages total in my chat. The first one was like 4 days ago saying, is he cooking or is he getting cooked in the salt debate? And these are your messages. Can we just show? I mean, I don't think Bungie gets enough criticism for this, to be honest. It honestly should be illegal. And then you're saying, I think the toxic positivity crowd is more frustrating than people complaining, to be 100% honest. Why are you still here? Get a job, get a friend, get some time with some grass on your own, and get a life. It's literally that simple. You're literally saying, I think people having a good time are frustrating. Like, what is wrong with you? It's like I'm stun-locked. I'm literally stun-locked right now. And this is the thing. This is the thing. I have had to deal with people as miserable as this. Genuinely miserable. Every day I've streamed Destiny. Every day. Every day I've tweeted about Destiny. Every day I've played Destiny. It's the worst thing about the game, categorically. And so, Zoidberg, again, I hope you are coming to understand that the endless stuff like this is 100% the biggest turnoff to entering the Destiny community, and it will be the biggest reason that the game dies if it dies in the next 3 years, because anyone that's going to try and join with Edge of Fate is going to be met by miserable assholes like this. Like, they're going to like something, and then Vorpal's going to say, I think you're being toxically positive. Get a life. Get a life. It's genuinely that simple. I want to highlight another comment. This one's in good faith, but it says you're literally choosing to entertain them though, Milo, right? And then P-Main responded and like followed up and said ignore them. The problem is ignoring them for 10 years has clearly meant that the Destiny community has gotten nowhere with this problem. So why not call it out when it's happening? Why not say, hey guys, I'm new here, and for the record, you guys that have all been playing for 10 years, I don't think you realize how big a problem this is. Right? I think it's actually extremely valid to say, as a new player, these are my experiences. Right? this is what I'm struggling with in the game. And just ignoring it doesn't do anything. You deal with those sorts of people through life, not just in Destiny. Yeah, and if I have a problem with someone, I tell them I have a problem. Because I'm an adult, and I communicate. And I say, hey, I think you're being a dick right now. Hey, I don't think that your behavior is productive. Hey, are you aware that you're making everyone else in the room's energy drop because you're being so miserable all the time? Is this something that you are conscious of? Do you know that you are doing X, Y, Z? Did you realize that you hurt this person's feelings? Like, I talk to people if I have a problem with them. I don't just ignore them. Again, another comment. Volpa, you're saying you're an aerospace engineer. You are still here moaning on twitch.tv when you could be going and living your life. Like, just leave. It's really not that hard. Dream said, pretty assy to say anyone who's unhappy with the direction of the game should disappear. Do you think that what I'm saying about how people only shit on the game is the same as people who are unhappy with the direction of the game? Do you think that's the same thing? Because Dreamwraith, I think that you're taking me in bad faith there. Right? That's how it came across. I think, I would argue, you are the only person in the chat who took it that way, because I've said so many times that I have problems with the game. I think that there are parts of the direction of the game that I would like to change. Look here. Everything I hated in the Edge of Fate, 48 minutes, 56 seconds. Everything I loved, 48 minutes, 24 seconds. The hated video is longer than the loved video. By your logic, I am arguing, by your logic right here, anyone is unhappy with the direction of the game should disappear. You are saying I should disappear. Obviously, that is not what I am saying. And I think that it takes very little brain power to recognize that. I think that that is a very, very obvious thing. Right? So you're then saying it's people disregarding everything negative and naysaying anyone who has negative opinions about a subject. It's unfortunate people have to be so extreme in either direction. Are you not being extreme right now? By assuming that I'm saying something as hyperbolic as everyone who's unhappy with the direction of the game should disappear? When I also am complaining about the game? Like, I hope you recognize we could be here for literally hours, right? We could be here for literally hours. And at the end of the day, what it comes down to is I'm a new player. And all of the people constantly being like, well, actually, but this, but that, negative, 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 make me want to leave. They make me want to leave. They're the worst part of the game. Right? And Dream, if you're here in good faith, you gotta hear that opinion and be like, you know what? He's a new player. He feels that way. Fair enough. Can't really argue with it because it's how I feel. Can't tell me my feelings don't exist, right? So that is how I feel. And the problem is that it's so permanent as a feature of this community. And it's so crippling for discussion. And it's so crippling for joy. And it's so crippling for hope. Like, let's give an example. An example where I'm talking about something I liked, right? And someone says, like what Vorpal said, someone starts saying like content vaulting should be illegal, right? In isolation, this one message is like, I could give that the benefit of the doubt if it was one thing. But it is not just one thing. It is endless. It's just endless. It's every day. And it makes me want to quit. Going to personal attacks because I give an opinion is crazy. Vorpal, you have agency. You are a person with free will. If you don't like my internet live stream, you are totally welcome to leave. What I'm telling you is that you are making my experience worse, right? So there's two options that I have. I can ban you, right? Or you can stop making my experience worse. And you would do that by stopping being solely negative about the game. Right? And if you need to be negative about the game, if you feel that you are called to, go do it elsewhere. Go do it in private. Go talk to a wall. Like, I don't care. But I'm saying that you are making my experience worse, just like categorically. And there's a simple solution here. It's really not that hard, right? You're an aerospace engineer. I'm sure you can put the dots together. Right? I'm sure you can. So what's it going to be? I'd like you to actually make the decision. What's it going to be, Vorpal? Hello? You didn't answer the question. You're playing the victim. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's extremely messed up to attack me as a person because I presented a different opinion. So are you going to leave? Right? If I've been so mean to you, are you going to leave? Are you gonna, I don't know, continue to be negative? Continue to add no value to the chat, to the conversation? Are you going to are you gonna piss your pants? That was Litbeep's words, not mine. Like, what are you going to do about this, is what I'm asking you. Because as I've said, if you don't like Destiny, you can go, right? If you don't like my stream, you can go. All of these things are possible. Jesus Christ, you are incapable of answering a question. Holy shit. You must be an awful engineer to work with, because people ask you a question and you just say something else. I've asked you a question now 3 times, 4 times probably, 5 times. What are you going to do? You've just said this. I've said, are you going to leave? Or are you going to stop being endlessly negative in my chat? Or are you going to continue to be endlessly negative and get banned? These are, I want an answer to this. It's pretty simple. And you are saying, do you see how that's the toxic positivity I'm talking about? I feel like this adds value because it's a huge issue with Destiny. Yes, you ruining my time on stream right now is a problem with Destiny because you are turning a new player away from the game. You've simultaneously said that I'm being toxically positive, like that's the toxic positivity you're talking about, while also saying that I'm a bully. Like, what are we talking about here? I ask you one more time. In a scenario where you are not enjoying the thing happening in front of you, in this case, it's this stream, but it would also apply to Destiny 2. What is the outcome here? Is the outcome that you just leave? Is the outcome that you stop doing the thing that is frustrating everyone else right now, i.e. me? Or is the outcome that you dig your heels in, you refuse to listen to what they're saying, right? And you get banned? I'd like to hear your answer, please. Because, like, people like you are so annoying that what you make me want to do is literally the thing that you're arguing against, which is that, like, anyone being, like, negative to just, like, insta-ban them. You make me want to do that because it's so annoying. Like, it's unbelievably annoying. That would be the biggest quality of life update for Edge of Fate that I could ask for. Is banning these people in my own stream. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm just asking you to answer my question. And I think you have to recognize, if you're here to be like telling me, well, actually, we need to be talking about this stuff seriously, and we need to be having a conversation, right? Part of the conversation would require you to answer my question. Holy shit. That's... This is a good one. This has to be bait. This is so good. That's a textbook definition of dictatorship. 2 words, by the way. Dictatorship. Don't agree with me and get silenced. Holy shit. It has to be bait. I'm not going to take this one seriously. That's so funny. How is he silenced? He's being told to talk, literally. Ah! Yes, the government of MrRoflWaffles is indeed a dictatorship. Is the ship in the room with us right now? The sad thing is that Vorpal has not responded. Vorpal just seems to have gone. Which honestly, I respect, in the sense that maybe he actually decided to do something about the thing that he's upset about, you know, and leave. Just like I was saying, you could do if you hate Destiny. So cool. I'm glad we could get that out of the way. I'm glad we could get that out of the way. No, I'm not. I wish I didn't have to do this, but it's every day. It's every single day. It pisses me off. Quantum said something? Who's Quantum? I don't know who that is. Is that a content creator? I genuinely enjoyed the stream. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Not to be that guy, but doesn't that come with being a content creator? Dickheads in chat? I don't have to put up with it, Tom. Like, I'm allowed to respond. I'm allowed to tell them that's not welcome here. I think a lot of people think that the content creator chat relationship is like entirely passive. But, like, I think it's important for content creators to, like, what's the word? Like to prune their garden. You know what I mean? And part of that is to try and set an example and say, I'm not just gonna like ban you only and never address it, which I could do, but actually I'm going to try to make it as clear as possible why this is a problem. Yeah, I'm gonna set a boundary and say, guys, I'm just not gonna we're not gonna do this. It's one thing to just make it disappear, but that's what's already been happening in the community for 10 years. Right? It's another thing to say, this is making my experience worse, and actually it might be worth talking about it. Holy shit, Volpal responded. I am stunned. I thought that Vorpal had left 15 minutes ago. Vorpal said, I'll stop ruining your experience. Honestly, sorry I even typed anything. I was offering my true opinion and I wasn't baiting. I do think it's a genuine problem. I do enjoy a lot of your content, so I don't want to be a reason that drives you away. Sorry for the late response, had to do something. Okay, fair. If you had to do something, that's fine. So, I wasn't asking for an apology, but I accept it, absolutely. I don't want you to feel like this was like a... Like, I wasn't trying to bait out an apology here. But I'm glad you've at least heard me out. You know what I mean? I'm glad you've heard the fact that, like, it's stuff like this. It's stuff like this that really, really makes it... It just makes it suck. And my feedback to you, Vorpal, after our disagreement here, right? My feedback would be that when literally your first messages in my chat, the first ones are straight into negativity and shitting on Bungie and that sort of thing, I hope you recognize that that gives the impression that you are yet another of... Because I think you would agree that there are thousands of people out there that only moan about Destiny, right? It really gives the impression you are one of those drones, right? And what's the word I'm looking for? Like emulating the drone behavior and doing the only negative thing and stuff like that is absolutely something I can't stand for. Right? Like, if we compare the problem of toxic positivity, which I don't think is even an issue, but if we compare the problem of toxic positivity to the problem of the psychic damage that these sorts of comments cause new players, I would say that the toxic negativity is actually 1,000 times worse. Right? But by your only contribution to the stream up to this point, literally, because I can see your chat history, right? I can see all the messages you've ever sent. When your only contribution is being in the negative group, you can see why I might be like, what the again? How are we doing this again? Right? So, I accept your apology. We agree to disagree. You think something else is worse for the game. I think something else is worse for the game. I can only speak to my experience and what is making me miserable. And that's where that's where we've landed, I suppose. You didn't know Twitch did that? Yeah, I can see every message that anyone's ever sent in my chat. That's a thing. It's a moderation feature. Including you, Meek. I'm interrupting my own rant to say thanks for watching the video. Sometimes they just get to me, you know? If you've enjoyed the video, drop a like. If you want to call me toxically positive, leave a comment down below. For my own mental health, I will not be reading them. And I'm not reading the comments for this exact reason. The psychic damage that is caused by goblins. But I enjoyed the stream. Thanks. Yeah, so that was a, that was a 3-hour recording. Sorry, guys. That I should never have got roped into that. Oh, I wasn't tweeting. I was responding to a business thing. Like an urgent business thing. Sorry. I just got sucked in. Yep. That's fair, Volpool. That's fair. That just took all my energy, man. Okay. Let's see what we need to do in Destiny today. If he does Lightfall after all this, he might actually uninstall. Ninja, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Oh, it's so warm in the UK. Okay, chat. For my mental, can we make an agreement for my mental? I know, like, Dream, I know I'm interrupting a conversation you're in the middle of. And I know there are 1 or 2 other conversations happening from some of the previous bits. Would it be cool if we just all spammed some emotes, stopped our conversations, and just, like, talked about something else? Is that can I make that request? Is that all right? Again, Dream, I know you're mid convo, and I read some of that message. It was long, but I read some of it, and I'm glad that you have felt that my content's been compelling. And I'm not entirely above reproach either. I get it. But like, I think I need a rest from the combo. I need a timeout, if that's okay. Okay. For God's sake. For God's sake. When are we getting the last DLC Zombies map, Flash? I think August. Also, Vi, sorry, I was so deep in the rabbit hole I didn't say hi. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're surviving this evening. In the heat. Okay. Okay. Chat. Let's figure out. Let's figure out what I need to do today. So I would like to do something tonight that is brain dead. Farm nonary engrams. That's the new 9 thing, right? Join up. I'm very tempted, Julie. I just need to... I need to figure out if there's another... If there's something else that I need to do, like, pressingly. My finest glaive? Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. My finest glaive? For real? Chat, I might have just got louder. I'm not sure if I just got louder, but I might have just got louder. Square might be my new favorite call out of all time. I liked Square. I thought Square was a good call out. I was pretty happy with that one. Just give me a sec, chat. I have a message I need to respond to.
Must be submitted through the proper channels.
Okay. You love the Valorant? Glad to hear. Thank you, Ironhide, for the 5.
I need a rest. Status pending.
Okay.
Channel 6 is not secure. Signals found a leak. There's a place on the east tower where we go to watch the sun come up over the wall.
Is this week the Master Grasp is farmable for Artifice Armor? Or was that last week? I think, Julie, as much as I want to do some nonary stuff, I think I want to do, I want to do a couple GMs, and then I might want to do a bit of Master Grasping. Just to be maximally time effective. But I pray that your Gamba goes well. Master Grasp is this week, okay. Isn't the armor change making that stuff not worth it compared to Pit? I actually don't know.
Guardians are always welcome at my doorstep.
Can you elaborate for me on why that's the case? What is it about the Grasp stuff that's less good than the Pit stuff? Pit is more spiky.
Guardian, what puzzles do you bear?
No Artifice buff. I actually can't remember. It's a good point. I can't remember.
I can definitely fix this.
I can't remember if there's Artifice in the expansion.
Dig and dig, and one day the garden blooms.
Maybe it's gone. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should just focus on the Nightfalls. If it's Artifice, it converts to tier 3.
What puzzles do you bear?
Okay, well, still, let's do some. Let's just start with some GMs while I'm like mentally stun locked.
Hello, Guardian. Welcome.
Salt is farming grasp? Yeah. I feel like people will, just in case. Hello there, Guardian. Does anyone want to farm GMs? I'm looking for some strong video gamers. I need the strongest of gamers. I'm gonna some ashes. This is probably fine. Yeah, it's whatever. I should probably put on Queensicle, Beansicle, and let's Lightning Surge. This is fine. That's fine. Let's do that. Who up edging they fate right now? You also need GMs, but cosmetics take priority. Fair enough. Let me actually real quick check. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted. I need a goat. I need a goat. I need a goat. I need a goat. I'm gonna pick randomly. You. Sea Moose. What a name. Sea Moose. Sea Moose. And you've got a :3 in your name. Onyx Lucky. Onyx Lucky! :3. Get in here. My exact thinking. Alright. I'm turning my lights off. It's going to cause me less eyeball strain. That might have been a lie. Maybe I need a little bit of light. That feels good. Okay. Let me cook the pizza. Bro, I need Ascendant Shards. I get those from GMs, right? Okay, these GMs are going to be doubly useful. Do I need to pick up anything before I do these?
Eververse deals in all manner of goods.
Ooh. That might be a cop, chat. That might be a Bright Dust cop. Oh, it's not Bright Dust. Never mind. Sunshot, though. Oh. That's a cop. 1250? Yes, please. A yoink. Thank you very much. Look at the main store. Oh. Yoink. Make sure you have space for Nightfall ciphers. Wait, this is also Bright Dust? Oh. Yoink. Spending today, baby. On my sunnies? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do.
Our inventory is stocked, so no rush.
Yes. Hell yeah. Check the 4th page.
No hurry, Guardian.
Here? Oh, you meant the thing I already got. Alright. Okay, well, chat. Okay, realistically, just real quick. Should I farm nonary stuff with Julie, or should I do the GMs? I think the GMs are going to be what I need for prep, and I think the nonary is for swag. Am I correct in understanding that? Because if it's just swag, I think I should stick with this for now. I do need the mats. I am really low on those mats. Okay.
Eververse isn't just a title. It's a promise.
It's Arc Surge as well. Right? You know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to do this. GMs are more important but more locked in. Nonary is more mind-numbing but less important. Got it, okay. I'll see how cooked I get in the GM. And if I still get cooked, then maybe I'll hit the panic button and head to right at the 9. Let's see. This GM's a spoiler. I kind of just don't have the time to like worry about that right now, I feel like. I think I'm just gonna have to just not worry about it. We're probably gonna run several. Oh well. Probably gonna run several. Close your eyes during the GM. It wouldn't be the first time. I have done that before. I have done that before. Alright. Just slightly switched up my loadout. Mute dialogue audio? That's honestly a pretty good idea. We could do that. Why is Warlock Drip so much cooler than Titan Drip? Superior. That's why. Oh, it's this. I've done this before. I've done this. Oh, that's the wrong button. I'm throwing already. Edge. Ooh! Okay, didn't expect the snipers to just nuke me like that. Thank you. Chat, do you always start GMs with like so little ability energy? I feel like I'm getting my pizza pushed in right now. What the hell, bro? I just healed. Rude. Oh, it's Big Balls Bernard with the Drain Bane. Okay, I see how it is, buddy. I used to run with getaways. That's just crazy Lucy uptime. Yeah, I wanted to Lightning Surge. I just feel like I've weirdly got like no Lightning Surge up right now. And I'm wondering if I've like... Have I put the build on wrong, or am I just bad? Do I have a class item on? I do. You guarantee it's 100% a build issue? I'm like... I think these are fine. I think I just need more melee kills. I should have put on I shouldn't have put on the Tenacious. I should have run with the Lost Signal for the easy darkness. Yeah, I think it's fine. I just think I just need to cook my pizza a little bit more. Heal clip. Thank you. Oh my god. Cook at a pizza. Cook at a pizza. Cook at a pizza. I guess this is also just like quite an exposed area. So I'm not getting a huge number of syntho procs. Cook at a pizza. Cook at a pizza. Cook at a pizza. Woo! This boss is scary. Oh god, the slow motion Phoenix dive. Scary. What happened to this guy? What the hell is this? Rip the bro. Tony. What is that? Oh, I go in here, right? Bro got final shaped. True. He watched the reveal stream. No. No. Me at Rilk. Hey, Painter. How you doing today? I've not done Lightfall, but I'm not, my eyes are closed, you know? So it's fine. Oops. That was the wrong button. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. Oh, I'm in more danger. Yeah, I have done this Nightfall before. I'm just not paying any attention to it. Heyo. Can I go in this? I'm guessing no, because it's a new... Ice Belly, thank you for the 3 months. Legend. Woo. Man, Drainbane sucks ass, dude. Leave me alone, bro. Holy... Literally my sack. Get away from me, draining Minotaur. I'll show you what it really means to get drained. Huh? Huh? Yeah, that was a better lightning surge. Now there is a skip here. I think if you are on... I can't... Okay, remind me when we reset to change to Surfboard, please, chat. Because it will save time. and like my sanity getting like blown up occasionally on this ramp. Because it does happen. Yay! Yay! Woo! No! Most useless transcendence pop ever. There was nothing there. Thank you. They really do be plinking you in this, don't they? They really do be doing it. Clinking and plonking. You know what I'm saying? Clinking and plonking. I don't know how this works. There's an objective marker on it. Do I go in it? I actually don't know. I'm going in it. Oh! You learned that lesson once, chat. Oh, you're last. Last alive. Moose is last. Care. W-res. W-res. Thank you, thank you. No, you just missed. Try again. That's actually evil. They are immune. You guys were lying to me. Let me up. Let me up. Isn't something meant to spawn? I'm so confused. Oh, there they are. Hello. Goodbye. Bro, stop draining me. You hog. Hog on my dog. Use the orb to suck the blights. Ah. Okay. Ball. Do I have a favorite strike? They all kind of blend into one for me. Not gonna lie. They're all pretty mindless. Know what I mean? Scary. 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 Oh my god, it went immune as soon as I supered. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Not the retaliation shot. No. Ah. My peanut butter. Thank you. Great arcane needle there. Chat, what exactly does it give me for standing behind this barricade? Does it depend on fragments and stuff? Or is it fixed? Bolt charge. Oh, brother. I need to be behind this all the time. What am I doing? I'm throwing by not standing behind it. Literally throwing. Uh-oh. 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 Nuclear bomb behind me. Bomba, 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 bomba. Uh-oh. Second hit? No. That was a worthy effort. Bro, this thing is so annoying. Could you stop doing this? Oh my god. Stop it. Oh my god. Get a hobby, please. we go. Jesus. I feel like our damage was not cooking just then. Oh, I got a natural speakers drop. Let's go. Bro, I got 1 Ascendant Shard from that. Holy moly. I need more shards, dude. I need more shardage. Natural speakers drop. Kind of trash roll. Right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for Lotus Eater. What even is that? We didn't get plat, so I only got 1. Gold score, bad drops. Damn. I need to cook the pizza more. How do I get the multi-chat up on the stream? I think I'm using stream elements for that. Yeah, we must have missed the champ. Must have missed a champion. Sorry, I just got lost in my tabs. That's the Edge of Fate stream. I can close that. I can close that. I can close that. What was I doing? Oh, lost signal. Lost signal. Missed the champ in the Tormentor room. Got it. Oh, thank you. Capsay, you legend. You legend. You legend. That was close. Nice work. Unstopped during the second wave of ads with the Tormentor. So we killed the Tormentor too fast for the champ to spawn? Interesting. Didn't know that was a thing. It spawns when the Tormentor hits half HP. Okay. Splater, I think if you think that I'm not ever learning anything, you need to watch me play the game on day 1. And then you need to watch me playing Vow. Like, I'm admittedly getting cooked by this Drainbane. I don't dispute that, but I think you're just my feeling is that you are underestimating how goddamn much there is to learn. I think that is the issue. Like, I've learned so much. It's just that there is still so much more. So yeah, I like that is my view on things. I feel like I didn't understand the game until 1k hours. Yeah, like it's just there's just so much to learn. It's like an unreal amount. I saw the entire Valorant and I loved every bit. I know there's much to learn, but it would be good to concentrate on a core few builds. That's what I'm doing literally right now. I'm running Lightning Surge. I'm getting reps in with it. Like, I think the thing that you're saying I don't do, I'm doing as we speak. Like, I'm practicing one of the most powerful builds in the game. I'm understanding its pitfalls. I'm recognizing that I didn't have Lost Signal on last run, so I wasn't building Darkness Energy. Now I've just fired one blast of Lost Signal, and it literally got me this much Darkness Energy, so I'm one more of these, and I'm ready to transcend. Like, I am learning. I'm trying. I'm trying to learn. Like, I'm recognizing that right now there's only one ad here, so I'm not going to get Biotic on my Synthos, so I'm not going to get the damage buff to my melee. So I'm saving my melee so that I can try and get a melee off on something that is going to proc that. Like, these are all things that I am learning. It's just that there's like 5,000 more of those combat loops that I also need to learn. There's so much. And like right now, I'm just low on Aberrant, and I'm not going to get pity ammo unless I use up some of this. Oh god. See, that was dumb. That was dumb. Well, that's less than. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Stinky. Yeah, I take your point. I am, oh my god. I am often playing with players that are better than me. But like, I also just don't want to be solo all the time. Maybe just the 6k hour speaking. Maybe. It's probably a bit of both. It's probably a bit of both. Hello. Hey Milo, can you be perfect, please? To be fair, I don't think. Like, I think it's a valid comment from Spectre. I do think it's valid. I did not mean to chuck my grenade out just then at this random single ad that gets suspended. To be fair, I also do this in zombies though as well. I don't really play zombies alone like ever. I've just never really enjoyed zombies alone. Why is he immune right now? What's... No, he's not. I just imagined that. Yeah, I've never really been someone that's like super into solo gameplay stuff. Okay, so we're saying now is when the unstop spawns. Got it. Bro, I just finished there. Okay, is that all the ads clear? Are we safe to proceed, do we think? Yeah. There's that guy that we missed before. Woo! Use your abilities during super? No. Not worth. Why does it not say Nightfall Grandmaster? Does it? Wait, does it normally say that? It used to. Oh. So they just changed it. It said that when they first launched them. Okay. Oh. It says it on the left. Oh, it says Grandmaster under ingress. It says your power 2035, Grandmaster 2040. So it just says it in a funky spot. Woo! Scary. Oh my god, jumping into those blights, bro. Passive protection has same proc as biotics, so if you see protection, you have biotics there. I don't have protection on right now. I thought protection was... Now I want to read that. I do have it on? Oh, I do. You're so right. I thought that protection was damage resist, and I thought the biotic gave my melee more damage. I didn't think that those were the same thing at all. Or are you just talking about they have the same proc condition? Oh. Okay. Okay. Got it. Interesting. How do I know if my passive protection is active? Does it say that word on my screen somewhere? It does say that? Oh. Let me run over here and... Oh yeah, passive protection. Huh. Cool, thank you. That's really cool. I did not know that. Why is my jump broken? I can't double jump. Is it because I'm shadow touched? I need to remember how this works. It's this, right? Ah! Get off it! Jesus Christ. That was funny. Now I wait for my pity ammo. If you do it solo like this, you're soft locking yourself. Wait, what does that mean, Encore? Why did I soft lock myself? I'm confused. What is the soft lock? I'm not solo, so I didn't. Oh. There's an invisible checkpoint in the Sparrow part. Oh. So solo you have to hit checkpoint. Interesting, okay. No, the overload. No. There we go. No, in a solo GM. Wait. What? Isn't that what I just said? Now I'm more confused. Ooh. Yeah, I have special fitting on. I do indeed. One person has to hit the checkpoint. So in 3-player, one person has to hit it, and in solo, one person has to hit it. Is that correct? Thank you for calling out the facet protection thing. That's actually so useful. Because it means I can really easily see, like, the radius of when it's active. It's nice. So thank you for that. Okay, I need to blast some blights, right? Bro, I hate those things. In zones like this, sparrows are allowed, but blocked in certain areas. That means you can jump to the side and summon in many places, like the boss, for example. Oh! Okay. You wanted to tell me so I don't know stuff out. Got it. Yeah, thank you, Encord. Appreciate it. Yeah, the blights are very lethal. Got any good rolls on the sidearm? I haven't got the sidearm once yet. Unfortunately. Yeah, 3 enemies in 15 meters. It's in the kinetic. Did I just get it and I missed it? I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Bro, how did that hit immune? Okay. Oh. Okay, that was foolish. I thought that it would amplify me, but I did not get amplified. I got killed by static discharge. Careful, Moose, careful. The Moose clutch. Good luck, Moose, good luck. They're charging you, Moose, careful. No, Moose, live! Damn. Oh, no-y. Oh, no-y. Rip in peace. Yep. Check Postmaster. Nothing in Postmaster. Should have popped alt for the res. Maybe, I just didn't think I needed to. I didn't respect the room enough. Chat, would it be a horrendous idea to put on the Whisper and just shoot through the boss's shield? Frozen face cam again? Are you serious? Bro, this is 2 days in a row. Alright, I'm going to try a different solution to last time. Yeah, it might be the cam link dying from the heat, to be honest. Okay, I fixed it for 1 frame. Okay. Hi. I've plugged it into a different part of my PC, one where there is much less heat exhaust. It's boiling at the back of my PC. It's actually crazy how hot it is. This should stop it from ever overheating ever again, hopefully. I gotta check out. Thanks for the inv. No worries. Moose, thank you for being here. Let me see if SJ is online. I think SJ's not online just yet. Cam froze again? Oh god. Alright, let me cool down the cam length. This thing is like, it's like too hot to touch right now. So, that is probably the problem. It is boiling. Yeah, I don't think the problem's the camera. I think the problem's the cam link, is my guess. I think I'm the problem. That's valid. That is valid. Yes, use your imagination while the camera's cooling down. That sounds like a good idea. Does my PC case have USB ports on the front? That's exactly where I've just moved it to. I just moved it to one of the front ports to try and take some load off. Because the back of the PC, there is so much heat exhaust right now. It is crazy. Alright. It's cooled down a decent amount just from unplugging it for a second. Let me see if it's happier now. Right, chat. I'm just gonna grab some more water, okay? Alright, I'm gonna get my water real back. Oh, so warm. So warm. Yeah, feeling pretty good, Psychotic. gonna pull up. Bro, there's like a fly under my desk or something. I felt something hit my leg, and then I was like, oh, it's just my fan just like blowing some air. But then I was like, I hate that. I hate it. Camera froze again? Oh my god. It's not that hot. Alright. Let me put the cam link in the fridge for 15 minutes. It's in the fridge. It's in the fridge. Yeah, it's literally dying of UK heat. The good news is the UK heat ends tomorrow. And the forecast for the next like 2 weeks, obviously as much as you can trust a 2-week forecast, is cooler. So we should be okay. There is something in my room. There's a fly. It's a fly that's going crazy. What the hell? Okay. Being accosted by this insane fly. That boy got blown up. Oh, that is not a shortcut. No, I know. He did. How's the weather? Insanely warm. Just horribly, horribly warm. So yeah. I'm not okay. It feels like an OG Datto stream. Did he used to stream with no cam? Was that an old Datto thing? Where's the guy? Does he spawn over here or does he spawn over there? There he is. I wanted to finish the boss. Oh, okay. So the blight gets deleted and out pops the portal. I see. I see. Chad, do you like sardines? What's our opinion on sardines in here? Oh, a ghost. Not gonna lie, that was kind of cool. Phoenix dive onto the boss's head and then finish her. Yeah, that was kind of cool. Oh! What the? What? What is this? What is that? What is that? Holy moly. That's crazy. That's, yeah, karma, maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. GM oobing a new horizon? Yeah, I did literally clip through that wall, so I guess it counts, right? Wee. Do I think you're a psychopath? Wait, Olivia, you're thorny on main? That's crazy. Wow. Thorny on main. Wow. Ah! Ah! Oh no. Oh, brother. Well, that's just a waste of time. Oh! Rip. There you go. We'll be good now. You tripped on your sparrow. Oh, I just didn't res, my bad. Is his pizza cooked? His pizza is cooked. Man, still no pizzas, huh? Still no. There's pity ammo. Holy darkness energy, Batman. God, the lost signal's so good for that. Okay, any more? Chat, do I need to close those or no? Is it just, did you just have to kill the ads here? Like, what actually progresses, you do need to kill them? Okay. Okay, sounds good. I'm ready. Ow! Damn it. I hope the transcend damage resist would help me, but it was not enough. Man, I hate those things. The boss is anti-fun cannons. I'm not a fan. Do I need to destroy these, chat? Is that a mechanic here? Yes? Okay. Okay, yeah, I see. Objective update on the side. Didn't notice that before. If I proc Radiant, I can shoot through the boss's shield. Ooh. Really? That's the same as what we were using in Prophecy. I thought that was only if we were in a well. Oh, Radiant just in general gives anti-barrier? Oh. Okay, don't have to tell me twice. Don't have to tell me twice. What is bro even shooting at? Hello? Where are the objectives? Oh, it's just defeat the boss. It's still hitting immune. I'm radiant now. Because Queenie has unstopped intrinsic. Ah, interesting. Very interesting. Any weapon with anti-barrier, but because Queenie has unstopped built in, it can't be anti-barrier as well. You're interesting? Thank you. Oh. Chat. You'd see me doing sad puppy face at the camera, but my camera's off, so. Chat, what's the god roll for the Lotus Eater? By chance, is it a... Damn it, it's not this. It's got double perks, but does it have double perks? Like, does it have double perks in 2 columns? No. Shoot to loot, but that's useless for my purposes, I think, right now. Yeah, Repulsor D-Stab sounds like it's the one. And I got a Storm Dancer's Brace. Each target you defeat with Storm Trance increases the damage you deal with it, and refunds super energy when your super ends. Chat, is this good for infinite Storm Trance? Or is it ass? Booty. Hmm. Is Stormtrance going to be better next season at all? Or no? Even now with Limit Break its ass. Cosplaying for Renegades is good. Chat, what do you think is the best sniper? Should I be whispering my worm right now? Would that be better than Queenie for this particular boss? Or should I just stick with Queenie? Is Queenie just OP? It's just like too OP, I think. Yeah, Olivia's the best. That's true. No, you raise a good point, Olivia. It is Arc Surge, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Try Queenie single shot for ad clear. I mean, I can, but I just feel like I don't really need to because the regular ads just kind of die, you know? Am I wrong about that? Like, I think the normal ads are just kind of falling over, but correct me if I'm wrong. Your first death in Legendary Punisher was a self-kill. Okay, Olivia, actually, real quick, while I remember, can I give you a few things to make sure you've got for salvations? Would that be... Yes, please. Okay. Your main class is Titan, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, okay. I would like you to get Sleeper, Queenie, and Lord of Wolves and their catalysts. I would like you to get whatever the like meta is for. I guess I could have single shot it on that, I suppose. Hold on, I need to think for a second. I need to use brain for just a moment. Titan Meta's Consecration, but yes, on it. Okay. I want you to have like Consecration available, etc. But I do want you to be able to like honestly just get 1 or 2 reps in on T-Crash at some point. Purely because I just think it will be a use. You've used it? Okay, cool. What else do I want you to have available? Do you have Div? Div would be a massive ball ache to get. I wouldn't worry about Div. What happened to my sound? I think I got sound bugged. Guys? You can get Div if needed. It's just a massive... Oh. Transcendence fixed it. Wait, no it didn't. It was just the only sound effect that worked. Lol. Dude, this is so weird. Having no sound like this is actually throwing me off so much. Ooh, that scared me. Just pizza for a second, don't mind me. Mia, thank you for gifting a sub to Post. Appreciate that. Appreciate that for sure. Was I reading that correctly? Was that 1,000 damage for a non-crit and 18k for a crit? Or did I read it wrong? Yes? Jesus. Wow, those guys don't play around. That's some crazy resist. They have massive damage resist if you're not critting. Okay. Does that mean... Is it good to use Sleeper on Tormentors? Or no? Yes? Okay. Oh my god. Oh, thankfully this is not off the map. I guess... I think you maybe are misunderstanding my question. If you can't hit the crit on a Tormentor, is Sleeper your best bet? Or is Sleeper worse because it does good body shot damage but less crit damage? Does that make sense now? It's like, it's hard for me to figure out how to formulate this question in the way that I want to, but I think that's the question I want to ask. Tormentors have separate damage resist for non-crit, non-super damage after their shoulders break. Their tummy, right? I know Microcosm is good, chat, but I'm asking about Sleeper. I'm specifically interested in Sleeper here, because Sleeper has high body shot damage. And if you can't normally do body shot damage, I'm wondering if it having high body shot damage makes it, like, especially bad or especially good. That the high body shot damage doesn't surpass the Tormentor damage resist. It doesn't work on Tormies. Okay. If you can't crit on a Tormentor, you should just super it. Or put someone on div. Gotcha, okay. What is the difference between a Tormentor and a Subjugator? Like, probably dumb question, but like... I get them mixed up all the time. Subjugators are the tall, skinny boys. See, this is my problem. Aren't Tormentors also tall and skinny? See, I should have naded him first. And now I have this. And I think if I drop it now, it goes away, but I could be wrong. Tormentors have the sickle. Okay. Tormentors have the sickle. And Tormentors have big shoulders. Ooh, okay. Holy orbs. Jesus. Tormentors laugh after they kill you. That honestly might be the way that I remember it. Subjugators also bow before fighting. That's really cool. I did not know that. So Tormentors torment you and Subjugators subjugate themselves to you. What GL is that? This? This is the Lost Signal. Primarily used for generating darkness energy. Holy, those things do so much damage. SJ, so troll. Alright, let's cranium these suckers. And once ogres are up, is it just kill ogres and then you can move on? Is that all there is to this room? Yeah, I know you have to close the portals, but once you close the portals, do you then have to do ogres? Or can you still leave with the ogres alive if you've closed all the portals? You can skip them? Okay, nice. Good to know. Good to know. Bro, I really got immune. Huh? Oh, he's already... That's right. Okay. Never mind. I'm molding about nothing. Don't mind me. Oh my god, the jump thing is so annoying. Holy lack of cover, Batman. Jeepers creepers. Okay, we have to destroy blights here. I was not paying enough attention to that. Oh my... Bro, those things bouncing around are so annoying. Why pop a super and not use it? Damage resist. Thank you. No, I didn't want to fall there. Nope. Let me up. Let me up. Nope. Nope. I see you, little dart. Nope. Get out of here. Nice. Ooh. Lotus Eater. Lotus Eater. Repulsor, but no D-stab. Pain. Into the trash pile it goes. I appreciate your positivity, Veggie Fate. Thank you, Pappy. Just doing my thing, enjoying the game, you know. Doing my thing. Easy mats, easy mats, easy mats. What's the max exotic ciphers you can have, chat? Is it 5? Yeah, let me get the camera thing. It's cool as a cucumber. It says 5 max. Wait, does it? Is that actually? No. It says 5. Eh? Oh, he's dead, chat. He's dead. Too cold. Too cold, too cold. I wanted to go buy an exotic thing. Wait, don't they also cost like 100k? Oh no. The mic as well? Is my mic cooked? Oh no. It's fine now? Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can fix that in a second here. I just want to get... what would be worth spending a cipher on? They do cost 100k. I was right. Crap. Yeah. Damn it. Yep, 100k. Balls. Chat, do you reckon we can dismantle enough stuff to get to 100k? How much do you get for one scrap? Like this random lead from gold Vorpal shotgun. 1000 glimmer. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. I just need to scrap 20 things. Now, do you think, chat, do you think I might have 20 things I could scrap in here? Is that possible? I don't know. My face is covering it, so you can't see. It's fair enough. Fair. That must mean that there's nothing on this page I could scrap. What about... I don't know if there are 20 things, chat. I just don't... I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll scrap these. Should we scrap all my speakers? Maybe that's the way to go here. I know I can get rid of Suspectum. I know that can go. Wicked Sister. I guess I could get rid of a couple of... I guess I could get rid of a couple of the Hezons. I've crafted the Hezon at this point. So I can get rid of a couple of those. Oops. How much glimmer do I have? 96k. I think everything else is a keep in this vault, don't you think, chat? Mida multi-tool. Bro, people never talk about any of these guns. Is there anything here that is worth me getting, chat? I'll read them out. Sturm, Mitre Multi-Tool. Ace of Spades, Last Word. Thorn, wait, no, these are a different thing. Ariana's, Bastion, Symmetry, Devil's Run. Bastion will be amazing in Edge of Fate. I'm gonna go ahead and go Bastion then. But yeah. They're all mid. Fair enough. Very fair. Dude, I'm so glimmer poor, it's actually crazy. I've got the must-haves. Got it. Oh, wait. Do I have 30 Nightfall ciphers? I won't have the glimmer to do it. Oh, I don't need it. Can I just pull this one? It just needs engrams. Can I pull this one, chat? Not adept. But still surely still worth. Do I have to pull the adept version? Because that costs glimmer then. Oh my. Now who did that? Did Zavala just push me off? That's crazy. Adept is not worth enough on this weapon in particular. Alright, in that case... Alright. Let's have a little look, shall we? Let's have a little look. I think some got deleted. Oh, that's got repulsor. Check if double roll. They're non-adept. Why would they have double roll? They just can? Oh, okay. None of these are having double roll. Are you guys lying to me? Holy terrible luck, Batman. Wow. I really got none. Streamer loot is over. I'm begging you. Wait, what are you begging me? Best shoot to loot weapon. I deleted the shoot to loot because I had I already have a shoot to loot. I'm not going to be able to find it easily in here because my brain doesn't understand how my vault works. It's so overwhelming to look at. If I do it by this. Yeah, I have this shoot to loot one for all. Adept one. So I think I'm just fine to get rid of all the other shoot to loots. Thoughts? Bro, what is happening here? This is crazy. This is crazy work. I'm trying to look at my postmaster. Okay, well I got 2 repulsor, 1 for alls. I don't need any of the rest, right, chat? I'm just looking for a repulsor D-stab. Do we agree? What about Withering Gaze? One Withering for tech, yeah. Painter, what would you say God roll is on this? What about you, Shimon? Should I just repulse the D-stab? That's just all I care about. All I should care about. Don't think you use that gun in 95% of situations. Fair. Recon 1 for all. Okay. I think I might have scrapped 2 of those. To be honest. Void is good against Mantor shields. Right, fair. Oh yeah, my camera's still dead. Bro, this is so annoying. Like... Why? Yeah, sorry about the camera, guys. I don't know what the problem is there. Oh. Cabal magma malfunction? What? What is that? Backpack go boom? Oh. Now I know. Yeah, I'm farming the team's revives, so. My bad, gang. My bad. Goodbye. Yeah, Cabal magma malfunction is what happened to my camera as well, apparently. Does anyone have any suggestions for what I should try and do? It's an Elgato Camlink, and it seems, I could be mistaken, but it seems like it overheated. Bro, are you serious? I'm not about to. Been watching you at least 8 years. Let's get on to how upset am I with Call of Duty right now. I'm not upset with COD. I'm just doing other things while COD's less interesting, you know? Woo! Like, COD is not really compelling right now, so I'm just doing other stuff. Interesting feedback on the Elgato situation. I just don't get it, because, like, you'd think that just plugging the damn thing in after letting it cool down would solve the problem, but... The cable might be cooked? Is that a thing? I've never had a cable fail. Like, literally never in my entire life has a cable just stopped working. Am I lucky? Surely that is the normal experience. I feel like as long as you don't have, like, a cat eating your wires, that's pretty normal. You've had multiple cables fail? But, like, what are you doing to them to make them fail? You know what I mean? You've had an HDMI cable get too hot, and then it's just dead forever? Because this is the thing. It had this issue the other day, and I restarted my PC, and it's fine. Which tells me it's not the cable. Like, that tells me that this is a different issue. You can drop a couple finishes. I know you said you didn't know what the different ones. I will probably... Well, this is the thing. I don't think I'm going to be able to farm that. Because... Bro, it's too chunky for his own good. I don't think I'm going to be able to farm it just because I'm on such a tight schedule with everything Edge of Fate. That... I fear I'm just not gonna make it. Yeah, I need to remember that guy's got the crit on his back. I was thinking it as I finished killing him. I was like, what am I doing? Change it if you download 4K capture utility. Wait, change what? Do I have any manifolds? Don't think so. I don't know what that is, so I'm assuming not. Currency from the dungeon revamps. Well, I might have like one. Oops. Just because I've done Prophecy Ultimatum once. So I guess I'll have one. In OBS, check if your cam settings is set to automatic transfer. If so, set to isochronous. Okay. Why do I want that? No, I don't use software for the camera. I just straight into OBS. It's an A6500, yeah. He died? What? Rest in peace, soldier. He had a heart attack. True. SJ is good at what? Just dying? You can see the manifolds in your inventory. Oh, I wonder if it's something I've spent. Okay, I've got my screen up. I don't know what they look like. You let me know if I if I had any. So I've got no idea what they look like. This boss moves? Oh, today I learned. he doing? Chill, little guy. What the? Oh, natural sanguine drop. Don't mind if I do. Very nice. I have 6. Is that a lot? Am I in? Am I doing raffles or just picking people from chat? I just picked someone from chat earlier, Curly, and then, we just continued, to be honest. 1 run drops 1,000? What? 1 run drops 1,000 and I have 6. Huh? Are you serious? That is criminal. Damn it. Feeding these... Oh, it said R. It said R, and I thought it said repulsor. Damn it. Damn it. Keep it? Wait, really? Actually? Mickey Mouse? Clubhouse? Reconstruction? Because you guys like reconstruction? I still want repulsor though, right? Alright, we'll go a bit longer and see if we get repulsor. That's the role that Cross said to farm for. Recon and destab. Okay. What the hell is this? Is this a gem? I guess so. Oh look, this one says Nightfall Ground. Oh, it's this. I know this. Wait, no, I don't know this. What is this? No, I do know this. I do know this. Why are we doing this one? I don't know. SJ picked it. Variety's the spice of life, I guess. How do I push the car? Do you have to kill the thing first? He knows I like suffering. I think it'll be fine. Oh! I think the people saying this is hardest. I think the one that I've heard people say is hardest is the Savathun one, which I've done, and it's like pretty annoying. Where is the crit spot on this sucker? How do they work? Like, I still don't know. Oh, this is the Savathun one? Oh. Is it? It looks so, like, fallen-y. Okay. Woo! Whoa! Breaks have a mask that covers the crit, enough damage and it falls off. Do you have to damage the mask? Or can you damage it anywhere? Uh-oh. Can't even see what I'm shooting right now. A single shot from that box. Wait, did the box give me one heavy? I just realized. What the hell? Why did it not give me heavy ammo? Scammed. Actually scammazed. Woo! Oops. What kind of pizza? Oh, I'm in the bell. I'm in the bell. No. No. How did that not give me my devour, bro? What the helly? Bro, this build is so free in rooms like this. It's actually so free. Lucent Marrow's Gap. Bro, the heavy box gave me 1 heavy again. What the hell, man? What is this? Bong. It's a bug. Ah. I see, I see. Oh, that's a boss. Lol. Lollingtons. Oh, that's a friend. Lollingtons. Whoa. Lollingtons. Oh, it drops mines, bro? That's so troll. Nuke the whole room. Nuke the whole room. Oh. Oops. Bro, I was 1 HP for so long just then. I should have just clicked something. That was silly. Holy barrage, Batman. Cooking pizzas never looked so good. Oh, hell yeah, Andy. Glad you liked it. Oh, I'm last standing. I have to lock in. I'm about to get supered. Hello? Holy! In. Bro, I'm actually terrified of getting this res. She's just camping their bodies, bro. Like, what do I do about that? Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, that's rough. Andy, thank you for the 5. Appreciate it. Oh. Living camera? It died again. Bro, what? What do I do about this, bro? Delete and reinstall camera driver. How do I do that for the cam link? Do I just uninstall the device in Device Manager and then... Yeah, I know you can blink dash with spear. The problem was that she was spawn camping the spear. That was the issue I had just there. This is a lot, but there may be something going on with the USB controller bandwidth. I had this issue when I used to stream the problems. Too many things in one USB controller, like no bandwidth. Try your front USB or a different color USB slot. I am now in my front USB and the problem is still happening, Overshards. That is the issue. I switched from front to back and it's still happening. Yeah, it's all good. It just looks like I'm locked in. Hell yeah. Someone say Milo is great in the chat right now, and you get gifted by Andy apparently. W toxic positivity. Bro, I just did not learn my lesson at all just then. I just ran straight into the ogre again. Oh my god, what am I doing, bro? I'm so thrown off by my camera right now. device manager open, trying to uninstall the thing. Test. 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 Dead again. Whoa. Do we think the problem could be the camera, not the cam link? Is that possible?
A raid
Dato!
is happening, just so you know.
Dato,
There is a raid
Dato! Thank
now.
you for the raid, Ski Doodles. Thank you, Dato. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, Raiders. I'm having some camera issues today. So we've been doing what I've been told is kind of like an old classic Dato Does Destiny stream with the cam off. That is what I've been cooking the pizza with. So I hope you're all having a good day. And yeah, sorry about the camera situation. My greatest apologies. The camera situation is made only worse by one very special thing, chap. You know what the camera, the badness of the camera situation is surpassed by? Because it is surpassed by something. You want to see something special, chap? You want to see something special? This is something special right here. Mmm. 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 Are they good rolls, I hear you ask? Nope. Delicious. But chat, I've got 643, so I've got loads of space still. Also, I'm leaving my team to survive in this damn room. Feels bad. Whoopsie. I think that those are the perfect rolls. You can say no one man should have all that mid, but I could say one man's mid is another man's 5 out of 10, you know? It's all about perspective. It's all about the way you see the world. Yummy. Bro, it gives me 1 heavy ammo every time. It's actually the most troll box in the world. Who's this? Sneaky little man. Dato, I think you'll be pleased to hear that I spent 3 hours crashing out on one chatter earlier today, who dared say a single negative thing about my video game. I was inspired. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Holy moly. Yeah, it was a moment. It was a moment. Yeah, I guess it was like 3 chatters. You're probably right. You're probably right. I am not happy to hear that, honestly, because it should not have to come to that, and I do not like doing it that much, personally. I think that is very fair. That is very fair and true. I basically expressed, and chat, this is not an invitation to get into this as a conversation. I'm just going to say the one thing and then we're going to move back on, because like I said before, it's just draining. But I basically expressed that of all the problems that I've had as a new player in this game, ironically, the biggest frustration I've had, the thing that has made it hardest for me to stay in Destiny, has not been the game. It's been all the miserable goblins. That is genuinely the thing that has moved me away from the game the most. And so I try to sort of help a couple of goblins understand that, like, you think that the problem is loot management. Or you think that the problem is that build crafting is too confusing. But actually the problem is the vibe. And what I have tried to do over the last couple of months, and what I will continue to do, is I've tried to simply just have a good time. And I think that that's something that we can all get behind, you know? I think that surely is a noble endeavor. Just having a good time. Because this game has so many good times to have in it. It's crazy. So, Dato, I did... Holy, through the song? Through the song? She didn't care. Holy moly, bro. We just did Vow for the first time the other day. And I got to the end of first encounter, and I literally had to stop. Peekaboo. I had to stop and just talk to chat for like 5 minutes and just be like, guys, do you realize how good this video game is? Vow first encounter was incredible. And like, a lot of people have told me that Vow is their favorite raid, but like, I haven't really understood why. And then we just did only, not even the rest of it, just first encounter, and I was just like, bro, it's unreal. What a game this is, you know? What a game. Oh my god. What a moth she is, you know? What a moth. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that button. Oh. Phoenix dive onto the roof. That was just peak. It was very good. Now, chat, oops. Did you guys see the raid teaser in the stream today? Because I think that looks very, very saucy. I thought that looked really nice. Like, I wasn't sure what direction they were gonna go with raid aesthetic here. Like, obviously we've had the rumor of Vex for a while, but I wasn't sure if they were gonna make it like Vault of Glassy or what. But boy, does it look good. It looks damn good to me. It's like Prophecy, but a raid, which is just like, I could ask for nothing more, you know? Okay, I need to lock in because this bit's horrible. Locking in. That's a wall that I'm shooting. Very nice, Milo. Great work. Great work. Thank you for Devour, Mr. Acolyte. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Yeah, just keep not doing anything, actually, bro. That would be amazing. Yeah, Nova Bomb yourself. That would actually be even better. Mickey Mouse. I lose song when I pick up the spear. Oh, you're so right. I forgot about that. You really are so correct. My bad. Also, this is a long-ass mission. This is so long. Because it's still not over, right? Now we have to cook the pizza one more time. Yeah. God. Why are we doing this right now? What are we doing? Bloopage and bloppage. Perfectly bloop-blopped, as all things should be, chat. Perfectly bloop-blopped. I saw an idea for a modifier on TikTok. On death, all ability energy resets to 0. That's a fun one. Yeah, I like that as an idea. I think that's a good suggestion. Oops. It used to be a seasonal mission that got turned into a GM. Oh. Big T-Crash. So Battlegrounds were seasonal missions? Am I understanding that correctly? Okay. Kind of like a... Well, I was going to say like an Empire Hunt, but it's just more like a GM. Sun bracers. Nice. Holy mats, Batman. Okay. Ass. Repulsor high ground. Meh. Meh. Did I get a good Sunny's roll? Eh. Meh. 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 Yeah, it's kind of mid. Kind of mid. Kind of mid. Holy kills. Jesus. Holy smokes. SJ was cooking the pizza. That is crazy. Like, granted, I was sort of AFKing a little bit, mentally. But bro fried the pizza. What was he running? Moth Keeper's Wraps. Okay. Are we winning? I think we're winning. I got a reconstruction D-stab Lotus. I do not yet have a repulsor D-stab Lotus. You got DMG on a call right now? Crap, I've just remembered something. just remembered something. Need repulsor D-stab, no ifs and buts. Okay. Sorry, chat. Just give me a second. Chat, I have a task for us. I have a task for us. I have a task for us. Ham has prompted this thought in my head. I want... So, Onyx, I'm gonna take a break from playing the game for a bit. So you're welcome to dip. Thank you for the runs. Okay, Greg Davies. I have a task for us. Chat. I want you to imagine a hypothetical world where I was going to talk to Bungie in 1 hour. Okay. And in this... I got flashbanged. I actually got flashbanged by... Flashbang warning! Flashbang, flashbang, flashbang! Flashbang going out. Ugh! Jesus. Is there a way I can make this dark mode? It's so bright. There has to be a way. Make Google Docs dark mode. This is going to change my life if it's a thing. Web browser extension. In view. Mode. Nope. Dark mode for Google Docs. Why does it have to be so ugly? Oh. 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 So much better. Great heavens. Great googly moogly chat. Great googly moogly. Now, you know what? The first thing I want to do, because I'm annoyed about my camera. I'm annoyed about this. I'm annoyed about it. It's unacceptable. What is going on here? I literally just unplugged it and it didn't even make the Windows unplug noise. Hello? Hello? It will work for like 10 seconds and then it'll die. Is the camera crazy hot? The camera's pretty hot. There we go. It's dead. Give me a sec, chat. The camera body is boiling. Like that, it could be the camera itself. Um. Should I just hit a pose? Is it just working now? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, for God's sake. No way, dude. No way! Nah, that's criminal. Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I'm tweeting Elgato. Um. I could order a new cable. I might just have to buy new webcams. We just tell me it's a tech issue, not a heat issue? I think so. The camera preview is on right now. So if the camera preview is on, that would suggest to me that it's a problem either with the cable or with the cam link or with the PC. No, I don't have multiple instances of OBS running. I do not. I've tried multiple USB slots. What the hell? Test? Why can I hear my own voice? Test. Test. Test? What the helly? Why? I could hear my own... I could hear my own voice coming from like behind me just then. What the hell was that? That was very weird. Could you hear that? Test. Okay, so I fixed one part of it. Overnight a PC, I'm dead ass. It's starting to get that way. It's really starting to get that way. I'm just sick of these problems. I'm so sick of them. I don't have another HDMI cable because it's micro HDMI to HDMI. It's just a weird cable to test. It's very annoying. It is very annoying. It was a build specific for me. It's a great system. It's a great system. I just think that the cam link might be playing up or something. Seems to be still good for now. What if I wave my arms around? Seems to be still good. Seems to be still good. Don't know why. Don't know why. Right. Fine by me. Chat. In a hypothetical world where Milo was talking to Bungie in 1 hour and the topic of conversation was A, this camera I'm actually so mad. One second. Okay, I was hoping I might have another cam link somewhere, but I don't think I do. Which is really annoying. Try PC restart. I can't afford to do that in the middle of an important stream. So like I need a solution that doesn't involve restarting the PC every time it happens. And there's just gotta be a way to do it. There's just gotta be. No, I don't have another camera. My solution's a new PC. I don't feel like this is a Windows problem. I feel like the likelihood is that it's the cam link, but maybe I'm wrong. Let me buy another HDMI cable real quick. HDMI to micro HDMI. Which one is this one? Which cave is it? This is Amazon Basics. Um, So now I'm good, and I'll be good for like 20 seconds, and then I'll die again. Still alive right now. Still alive right now. Still alive right now. Why do I always look stressed out? Lack of alligators, probably. I hear it's fatal, actually. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough life. Real tough life. It's gonna die. I'm telling you it's gonna die. I wonder if it's gonna die when I change scene to this. Because it kept freezing when I changed scene before. Cook? Also, how are you, Ali? How are things? How's life? Did you avoid getting fired from your little debacle a couple of weeks ago? Chat. In a hypothetical world where Milo was talking to Bungie in 1 hour and the topic of conversation was A, the new player experience in Destiny 2, and B, anything and everything Edge of Fate. In this hypothetical scenario, Okay, speaking purely hypothetically. What would you want Milo to ask Bungie? What is the most juicy? What Edge of Fate questions are still burning a hole in your brain after the dev stream today? It's not died, so that's good. Any strikes? That is a good question. Any strikes? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why is it that I say it hasn't died and then it immediately dies? What is this timing? Somebody clip it. Elgato, I'm begging you, please. The cam link is dusted. Please help me. I can't take it anymore. It's literally sentient. Is my mic on the camera? Is it now also reading my Camlink mic signal? Please God, don't let that be the case. Can you hear me twice? Surely not. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. If someone has a clip of the moment it froze and my subsequent message to Elgato, I will tweet that at them. And maybe that will help expedite a solve here, because I'm so sad. I'm just so sad. Failed to determine content classification. Did this clip get banned? Huh? What the hell? It's not died, so that's good. Any strikes? That is a good question. Oh no, I need it to be longer. Is there a way I can edit the clip? I need the message to Elgato in there. It should work now. Okay. It's not died, so that's good. Any strikes? That is a good question. Any strikes? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why is it that I say it hasn't died and then it immediately dies? What is this timing? Somebody clip it. Elgato, I'm begging you, please. This is good. Thank you. This is good. I'll tweet that in like an hour or something. Okay, we're going no cam. For God's sake. We're going no cam. So. In fact, I'm going to tweet at them now. It's not died, so that's good. Any strikes. That is a good... Okay. Let's get back to the topic at hand. In a hypothetical world where I was talking to Bungie in an hour and the topic of a conversation was the new player experience, anything and everything Age of Fate, what would you want me to ask? What is most juicy? What is still burning a hole in your brain after the dev stream today? Okay. So, bear in mind, they're not going to answer questions about Ash and Iron. Like, Ash and Iron is an update that comes out in 3 months. Their focus is, in this hypothetical world, going to be on the thing that's coming out in 2 weeks. What activities are there to do on Kepler? Well, Nate, I feel like they sort of answered that in the stream today because it's got a location activity. What's the plan for old raids? Honestly, I want to know that, so yeah, I think that's valid. Any lost sectors? Any lost sectors? They already said no lost sectors to Datto. Did they? Is that definitely can we have like 5 people confirm? I will only trust once it's the group, just to make sure that we're certain it doesn't need to be asked. Hydra's confirming, Andy's confirming. Will the epic raid have a contest race? So the lost sectors question we can get rid of, yeah? Okay. That's a good idea. Could old raids ever get epic raid variants? Or does this only apply to new raids going forwards? They already said epic raids will have its own race? Okay. I think we already know it's a 48-hour raid. I'm fairly confident we already know that. I think the actual way to ask this question is you're making the core game more easy to understand, but adding tons of time gates to things, which will be confusing when things aren't active. So, A, will the rotations on things be shown clearly in the game so you know exactly what is coming when? And then B, do you call this the featured raid? Is that what this is called? The Master Challenges thing? Yes. Do I have an interview with Bungie soon? This is purely a hypothetical world. Just a hypothetical world, you know? Definitely just a hypothetical world. Bro, I've got dark mode, so it's the lighter colors are darker. Darker colors are lighter. I've not been live since 6 AM, Kyo. I think that's a... I've been awake since 6 AM, but not live since 6 AM. Your cat visited? Hell yeah. Alex, I actually think Scarrow might have said that. I think that was a Scarrow thing. I think Scarrow asked about it. What's the deal with crafting question? Why are people confused about crafting? Are we like, is the question, can we craft tiered weapons? Or is there a different crafting question? Crafting is still in the game. The exotic pistol, the new exotic pistol is craftable. Like, crafting is still a thing. And so beyond that, I don't, like, with my current game knowledge, I don't currently understand what the relevant question is for crafting. Have they said no crafting from raids? I don't really know what that means, Meek. Are raid weapons craftable? Is that what you mean? Okay. Non-exotic crafting is the big question, like legendary loot. Okay. So let me say that back to you, and you tell me if I've understood you correctly. Wait, Alex says they are not doing crafting anymore. So Alex, the new exotic hand cannon is craftable. So I think it's a slight oversimplification to say they are not doing crafting anymore. It's definitely still there. But it sounds like you guys are talking about legendary crafting. And Callum says they addressed it in the TWAB. If you want to know if Bungie plans to go back to having new sets of legendary weapons be craftable. Well, has this already been answered in the TWAB, folks? Since they're moving away from crafting across the board for all seasonal weapons, will they ever consider some sort of immediate bad luck protection, like maybe re-rolling perks with mats like golf balls or oranges? This has already been answered. People keep asking about it, despite it already being said they won't do it for legendaries. I'm pretty positive Tyson Green said for Edge of Fate, they aren't doing crafting. So that means the relevant question, chat, would be... The relevant question would be... Seeing as you aren't doing legendary crafting for the new seasonal weapons in the Edge of Fate, is there any other kind of bad luck protection for those weapons? Is that the question? Because that feels very, like, wordy. But if that's a really urgent question, I can write it down. They would just say multiple perks on higher tier weapons. Right. Yeah, fair. What are the future plans for legendary weapon crafting? Honestly, Denal, I like that as a question. I think that's a good, it's good because it's general enough. What are your future plans for legendary weapon crafting? Because they could say, well, we're thinking about getting rid of it entirely. Or they could say, we don't have anything to share about that right now, but crafting's not gone forever. And either of those answers would be interesting. There's already a bunch of old stuff that's been introduced in the portal, so I think the answer is yes to your question. Is legendary artifice armor staying the same or getting converted to stat tuning? Now, I don't think this is a good question, purely because stat tuning is tier 5s. Artifice armor, there's zero chance it just auto rolls to tier 5. If you're not tier 5, you don't have stat tuning. Artifice is staying the same. Here's the source. All tier 5 has an entry at any point, bringing your total thing there. Okay. I will retain its current stat values. Artifice sockets will remain the same. Artifice sockets still retain their functionality now. Any artifice armor used, so 3+3 to chosen stat. This applies to legendary artifice armor and the artifice socket present on fully upgraded exotic gear. Okay, so we don't need to answer that. We don't need to ask this question because it's already been answered here. Yeah. In MacTic's interview with Tyson Green, Tyson says crafting will be used as a catch-up mechanic and the new weapons won't be craftable. Callum, would you mind timestamping me the interview bit that you're referring to? Just like giving me the timestamped link? That would be really awesome. $15.45. Thank you.
Green, game director of Destiny 2, amongst some other friends. You want to tell us a quick little preamble about kind of like how you got the enclave to craft a weapon? Does that just spit out a certain tier no matter what, forever and always?
So right now, crafting and tiered weapons are kind of like exclusive. Like there is no crafting of tiered weapons. Okay. Crafting to us is increasingly a way to like catch up on things and catch up on possibilities. So we will have to bring those two systems into alignment over time, or find a replacement for that functionality. But yeah, right now you don't craft a tier 3 weapon, you don't craft a tier 1 weapon, you get tiered weapon as drops.
Can we make it so when we rally to a flag, our prismatic meter fills up?
You know, this is one that we like kind of went back and forth on in Final Shape Dev. The reason why we didn't do that is because like we already feel like rally flags kind of, they do this unfortunate thing where they skew encounter design to like this massive front load of like output. And it would also like do this thing where prismatic is just like increasingly obviously the right choice. We were like, should we just make wiping reset your prismatic meter? And it's like, no, players hate that. So it's kind of like this balance thing that we sort of have to feel out over time.
That's an interesting answer. Anyway, that was a distraction.
Massive front load of like.
Okay. Does that just spit out a certain?
I want to hear the full
So
question.
I could totally see us doing something where it's like, hey, someone realized that we can't really inspect debuff or buff functionality very well. Let's figure out a way to incorporate that too.
It's a permanent addition too, so you can iterate on it as it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
In terms of the tiering system, what will crafted weapons look like? So we go to the Enclave, we craft a weapon. Does that just spit out a certain tier no matter what, forever and always?
So right now, crafting and tiered weapons are kind of like exclusive. Like there is no crafting of tiered weapons.
Okay.
Crafting to us is increasingly a way to catch up on things and catch up on possibilities. So we'll have to bring those two systems into alignment over time, or find a replacement for that functionality. But yeah, right now you don't craft a tier 3 weapon, you don't craft a tier 1 weapon, you get tiered weapon as dropped.
Can we make it so when we rally to a
Okay. So what I've got written down is Tyson said there's no crafting of tiered weapons, and crafting is increasingly a catch-up mechanic. He also said that without tiered weapon crafting, we may need a replacement for that system. Will crafting ever be removed, and what will you be putting in its place, if so? How long will new gear be considered new gear? Great question. What else? What else do we want here? There's a few questions in the comment section of my new YouTube video which we could take a look at. That was just... We could take a look down here. They need a dedicated page for Edge in the site instead of Year of the Prophecy that breaks down the content that's coming. People assuming there's no new activity in Kepler, which there clearly is now they've said it. No new strike, which it actually does have. It was on... Turns out what it looked like new strike could have been a run of a new story mission on Fabled. And people think there are less exotics than there actually are. I've seen people saying there are only 2 exotic weapons. There are 3. There are at least 4, possibly 5. There's New Land Beyond, 3rd iteration, and... what's the 3rd one called? Graviton Spike. What are the others people have seen? Someone spotted one in Bungie gameplay? Oh, nice, okay. The Raid Exotic. Ah. Cool. Okay. When will Vidoc marketing come back? The news story is intriguing as well. This is when should be looked back as the beginning of a new era when Destiny is from a representative of the Bright Dust Farming Union. Are there any changes being made to Bright Dust rewards from Pathfinder? Currently we can earn 150 dust per completed pathway 10 times per week. We lobbied to have this quantity increased. For Bright Dust hoarders or spenders alike, this is an easy W for everyone. We acknowledge that every subsequent completion of the Pathfinder after the first 10 will reward 30 per completion with no limit. However, that's a trap for burnout. Thoughts? Is that valid, or is this one guy? I respect the Bright Dust Farming Union. Would it be fair to say, like, are there any changes to the way that you earn Bright Dust? Is that a valid question? The challenges give a ton. Which challenges, Hotson? As the man with the most Bright Dust here, I'm specifically interested in Bright Dust earnings. Oh yeah, E3? Are there any changes to the ways we earn Bright Dust now that the portal exists? You have 800,000 Bright Dust? What? How? Jesus. No, old loot is not getting turned into tiered loot. I don't think so. Seasonal challenges gives you a lot. Okay. Okay. Let's keep looking. Efforts to keep legendary primary ammo weapons viable in endgame difficulties being made. Often primary guns don't feel viable without perks that interact with abilities or perks that trigger on death, which takes primary weapons significantly and dangerously longer to start that chain, and often those chains feel impotent, generally guiding me to build without a legendary primary, and let alone a legendary primary I like. I think that's a good question. Right now, I run double special nearly all the time. Anytime you bring up double special, they stamp it down with a hot iron. What? Do they? Do they not like double special usage? Would you consider bringing together the Light and Darkness saga and creating it into a cohesive story? One such that a new player can follow the expansions in a linear path and consider marketing that as a complete game to help onboarding. This is way too grand a vision. Will sunsetted raids come back? If no, will there be a possibility to earn weapons, armor, and cosmetics from those activities? I think that's like... I think that's just a question that they would just be like, pass. Do you know what I mean? They would just like never answer that. Right? No one's asked this yet, right? More than 4 buffs on screen? Like, that's not... I'm not treading old ground there. Weren't there buffs on the right side in some footage? Ping system? So maybe we reword this and say... We've seen more than 4 buffs on screen in some creator preview footage. This year, COD added a HUD customization tool. Would that be possible? Could you let us toggle all buffs on? It was debuffs on the right side of the screen. So is it buffs on the left, debuffs on the right? The right side footage is pre-final shape release. I thought that the buffs on the right side of the screen were Edge of Fate preview footage from like a month ago. Am I wrong about that? I feel like someone tweeted about that, no? I swear. Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember if the if there was footage of more than 4 buffs on screen in any of the clips? I remember someone tweeting about it on the reveal day. I thought I saw someone tweet that. Mossy Max? I think it was Mossy. Now that you say it, I think it was. I think it was. Yes, this is the tweet that I remember. This is the tweet that I remember. Right side HUD buffs, we have the technology. We have the technology. We have the technology. Jaeger, you're saying they cancelled it, but this is literally from a month ago. This clip is from before Final Shape. Can you just read the title of the video? I played Edge of Fate. The new exotics are wild. It's definitely not from a year ago. If it was from a year ago, then Fallout got some early gameplay. He changed the title. Right side buff is a new thing related to activity buffs. But is arc focus an activity buff? What even is arc focus? What does that even mean? Sounds new. Sounds like an activity thing because it's definitely not a thing we have now. Got it. The thing is, you're saying activity thing, but this is just the K1 logistics lost sector. Like, the lost sector is just a lost sector, no? Like, it's not gonna have any like new weird stuff. Could be modifiers from Portal. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough. Valid. Okay. He's outside the actual lost sector in this clip. He is Cats, but I played what he's played here. And it's just because it spawns you back here, and then you just walk into the lost sector. Like I've played what he's playing. Yeah, to be clear, he's not in patrol going into the lost sector. He's queued up the lost sector in solo ops. Anyway. What else? Spider, do you have any burning questions? Burning questions for Bungie. Let me give you some context here, Spider. In a hypothetical world where I was talking to Bungie in 1 hour, topic of new player experience and anything and everything Edge of Fate, what would you like me to ask? Nothing they'd probably answer. Fair enough. But like, yeah, okay, fair enough. I was gonna say, like, what if we took one of those suggestions and like just sort of like refried it into being slightly more general, but then at that point it wouldn't be your original question. Everything we want to know they wouldn't ever talk about. Well, okay, let's not shoot ourselves in the foot before we've hatched, you know what I mean? Like, I think it would be a good idea to in the purpose of in this, because we're talking about a hypothetical world, right? And so I think, like, for right now, it would be good to just be like, what do you want to know? And then once we know what you want to know, we might be able, potentially, if we're lucky, we might be able to find a way to ask it in a way that they would actually answer. Your questions would be about the relationship of magazine and inventory or something. Yeah, that's totally fair. That is fair. But like what Julie was saying about like the stuff that we want to know they would never answer, if it's those sorts of things, like obviously if it's over technical, then we don't need to worry about it. I agree with you, Spider. I agree. Like well and shatter skating. It's a glitch that they've meant to patch for a while. We know they fixed then unfixed it a few times in dev tests. I'd love to know how they plan to work around that in the future. If it's an exotic sword that works just as well, or just leaving it in the game because people like it. Oh god, I do not want to be responsible for removing well skating. Please confirm you will never remove well skating because it's my goat. Valid? I think that's a valid question. If I bring it up and they remove it, people are going to target me harder than Salt. But I wouldn't be saying please remove it. I think that would be the difference. Salt was like, this needs a nerf, right? Whereas I'm going to be like, I love this, and if they just get rid of it after I say I love it, I don't think people would attribute that to me. You know what I mean? Reminding them that it exists might be dangerous. Hmm. A dev skated on stream. I guess that's the counter to that. Okay, so let me say this then. Please confirm. So I saw chat. Are you like 100% they shatter skated? Is that definitely what happened? Like, I'm not going to be trolling if I say this. It was Mitch. W. Mitch. W. Mitch. I met Mitch at Bungie. He was really cool. Ronimus, I can't ask a question like, is supporting last gen holding back system design and visual changes? Because if they say yes, you know how much of an uproar that would cause? Like, of course it is. It's definitely holding things back, but also it's half the player base. You know what I mean? Like, it's too much of a can of worms, sadly. Like, that is one that they would never answer, because it would be a bad idea for them to answer it. How is Fireteam Join broken, Froggy? Here's the clip of the skate.
Right. You still have to achieve that score as you go up in power for the higher difficulties, get that better loot.
Right.
And we'll still have curated experiences, correct? So if a player doesn't necessarily want to spend a bunch of...
Not gonna lie, I didn't even see it. I thought it was gonna be this player, like the player we were watching.
Right. You still have to achieve that score as you go up in power for the higher difficulties, get that better loot.
Right.
And we'll still have curated experiences, correct? So if a player doesn't necessarily want to spend a bunch of...
So is the player on Vostok there?
Right. You still have to achieve that score as you go up in power for the higher difficulties, get that better loot.
Right.
And we'll still have curated experiences, correct? So if a player doesn't necessarily want to spend a bunch of...
Right. You still have to achieve that score as you go up in power for the higher difficulties, get that better loot.
Right.
And
Wee.
we'll still have curated experiences, correct? So if a player doesn't necessarily want to spend a bunch of...
Right.
Players being forced into random cinematics is very confusing. Yeah. Yeah, valid. I'm just going to copy paste your question, Wadzio. I'll reword it when I have brain power. It's pretty well written, to be honest. A watch later option for cinematics would be cool if they aren't there yet but don't want to miss it. Is there no, like, cinematics library in the game? Ronimus, I don't think it's a question that needs to be asked. This is the first year that, as far as I'm aware, this is the first year that the equal numbers of people are playing games on PS5 compared to PS4. So your question is like, is there a problem with 50% of the player base? Now, granted, PC is a thing, so obviously that's not the question. But you see why it's like, it's a non-starter to ask the question. Because what are they going to say? They're going to say, we have a ton of players there, and we need those players to make money. Like, they're never going to say that. I think that Destiny also is one of the most beautiful games I've played. I think it's gorgeous. The art direction is incredible. So like, I just don't think I don't think it's the right question, to be honest. How will the bonus super damage from stats work with supers like well? I guess I could. It feels a bit too niche. That feels a bit too niche. Anti-cheat. You think that's a good question? That is not niche? Okay. Now that we have a super stat that can increase super damage, if you max spec into super, will that also change how your well works? Is that the question? Like, is that... Have I understood it correctly? It's more so that weapon damage in the well counts as super damage. Will max supers... Oh. Does weapon damage in the Titan bubble count as super damage, W? Like currently? No, so it's well specific. Okay. Do we know the percentage off the top of your head, chat? I think it's like 75% or something, right? $45? Thank you. Bro, can you imagine if they hadn't thought of this and then I said it in a hypothetical interview and they were like, oh shit, and then they disabled wells for contest? Can you imagine? That'd be so funny. You'd be hating me forever. Yeah, valid, valid, valid. At this point, everyone that has internet access has said something about it, so I don't know how that would be something they haven't heard about now. Got it. Communicate with clan in-game. Are you asking for like in-game voice chat? Because there's literally a clan chat already in the game. So like... There already is in-game voice chat? Okay, so the person asking the question is just confused. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what else there's here. Honestly, okay, let me know if this question's a Kirk. Let me know if this is a Kirk. A lot of the Destiny community feels unheard, despite the fact that from my perspective, you guys are constantly asking for feedback in streams, on Twitter, etc. What are you doing to try to help those people feel heard I wouldn't ask that. DMG's gone through this a billion times. What is his response? Oh, that's the we're listening meme. I like that question, Alex. Will it ever be possible to find... I mean, you can join clans in game already, but what about like browse different clans? Yeah? Clan adverts in the tower? That's a fun idea. Let us post clan flyers in the tower to sign up new recruits. That's a cool idea, right? Okay, chat, hear me out. Hear me out. Let us pay a monthly fee to 100x our clan size. Thoughts? What do we think? It's a hardware limitation thing, but could they solve that hardware limitation with money? I think the idea is sick, actually. What if they made it so that it was new gen only? They probably can't do that legally. Yeah, I like that, Bell. If a tech limitation, what if we could form clan allegiances? That would be sick, right? I feel like that would be really cool. What would that do? You'd just be able to, like, see your friendly clan allies out in the wild. I'd love if clan bounties were with clanmates or allies. Yeah, maybe I start this and I say, like, clans kind of suck. But there's so much potential for them. Yeah, Exy. Exy's campaigning on the soapbox in the town square right now. Lower banner price. First question. So, when are you changing the rally banner fee to 1 glimmer? WJW comms. Okay. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I would love for you to add a randomizer button. Oops. I would love for you to add a randomizer button in the portal to select random modifiers. This would be really awesome for challenges, etc. Please. Search bar for vault, shaders, armor, ornaments, emotes. As in hidden modifiers? No, as in just like, I want to be able to press a button that says pick random modifiers. And it then, like, randomizes the modifiers and loads me into the activity. Or it doesn't load me in. I just want to, yeah. Renaming loadouts in-game. For the love of God. Loadout option for armor only. A way to track the god roll I am searching for. They've talked about this recently. Fiery, can you find me a source? What did they say? An extended stat option in the settings because a lot of buffs get drowned out. Yep, we've got that. We've got that somewhere here. Sorry, I know this is kind of hard to read, but that is, we have got that down. It's here. Adjustable cursor speed for controllers. Okay. What else have we got? Plans to expand Explorer mode to other dungeons and maybe raids. Is that the tutorial mode in Right of the Nine? Hypothetically, how long do I have to ask these questions? I don't know. Probably hypothetically about half an hour. Hypothetically. Probably. Hypothetically. Moving loadout slots? Wait, why would I want to... Surely surely the way to move it would just be to save it in one slot, click it so you've got it active, and then just save it in another slot, right? I mean, honestly, I just want the loadout system to be better. I think it sucks ass. I think it's awful. So... Yeah. Yeah, agreed, Froggy. That's what I mean by the armor only option. What are you doing to encourage brand new players to start build crafting? Chat, is there anything in the game? Okie dokie, Kyo. Is there anything in the game, in the tutorial? Well, what is the game's tutorial right now? I think listing perks on a weapon in game, I think that one is a little bit like... I think they could just say, like, we like it being a mystery kind of thing. Which I think would be kind of valid for them to say, to be honest. But maybe not. Maybe that's not valid at all. You have a great video for me?
So one day I installed the free version of Destiny 2 on our PS5 and said, please play this. I'm out of ideas. And for the next 11 days, she did play it, while I sat there offering no help whatsoever, silently taking notes like a psycho. She was an ancient tomb, and I was famous archaeologist Angelina Jolie. I only gave her a hint if she got legitimately hard stuck and was about to rage quit. To give you an idea of where she's starting from, at one point she asked what the text in the bottom left was, and I said, that's a buff. And she said, what's a buff? And I was like, interesting. Also, if a prompt said hit L2, for example, she has to manually look down the controller to find L2. And that's totally fine, of course. Everyone starts somewhere. She's a beginner in this area. I only just learned how to apologize to my wife when I upset her. We've been married for 5 years. That new skill is unrelated to this challenge. Our first obstacle was the screen bounds menu. At this point, she's already had to comprehend the title screen, cross-save, license agreement, cross-play, and the email address sign-up. So by the time we get here, she's auto-skipping the text, and mentally I'm right there with her. However, that means that she accidentally sets the screen borders like 15% smaller than our TV's full size, and this immediately triggers me into giving her a hint. I cannot look at anything less than all the inches of our whatever the F-inch TV being used. I will die, get resurrected by the power of Christ, and then die again before I watch 20 hours of cropped footage, dude. I only gave her a few hints total across the whole 11 days when she was moments from giving up for real, and I can't believe one of them was at the screen bounds menu. Then the great controller war began as she wrestled with the button mapping. On both PlayStation and Xbox, this button means yes, and this button means no. But her brain has taken the Nintendo Japan philosophy of this button yes, and this button no. She gets stuck in a time loop going from subtitles back to brightness, back to subtitles because she thinks she's pressing affirmative when she's actually pressing affirmative. When prompted between the three classes, she immediately chose Hunter, and when I asked her why, she said, and I quote, I like blue. I didn't actually record her voice while playing because that would have added too much friction, and we were in our living room, not my office. It was a whole thing. But I have faithfully recorded direct quotes from her, like my notes app was the Dead Sea Scrolls, and there are some bangers. While experimenting with the character creator, she was not pleased, saying things like, I just want to make a nice looking person. Why is it also weird and cringe? And then progressing to, I don't want to be a 40-year-old mum. Everyone looks average. Why can't I just make a hot girl? No disrespect to the mums out there looking young. It's working on this video because I'm stupid and I could not afford to do that without Manscaped. Hi, I'm wearing a button-up shirt. I'm all there. Hates any suspense, horror, or potential jump scares. If she doesn't know what's around the corner and suspects something might jump out or surprise her, she feels panic. At the disco. Right after you pick up the first weapon, the ghost says, I brought you back for a reason. You're a hunter. That means not afraid to take risks. And my wife immediately said, I'm pretty scared actually, my guy. And I was like, effing God. You can feel the jump scare from Amy in this corridor, spamming jump melee shoot as fast as any fighting game veteran ever has. Later when it prompts her to aim with L2, you'll notice it doesn't say anything about hip fire versus aim down sights. It's kind of unforgivable that Bungie never explains the difference between those two firing modes. This was a great moment to mention two very important concepts to a new player. Yellow versus white number, or headshot versus body shot damage, and short hip fire range versus long aim down sight range, or ADS for short. I know to a gamer we assume everything has a crit spot and thirst for it like a lonely incel, but Amy doesn't know where crit spot is, or that it's going to take her from wet fart to nuclear reactor DPS damage per second. Also the fact that hip fire is way less effective most of the time and should be avoided if possible. Really should have been mentioned somewhere IMO. Amy spent like the next 9 days not going for crit damage and not ADSing. It has taken years of my life watching the two biggest gunplay mechanics go completely ignored in a game famous for its superb gunplay. Also, to be clear, I'm not criticizing my wife here at all. It's mostly my fault because I'm running an insane experiment and definitely should have said something. But also, Bungie, not even a text prompt about damage or range. The nuance of triple jump got an SA despite being fractionally as relevant. Maybe make the ghost say something as soon as you get a headshot kill. Like, ooh, did you see those yellow damage numbers? That's because you shot something in its special no-no place. We love that. The next prompt is about melee, and unfortunately the description is too vague, so Amy never really understood the difference between charged and uncharged melee attacks. They also don't tie the idea of a charged ability directly to its corresponding logo on the HUD, so Amy never really made the connection that she can see what's available to use in combat by looking at the HUD. To her, I think the abilities just felt kind of random, and also she would forget that she even has abilities for long periods of time per time. Look, a HUD is the most basic language of video games, and basement dwelling gamers know each icon means something important. But to a normie, these are worthless JPEGs unless you help them understand. Each one is actually an NFT worth 1,000,000 DPS. Next prompt was a super ability, but because Amy was stressed by the sudden influx of enemies, she completely missed it. Once again, this lower third pop-up seems completely unrelated to the actual super bar on the HUD, and it's almost covering it in a way. They needed to point directly to it, and ideally even have the ghost say something like, wow, this yellow thing is your big boy move. Let's try it right now. Also, the prompt goes away on its own after 30 seconds, even if you don't use your super. I really feel like for the tutorial mission, it should maybe only disappear unless you actually super. Why not force the player to acknowledge they read it, like every website with their updated cookie policy? While aggressively ignoring the super banner, Amy learned a bad lesson in this room, which is that melee can one-shot enemies that are close to her. Unfortunately, this turned into a bad habit immediately. What she doesn't know is that these are low-level red bar baby boys. She's doing the maximum damage to them, and they're doing the bare minimum damage to her. This caused her to vastly overestimate the power of a raw dog melee, and that's going to come back to bite her for quite a long time. I can also see that she was experimenting with ADS a bit in this room, but there were two things that I think secretly pushed her away from it as a mechanic. The first is that the scope itself is much harder to see through because it's cracked and foggy, and the second is the visual weapon recoil looks like it's worse when the gun is aimed in. The crosshair looks way more stable when hip firing, so foggy glass plus a big weapon view model that takes up more of the screen and a crosshair bouncing violently versus full visibility and a relaxed crosshair when hip firing. We know that the expanding crosshair means more bloom, inaccuracy, and lower damage output thanks to a range drop-off. Imagine trying to explain all that to a gaming toddler. All you can really say is hip fire bad, ADS good, but they didn't say that. As she's still getting used to the aim sensitivity of a controller, you can see that she's making big swings, overcorrecting a lot. She even said this directly to me, that the aim moves too much and then not enough. Kind of like my exercise regime. One week I'm in the gym 6 times, and the next week 1 time. There is no limit. Then Amy experiments with her shotgun for the first time. As
Last week, thank you for the resub.
arm's length type of interaction. She seems to be vaguely aware of this, so fires it twice from several miles away. Realizes she needs to get closer, moves in, shoots twice again, then aims in and stalks forward like a predator, only to panic when she got close and reloads instead of shooting. Her problem is that if an enemy is close enough to shotgun effectively, she's at maximum tension, so defaults to frenzy punching over and over until either they're dead or she's dead. For her first yellow bar enemy, she just gets away with that. To Bungie's credit, they try to tell her again about the abilities in the bottom left, but it's immediately after she kills the yellow bar. Guys, she's surging with adrenaline right now. This is all noise. It could say literally anything. Also, gamer buzzwords like class ability have no meaning to a non-gamer unless you help them understand their importance. It's like saying don't touch that hot stove, but I don't know what a stove is, so unless you show me the stove, I may touch the stove. Then they try to introduce her to the subclass menu, but let me tell you, it may as well be an ancient biblical Hebrew for all she knows. Also, she can't change any of the abilities yet, as there's nothing else unlocked, so I have no idea why they thought this
Quick,
was
thank you for the
this
prime.
later when we get to the tower. Ikora talks to us
Lucky,
about
thank you for the prime.
So teach us about the net, but fist my anus, right? Anyway, Amy makes her way through the birth canal and is born into the real world with other Guardians who are real people. The first objective is to kill this spider tank that is so close to crushing her. God, that would have been awesome. Unluck is, unfortunately, there's a couple of Chad veterans in the area that killed the spider in under 10 seconds. That actually made Amy quite self-conscious, and she said to me, this is so embarrassing, everyone else was doing stuff immediately and I sucked. She could tell that she wasn't nearly as proficient as these other players. I said, don't worry about it, they probably spent thousands of hours playing this game but haven't enjoyed it for years. And I can't relate to that at all. I don't know why there's 7 heavy bricks on the ground here when she doesn't even have a heavy weapon yet. It's like a child winning the lottery but only needing $2 for candy. Then Shohan pipes up that he's looking for his fire team. When we arrive and get a cutscene, he notices that Amy is fresh out of the grave and commends her for coming to help, but that it's probably too much to ask for a newborn. We insist though, and he says, alright fine, let's team up. Then Amy said, that was nice. He made me feel less stupid for being new. I would never have considered that the attitude of an NPC could actually make an adult feel more or less welcome when starting a game. For me, I just assess the writing of each character objectively while being emotionally detached, and it's very rare that an NPC would actually make me feel a true emotion like gratitude or something. I was like, no kidding.
Wait, this is your dad's biggest Destiny turnoff? Can you explain, Olivia? What? He gets self-conscious seeing people in shared spaces? Huh. He doesn't want to be the noob. So when other people are good, he feels embarrassed. Okay. Fair. Honestly fair. Like, in all... I feel like in all MMOs, isn't the first area that you're in gated to, like, noobs? Isn't that, like, always the way it works? No? Not all? Just the ones I've played, I guess. The first tower instance you get put into is just you in it? Oh, really?
Previously, I would have just disregarded Shohan as a boring milquetoast character, but seeing Amy's appreciation for him made me realize he probably wasn't written for someone like me. Do I still think he's boring? Yes, but I also...
You can only think of RuneScape having a gated new barrier. Doesn't WoW do that as well? I swear in WoW, so I've played only a tiny bit of WoW, and it was like 15 years ago. But I'm pretty sure when I played at the time, I was in a weird little village thing, and it was only me and 1,000 other noobs running around, like picking up mushrooms or something.
I find myself valuing what he brings to the table a lot more. Nice one, Astacross. Keep up the great work. Amy also found her first heavy weapon after killing the spider tank, but the game doesn't say a single thing about it. This is her highest DPS weapon, and it's 1/3 of the 3-weapon gunplay loop in this first-person shooter. No mention of how to use it or how important it is. Unusual moves by the devs here, and wouldn't you know, she doesn't even switch to her heavy weapon for days. Wasn't hard to watch her struggle for no reason because she didn't know about heavy weapon. Oh, good Bungie, give it up. Shohan tells her to grab a new weapon from the crate, and that it's probably an upgrade, but the game doesn't walk her all the way into her character menu to actually equip the new thing, so she doesn't equip the new thing. As gamers, we know this is a looter shooter, and an upgrade is usually a big deal, but Amy doesn't know about power levels or other tropes of the genre. The current auto rifle is white, and the SMG that just dropped is blue. She's never heard of weapon rarity tiers, so white auto rifle it is. Then the game prompts her to press the touchpad to see current current objective. In enemy's defense, that icon is not to scale. When I also crouch earlier, the circle button logo looked like this, and the giant touch bar icon is smaller than that. Bungie did her dirty with the sizing. She gets frustrated pressing every button for a while, so I do have to tell her where the touchpad is. She didn't know you could even press that section. It doesn't look like a button, so I get that. She devils with the shotgun again, but it still doesn't make sense, so we're back to hip firing the auto rifle. I noticed she frequently tries to melee things that were close but not actually in her field of view. I guess hoping it would just lock on. Still struggling with her own aim, she tried adjusting the sensitivity from 1 to 3, but I can tell she still felt like the left stick was actively working against her. Then we get our first class ability prompt, but they don't say what it does, why it's good, or where it is on the HUD. This is the one and only time she uses class ability for the entire 11 days. The hunter in me finds that extremely depressing, and I've taken up online gambling to cope. Immediately after, they prompt her to throw another grenade, and a few minutes ago, they'd asked her to use another charge melee. So it seems like Bungie has gone for the frequent reminder teaching method versus a checklist method where she's forced to do it once correctly before moving on. Not how I would have done it personally, but all good. Still not happy with her sensitivity, she cranks it from 3 to 8, and I think because in the moment I was like, whoa, what's going on here? She got scared into only bumping it to 6. She jumps on a pike while looking for Maeve from Shorhan's fight team. The biggest problem here was using the left and right sticks simultaneously. There's a lot of looking, then moving, then looking, then moving. That's a common problem for non-gamers in general, and you can see Amy struggles with that same problem on foot right as she starts playing when first entering the Cosmodrome wall. Not knowing the pike has a boost function, she just slow hovers her way up the hill, like a grandma in a golf buggy. To progress the mission, she has to kill a few small groups of enemies, but now we've got servitors making stuff immune and having slightly more health than she's used to. The basic strategy is to hit fire auto rifle or punch if they get close. I will say she's surprisingly good at taking cover, like she very rarely actually dies because she always retreats to heal. Granted, still no special weapon, heavy, super, grenade, charge, melee, or class ability, but that's okay, we can't rush the process. When she took cover on a small hill, I could tell she knew hipfire wasn't quite working at this distance, so she aimed in, but because she doesn't know about recoil control, as in counteracting a weapon's upward kick by pulling down as you shoot, she finds it too hard to stay on target. And because she can't stay on target, she never fully holds down the trigger to empty the entire mag. I guess you don't have to fire the fully automatic weapon all the way, but it's kind of its main thing, isn't it? Auto rifle, it's in the name. Later, when Amy finds a high stability pulse rifle, it changes everything for her. What can be amazing about non-gamers is the sheer untarnished optimism. For example, you and I would look at this death wall of infinite lightning and assume, bad, no touchy touch. The ghost even says that nothing will get through that arc energy, but Amy goes, it's probably fine. I taste her in real life right as she touched it. How else will she learn? Okay, for this next part, imagine this wasn't a video game for a second, and instead you're watching a horror film. Suddenly the walls are an insect nest, it's dark so we need our flashlight, the music is ramping up the tension, the sounds of bugs are squelching in the walls. Amy was very scared right here, and to be honest, fair enough. In the room, the thrall immediately overwhelmed her. Because they're so aggressive in rushing the player, and they travel in a group, Amy was startled into just spamming melee to deal with them. Obviously that punishes her whenever there's a cursed thrall around. Big blood. She's trying not to have a panic attack, and is barely paying attention here, so she just waits like a full 20 seconds before noticing she can just respawn. This is where I get a glimpse of a tactic I like to call going into a room until I've killed as many things as possible from outside that room. Amy would go on to use this tactic at every new doorway, essentially, often doing entire boss fights without really entering the room. It looks like she's ready to be an endgame PvE player much sooner than I thought. Look how timid she is, just inching around this corner. I asked her why she was so afraid, and she said, quote, I hate the creepy little wet men. She called Thrall creepy little wet men, and I was
creepy little wet men.
For the respawning restricted darkness zone. This added so much tension for her. When I asked her why later, she said she hated the idea of wasting time and having to start again. That was fascinating because we didn't have a time constraint.
Creepy little wet man.
I wasn't pushing her to achieve a certain goal or progress at a certain speed. I don't know where this intrinsic productivity angle came in. I guess in the same way that From Software sometimes adds tension to boss fights by putting a long walk before each attempt. The threatened time waste of a darkness zone added stakes for Amy immediately. And then I'll have my medium rare, thank you. She then asked me, why can't I just tilt the remote to aim? Which means she was born to use a Switch Pro controller and play Zelda. Still struggling with her aim, she turned down the sensitivity from 6 to 5. She's kind of honing in on a problem here, which is that as she fires, her crosshair gets increasingly off target, but because no helpy help, I can't tell her she's firing from way too far away to stay accurate, and that she should learn to control the recoil of the gun while shooting. So knowing she wants to be more accurate, but not knowing how to do it, she lowers the sensitivity back down to 3 and tap fires even more conservatively to stay on target, only to immediately crank the sense back to 7 1 minute later. I have no idea what's going on here. Can you really understand the mind of a true genius? So we find Maeve's dead ghost and the mission ends. Amy waits out the timer, but instead of kicking her to orbit, we get 12 seconds of black screen, and then she spawns into this liminal prison room. I think the game just bugged because there's no entrance and no exit to this space. It's just a room. There's no prompts to open the director and teleport somewhere else. After 5 minutes of being stuck, she was getting progressively more frustrated, so I did have to intervene and tell her I think the game's just bugged and she should go to orbit. I didn't tell her how to go to orbit though, so that took some time. She pulls out her ghost, but misses the bottom left return to orbit prompt, cycles through the tracked objectives, enters text chat, tabs through the character menus, tries to take a screenshot before finally pulling out her ghost and seeing the prompt. It doesn't explicitly say long press to go to orbit, so it kind of takes her a few tries to work that out. She eventually notices that she has to hold it down to actually execute the action. And that brings us to the end of day 1. The next day, Amy flies back to the Cosmodrome, but forgets she was in the middle of a quest. So heads out into the wilds with no objective, kind of meandering around until eventually she's like, wait, what am I even doing? And I was like, what are any of us even doing? She either remembered or just guessed she was headed for Shorhan, so drags him and teleports there. For some reason, standing right next to him, she just pauses for a while and goes, why does it look like that? I don't even know what that means. And also, good question. The Shorhanator gives her a sniper rifle but doesn't explain that it's different to a shotgun or that it's an upgrade, so naturally Amy ignores it. Of course, the tutorial NPC has one quest, which happens to sell the latest expansion. This ad pop-up repulsed Amy. She was like, I haven't even played the game yet. Why would I want to buy an expansion? And I was like, most gamers can't resist spending money. For example, sport games. The next quest step, Learning Light, isn't too far away, so she diligently tracks it and sets out from Pallet Town. You'll notice that Amy overshoots the...
All right, that's enough. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. So, what are you doing to encourage new players to use a heavy weapon? That's the takeaway. Let's keep looking through these questions here. What's the future of crafting? Artifact perk saved to load out. Please God. Can we not do that? That's in the Matrix interview. What was the response? they said we want to. Do you have a timestamp for MacTic's video? Technically challenging with something they're working on. Okay, classic. Fair enough. See, these questions, I just don't think this is productive. I wish to see Bungie leadership front and center spell out what they plan for beyond Destiny 2. Haven't they said a bajillion times that their plan for the future of Destiny is Destiny 2? I feel like that A will become an annoyance with not remembering which loadouts have which artifacts past your first few times. B will be thrown under the loadout swapping issue they have and potentially encourage them to make artifact switching proc not swap. Huh. Interesting thoughts. Definitely interesting thoughts. Destiny 2 too. Yeah, that sounds like that should be it. I hear you. But I think I want to ask it anyway. To be honest. It's been a pain point for me. I want that thing to be savable to load up. Like, there should just be a checkbox toggle. Like, do you want to save your artifact to the loadout as well? Do you want to save your armor to the loadout? Do you want to save your weapons to the loadout? Like, that should be something that you can choose, I think. And then it would, I think, alleviate some issues. I've always been the kind of player to show up at the last season of the year and then grind the hell out of the entire season in just a few months. This isn't as exciting for players who've been consistently every season for years. I feel like there's no games meant to play on your game. Oh, that's not a question. Okay. Confirm if Wrath of the Machine is returning in Ash and Iron. Probably too specific. I'd love to know what we as a player base will need to sacrifice to get back 2 raids and 2 dungeons a year. Is that a valid question, or is that too, like, would they just never ever answer that? Never. I remember when Destiny 1 came out, Bungie made a big deal over the fact that they had a grand 10-year plan for Destiny. Now that the Light and Dark saga is over, can you give a similar commitment for what the future of Destiny holds in the Fate saga and beyond? Reasonable question or no? Dude. Yeah, their response, no. Worth a shot. Okay. Will we be getting new supers for the darkness subclasses in the future? Important or no? Mactix asked. What was the response he got? If Max asked, I won't rehash. They answered it already? Okay. Alright. We can move on. How long will it take to reach 400 power and start earning tier 5s? In my voice, when will we get a massive update that will focus on making the world of Destiny more than just strikes and grindfests? When will we get clan housing? When will we get experimentation? When will we get reasons to stay in game that isn't running the dungeon for the 1000th time? When will we get ship combat? 407, thank you, Alex. You've been a legend with these.
Great. Are there any plans?
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Holy... Why did it start coming out of my monitor? It sounded like there was someone in my room! Ah! Why did it randomly do that? Wait, it didn't. It's just that his audio is so busted that it sounded like it was.
Plans to add more options for this was a really big one.
The Titan subclass.
Yeah.
Wait, there's no way! That sounded like it was coming out my monitor so much. It's literally a heart attack simulator.
But yeah, there are spaces that we haven't explored yet, and they remain open opportunities for us in the future.
Great. Are there any plans to add more options for, this was a really big one, darkness subclasses have one super option and one melee option, and they have for a while, and that kind of stunts their build diversity for anyone who doesn't want to use the warlock melee freeze. Any plans to look to add more options for those?
No concrete plans today, but I mean, we have a history of coming back around to our subclasses and continuing to expand them and develop them. And I think in the most recent subclass we had was the prismatic one. Mm-hmm. Now that we have built that one, I think we have more ability to come back around and look at the other subclasses. I know the team is aware of this and wants to do something about it.
Adjacent to that, with prismatic, kind of.
Okay. How is Bungie planning to support Destiny 2 from an engine, hardware, back-end design perspective for the Fate Saga, given that in 10 years, Destiny 2 will be 18 years old? This math doesn't feel right to me. Oh, Destiny 2 will be. No, it won't. What? Will it? I'm confused. I'm confused by this. Okay, let's move on. PvP content. I could just ask, what does the future of PvP look like in Destiny? I think that's a valid question. Like, where the hell's it going? What's the deal? Lol. Let's see if there's anything else. Not really, no. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, folks? Well, yep, decent question. Probably gonna not get answered, but decent question. I want to add for now, and then I want to reorganize and then trim, Alex. This is purely hypothetical. Purely hypothetical. It's purely hypothetical. I didn't, Froggy, sorry. Let me scroll up your message history here. The Fireteam breakage is about where you spawn when you join someone. After Final Shape on all planets, you no longer spawn in where the Fireteam is now, so you can try to join someone in a public event. You get dumped clear across the map 4 zones over. Okay, I can write that down. Fireteam joining is bugged, so you join people, you spawn nowhere near them. Are you aware of this? I feel like this is too much. It's a bit too close to a bug report. But let's note it down for now, and then we can see where it fits in the grand scheme of things. What else are we feeling, chat? Kind of depends on who you're hypothetically asking. Do you mean like if I was hypothetically talking to Allison, or if I was hypothetically talking to Robbie, or hypothetically talking to Tyson? Like, is that what you mean? Because the hypothetical so far is definitely hypothetically Bungie. But let's say hypothetically it was, I don't know, Robbie. Let's say it was Robbie, hypothetically. Will grapple melee receive the stat damage bonus from both grenade and melee as they have in the past? What? I don't understand that question. Personally, sorry. You tried last GCX, big quality of life sort of bug. Don't know if it's hypothetically a good time, but would be nice and good for the game. Got it. Don't ask about grapple melee. Ping system. Yeah, we have ping system down. It counts as both grenade and melee technically. Okay. I feel like this is hypothetically not the place for that question. It might be a bit too niche. And that's correct, Spider. It's 450 and then raising to 550. I have an oddly specific armor one, whether we're keeping resilience, damage resist at the fixed stat of 100 or just guardian health. Porg, if I understand your question correctly, it's the same thing. They are just establishing a fixed guardian amount of life. And if you're fixing the guardian hit points and you're fixing the damage resist, you're actually arbitrarily just putting it wherever you want based on where you scale the enemy damage to. So, like, I don't think that the question actually tells us anything. I don't think. But I could be wrong. The health system in this game is very confusing. To me. If old raids aren't in the portal and need to be found in the director, but they aren't updating the director, do you think that could lead to confusion? Yeah, I've got a question about where raids are. Because we need to know that. It's kind of wild that we haven't got that information yet. In response to my tweet, someone said, can Wrath, Scourge, and the 4 Leviathan raids I paid for come back? Were there 4 Leviathans? Did they release Leviathan in 4 stages? Or like, what does that mean? There's 4 different Leviathan raids? Wait, is Leviathan the name of an expansion, not the name of a raid? I thought it was the name of a raid. Oh. Leviathan, Spire of Stars, Eater of Worlds, and Crown of Sorrow all took place on the Leviathan ship. Okay. So what if my question, because I think if I ask it and I ask it in a way that's like arsey about content vaulting, I think it's a non-starter. But I think if the question was will, or like I played Scourge of the Past and loved it. Will Scourge ever be getting a raid reprisal? That's more or less the same question, right? If they did a reprisal for one of the Sunset raids, that would answer the question for everyone, that they can reprise them. And I think this is like the least aggressive way of asking the question. Make it more general. I actually think it's less good if it's general. I don't think I need to say will Scourge and similar raids. I think this is the best. I genuinely think this is the best way to word it. Yeah, they just need to download it from Bife's videos and they'll be fine. W Elgato, they are DMing me to fix the problem. Big W. Elgato are reprising my cam link. Thanks, Elgato. Nice. Nice. WCAT. We've been using... Sorry, jump scare. Sorry. What can I keep or delete going into Edge of Fate? Can tower vendor gear be pulled at high tiers? Let's say I want a tier 4 better devils from Shags. How? Since tiers are linked to difficulty and the tower can't have a difficulty. That feels like a good question. I think that's a good question. What would it take for raid races? Let me just look at this on stream. What would it take for raid races to get a prize pool? When is Destiny 2 getting their own servers? Because this is an issue with many DLC where we can take hours to just get in, play after you are in, still kick to orbit, makes the game less enjoyable. Well, what if my question was, will Destiny ever get dedicated servers? For my Shinobu's Vow enthusiasts, when Shinny V is going to get some lovin'? Need to yeet some skips and actually do stuff while yeeting skips instead of just tickling the enemy. Is this true, Olivia? The word November has been censored for you? Are there plans to expand Destiny to other forms of media? Tons of potential for things like novels, TV shows, etc. Well, aren't there a ton of novels? Like, aren't there like all the books of sorrow or whatever? They had huge plans for this, but I think they all got scrapped. When were those plans? It was Luke Smith. Will we ever get full Destiny 2 novels? Will there be a path to upgrade a tier 2 into a higher tier? That's a good question. Tier 5s drop in PvE from higher difficulty activities. How do you earn tier 5s in Crucible? Wait, chat. Question. Do the press get early access to Destiny expansion campaigns to review them? No. Okay. So like the event I went to was the preview event, basically. Okay. Okay, fair. In the portal, how will we access old expansion content like Edge of Fate when Renegades comes out? Yeah, let me just write that down here. Does every expansion always have a new location, chat? Yes. Chat, expansions have been yearly for a long time, right? Like, was there ever a time where there was 6 monthly expansions? Yearly-ish, yeah. Like, the whole 6 months thing is, like, very new. That's a very new thing, right? Just like year 1 of Destiny. Destiny 1, year 1, and Destiny 2, year 1. Got it. They're gonna have a lot. There's gonna be a lot of new locations, dude. We're gonna be planet hopping like crazy. Just joined what's happening. First of all, band 9913, you have a very suspect name. And you better be on your best behavior, buddy. All right? You better be on your toes, mister. To be fair, following since April 12th, but this is Band's first message. So maybe we're safe. Maybe we're safe. I've been around for years now. Your Twitch account has been around since June 1st, 2018. But these two messages are your first ever messages in this chat. Big lurker energy. It's fine to be a lurker. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But with a name like that, you better be careful, buddy. You ask what we're doing. We're doing this. In a hypothetical world where Milo was talking to Bungie in 1 hour, and the topic of the conversation was the new player experience in Destiny 2 and anything and everything Edge of Fate, what would you want Milo to ask Bungie? What's the most juicy? And what Edge questions are still burning a hole in your brain after the dev stream today? That is what we're doing. We are creating a list for a hypothetical scenario. Somebody said that Bungie's doing something at GCX. Is that true? Someone just said that a minute ago. Whose dick I gotta suck to get this Queenie Candy? Jesus, Olivia. Your husband's only. Christ almighty. Yeah, I would say it's custom Crucible matches, Olivia. That is what I would say. You've been grinding 3 hours? And you haven't gotten it? Can you just double check that you don't already have it? Just in case. You have checked? Okay. Never mind. I sent that. And you got it. You're free. It's that easy, baby. It's that easy. Consider the dick sucked. You know what I mean? Hell yeah. Olivia made the boss call. Olivia sucked the boss dick. Oh god. That's crazy. Oh man. Chat, if Olivia was on our VOW team for the whole thing, for VOW, right? For VOW. Ricky, it's Lotus Eater. If Olivia was on our VOW team for the whole thing, what would I have wanted to be on her account for her to be, like, ready for VOW? Yeah, you're safe, Freak. I've cleared Vault of Glass. Mine, thank you for the sub. 3 months, baby. Le Monarch and Queer Ass. So she's on Titan. What does that mean? Was my question not clear? Maybe I might have, like, brain farted the question. My question is, So we just blind cleared Val, right? Thank you so much. Thank you for teaching me how to do Horizon Jack. No worries, bud. We just blind cleared Val. My question is, if Olivia had been on the team, what would I have wanted her to have to be, like, prepared? So, like, I wish I had Sleeper Catty. That was a big one for me. So Sleeper and Sleeper Catty is something I would have wanted Olivia to have. What else would I have wanted her to have in Val on Titan? What's like the basic like Communal Garden Titan stuff? She's got Sleeper and Sleeper Catty. Is that Queer Ass of the Falling Slimes? Tractor Cannon. Does Tractor Cannon have a catty? Yeah, Queer Ass of the Falling Star Sun is armor. Heart of Inmost Light Syntho. Is that good on Titan? Because I know it's good on Lightning Surge for Warlock. What's it good for on Titan? Oh, that's what Consecration uses? Okay. Okay, so Olivia needs to focus Syntho, because Syntheseps is probably the more important of the two, right? So Olivia needs to focus Syntho and try and get a Heart of Inmost Syntho. Tractor Cannon. Isn't Storm's Keep just a super that you just got unlocked by default? Storm's Keep's an aspect. Okay. Do you have that aspect, Olivia? Wait, it's Ikora? Oh, she's definitely got it then. She's definitely got it. Yeah, you can just buy it for like 5k Glimmer or something, I guess. There's a couple Mark combos that are good for Titan. Hoyle Syntho, Hoyle Star Eater, Star Eater Eternal Warrior. Yeah, I mean, certainly, Olivia, I'd say right now, any class item you get, just keep it. Just vault it. It's just going to be useful to have in the vault for the time being. You have been? Wonderful. That's perfect. Have you focused Syntheseps, Spirit of Syntheseps, at the ghost in the Pale Heart? Yes? Wonderful. I need to up your scores on my chart, bro. Like, she's cooking. One Knuckle Deep have taught her well. Do you have Tractor Cannon, Olivia? And chat, is there a Tractor Cannon Catty? She's got Tractor. She's the GOAT. What the... She's more leveled than I am. Doesn't have a Catty. Okay. Oh, there is a Catty. She just doesn't have it yet. Okay. It's just more ammo. Got it. What else would I want her to have? Sleeper, Lord of Wolves, Tractor, Queenie. You do have the Catty. Nice. Acreus, do you think? Yeah, Div would be nice for her to have, in theory. Chat, are you throwing if you put Div on a non-Warlock? Because then you can't wear Xeno. Does that just mean you're automatically throwing? Yeah. Hmm. Warlock is just the div bit boy. The div boy. I mean, we have like 5 warlocks, pork, so. The div b. You're putting on well? No ifs, ands, or buts. Wait, would you not run well with div? Why? I confused about that. All right, well you're not a warlock, Olivia, so no div is fine. You can be a warlock. I think you're fine not to be a warlock, though. I think it's okay. What else on Titan chat? What else? Is there anything really goated on Titan? I disagree with galley just because only one person in the party would need the galley, and I have the galley. So for Val, like, we wouldn't have needed her to also have galley. Do you know what I mean? Oh, she has galley as well. She has Skullfort, Banner of War. I have a good rocket, does she? Valid question. You got Banner of War yesterday. Cook, nice. I'm getting, yeah, I don't have Gallicati yet, but I'm getting it. I'm getting it this week. What about... What about... You don't have a Hezen, but you have a decent crime mutiny. Okay. What's the role on your crime mutiny? I'm waiting for this to be perks I've never even heard of before. Incan Vorpal. Oh, it's a static roll. Okay. Crime Mutiny is also not a rocket launcher, it's a grenade launcher. Okay. I'm learning things here. I didn't know any of this. Yeah, Hezen is a rocket launcher, Olivia. Do you have the chill inhibitor from Banshee? Yes, okay, sick. Sick. That is the only GL you need to worry about right now. I would say. Chat, when you're running consecration, are you prismatic or no? Does she need a lost signal to build darkness energy? You have a good lost signal? Okay. Okay, cook. Tanasha's also works. She doesn't have a gold roll, Tanasha, sadly. Do you have an aberrant, Olivia? Aberrant action, rocket, solar rocket sidearm in the second slot? Yes, but not a great one. Does it have heal clip? None of your rolls had heal clip. Okay, that's very unfortunate. Do you have it craftable? Because that is a craftable one. If you were to farm, you can buy a red border from Failsafe today, like this week. And then if you pull Echo's engrams at Failsafe, oh, KMJB, thank you so much for saying that. Do you have Choir, Olivia? I forgot that gun existed. Do you have the correct Choir? It needs D-stab. Do you have... It's Choir 4, I think. Like, you'll have crafted it on. You can get it. Chat, how long does it take to get that? If you've got Choir and you've done nothing else, how long does it take to get to command frame 4? I don't even know where the Choir is. I lost the thing. $30 minutes tops? Okay. She can unlock all of Choir if she goes with someone who has. Can't you do it all in one? Wait. Can someone just like backpack her through it then? Just to like finish all of the stuff? Yeah. Does anyone fancy doing that for Olivia real quick? Just like speed running her through for like 20 minutes? She needs the catalyst quests. Okay. Incorrect. She doesn't need the catalyst quests. You only need the first quest. And I think that she has... It sounds like she has the first quest. Yeah, she's done the first catty. So sounds like she's got what she needs. Unless I'm much mistaken. She just needs to do one expert and open all 3 extra chests. Okay. Yeah, if Olivia, if you're on the game right now and you want to just get backpacked through, that might just save you some like frustration of having to path through it yourself. Yeah, like if Jaeger could just like speed you through it, that would be dope, just to save her some time. You think Unleashed needs it too? You know, I'm also wondering... Bro, so many people are online right now. Destiny hours, baby. Jaeger's your resident carry? Oh, okay, perfect. Perfect. If we need to do class items after, I can help with that. I've got it, Disciple. I'm good. Thank you, though. But yeah, I have Choir D-Stab sorted. Do I need any class items? I don't know. You tell me. Inmost Star Eater, Apotheosis Star Eater, Inmost Syntho, Ophidian Syntho, Ozymancy Vesper, Inmost Harmony, Inmost Starfire, Inmost Verity, Necrotic Star Eater, Filament Syntho, Inmost Verity, Assassin Syntho, Ophidian Verity, Filament Syntho, Ozymancy Syntho, Filaments Verity. Are there any combos I'm missing? Inmost Star Eater. And Inmost Starfire. I have Inmost Starfire. Oh, that's... No, I don't. I lied. Wait, yeah, wait. Did I misread? This is it, right? I'm second guessing myself. Yeah, Inmost Starfire. Someone said Starfire. So I also want Inmost Star Eater, you're saying, yeah? So this, Inmost Star Eater. I'm chilling. So is there anything else that I would want? I mean, the one I run all the time is this. Inmost Synthos. It's just such a cook on Priz. Such a cook. Yeah, I think I'm good. Check the link. I just don't think the link is like needed right now. I think I'm happy already. I think I'm good. I'm gonna check this again here. Is Finality's Augur actually good? I did not get the Lotus yet. Not yet. Like, if I was in VOW, right? And I shot a Finalities into the air above Rulk, and then I hid behind the pillar in the corner of that square, is it doing anything for me? Or am I mixing up the guns here? Hey, Chris. Finalities is the one where you toss a little turret out, right? In most situations, it's absolutely useless. Okay. For Rourke, no? Okay. Blizzard. Hey, thank you for the 7 months, Chris. Okay. Sounds like finalities is too niche for me to worry about. It's funny in PvP. I bet it's demonic in PvP if you're good with it. It must be so annoying. Let's see. Can we please have future raids and dungeons that are more combat focused? Over this obsession with puzzles and overthought out mechanics. Nah. No. I'm not asking that. Bad opinion detected. Alarma, alarma, bad opinion. Bro is a Vault of Glass lover. Bro calls AdClear. It's AdClear Joe. Should I just respond to him and say, alright, AdClear Joe? Pipe down, AdClear Joe. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, gamers. Gamers. I want to get back to this. Okay? I'm going to read through all these and you tell me if there's anything I've missed. Okay? Any strikes. Kepler in director. Pardon me. Plan for the old raids. Will they live? Will they get difficulty modifiers? Will the rotations on things that are time gated be shown clearly in the game so you know exactly what's coming when? Will some time gates be removed, e.g. featured raids, because they're annoying? Will contest mode have not swap? Will it be the old version of not swap or a new version? When will we learn the raid title? What is an epic raid? Could old raids ever get epic raid variants, or will this only apply to new raids going forwards? I played Scourge and loved it. Will Scourge ever be getting a raid reprisal? If not, could those encounters ever come back in a Pantheon-style environment? What are your future plans for legendary weapon crafting? You saw my debate with Salt Agrippa about new gear. How do you respond? How long will new gear be considered new gear? When will Vidocq marketing come back? Are there any changes to the way we earn Bright Dust now that the portal exists? Right now, I run double special all the time. Is there a weapon type wide primary weapon buff being considered to make them more We've seen more than 4 buffs on screen in creator preview footage. We have the technology. Let us toggle all buffs on. Ping system? I saw one of your playtesters shatterskate on the dev stream today. Please confirm you will never remove well skating because it's my goat. Is there a plan to avoid the bombardment of cutscenes and pop-ups that happens in the new player experience? Can we get a cinematics library in the game? Can seasons not throw players into the first mission automatically, please? 200 super stat increases super damage by 45%. How does 200 super stat affect well? Will weapon damage in wells be buffed by 45%? Anti-cheat? I'd say don't throw skating dev under the bus. Honestly, I actually think that that's fair. A lot of the Destiny community feels unheard, despite the fact that from my perspective, you guys are constantly asking for feedback, etc. What are you doing to try and make those people feel more heard? Clans kind of suck, but there's a lot of potential for them. Could we browse different clans in-game? Can we post clan flyers in the tower to sign up new recruits? Can we pay a monthly fee to 100x our clan size? Can we form clan allegiances? Banners should cost 1 glimmer. I would love for you to add a randomizer button in the portal. Search bar for vault, search bar for shaders, search bar for armor ornaments, search bar for emotes. Loadouts kind of suck, but they're so important. Let us rename them in-game. Let us do an armor-only option. Why do I have to use dim to delete a loadout I made? It's annoying. Just like, what are we doing here? A way to track the god roll I'm searching for. Add a customizable cursor speed for controllers. Game error codes should say what they are commonly caused by. Will Explorer mode come to the rest of raids in the future? What are you doing to encourage brand new players to start build crafting? What are you doing to encourage new players to use a heavy weapon? I remember when Destiny 1 came out, Bungie made a big deal over the fact that they had a grand 10-year plan for Destiny. Now that the Light and Dark saga is over, can you give a similar commitment for what the future of Destiny holds for the next 10 years? I'm going to rename this. How long will it take to reach 400 power and start earning tier 5s? What does the future of PvP look like? Will permanent power increase over 200 in Renegades? Fireteam joining is bugged. Will tower vendors have tiered loot? Will Destiny ever get Deddy servers? In-game censoring is really busted. Will we ever get Destiny 2 novels? Will there be a path to upgrade tier 2s into higher tiers? Tier 5 drops in PvE from higher difficulty activities. How do you earn tier 5s in Crucible? In the portal, how will we access Cutler when Renegades is out? How will you keep up with making new location for every expansion now they happen twice as often? Have I missed anything important, chat?
Wait, I want to see it.
Wait, show us.
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
Right. Nothing off the top of your head? Where is the vault bit that I wrote down? The only thing I'd say to add is the idea of being able to pay to place a banner at the flag point for a slightly increased price. Oh, I love that idea. Julie, that's such a fry. That's a sizzle. That's a absolute. That's a 5-star meal. Exy's gonna love that one. the 10-year question is kind of redundant. They told us that this Fate Saga is 4 years. I don't think it's redundant because I'm not asking about 4 years. I'm asking about 10 years. It really made an impact on me when Bungie said the 10-year thing at the start of Destiny 1. It really, really made a mark. And them saying the next couple of years for the Fate Saga is not the same mark. So, like, I want them to say, Destiny, we have a 10-year plan for Destiny. That's what I want. Slight rewording. Now the Light and Dark Saga's over, you're writing much more with the deep future in mind. This is something Allison has personally told me, so I'm referencing that. Does this mean you're more ahead on Destiny story plans than you were even then? So I lull them into a full sense of security, hypothetically. And then I say, so could you give me a similar commitment about the future of Destiny for the next 10 years? I think this works well. Luke Smith admitted it during the Shadowkeep reveal. Interesting. Interesting. How interested am I in the past story, and how much did that story influence my current investment in the game? I'm certainly interested in it. I think the written Destiny lore is some of the best video game lore I've ever read. I don't feel like the Destiny in-game story lore is some of the best in-game story I've ever played. And I would like those two things to align one day. And I would like for the in-game story to be the best written shit I've ever seen. That would be dope. That'd be really dope. So chat, the last thing I want to do here is I want to separate this into what do you think needs a long answer and what do you think needs a one line, like, yes or no, like lightning round style answer. Maybe we'll just highlight the ones that you think need longer answers. So on this page, is there anything that screams longer answers? Anything that screams longer answers. Probably the epic raids thing. Raids and epic raids. It may not be likely to get a long answer, Sveen, but what I'm saying is there's two options that I have in this hypothetical scenario. I could either say yes or no, not swap will be enabled in contest, and they say yes. Or I could say, talk to me about your philosophy of implementing not swap in Right of the Nine, and then we could talk about that a bit. Then I could say, okay, does that mean that not swap is going to be enabled in the Edge of Fate raid? That is significantly more likely to get an answer that is like, well, da 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 da. Do you know what I mean? So there's ways to extract the direction of conversation that you're looking for. There are ways to do that. You think Edge of Fate raid can be shortened to the point? Okay. Is there anything here that needs long answers? Hypothetically, of course, of course, of course. Hypothetically, this talk is going to be 30 to 45 minutes, hypothetically. Buffs on screen. We want longer answer for that. Longer answer. Is this talk actually happening? Hypothetically. Something for the UI, it's fucked. I think the UI is kind of okay. It's okay. You haven't used enough stuff to know?
A raid
Fair.
is happening.
Welcome,
so you know,
raiders.
There's a raid right now.
Welcome, wrong opinion holders. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. We are going through a hypothetical exercise. Just to give you some understanding, my camera is broken. My camera's broken today, so I look like this permanently. This is what I permanently look like right now. This is me. So, welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the raid, Salt. Yeah, basically I streamed WoW for 25 hours and my camera just couldn't take it anymore. We are doing the following exercise. In a hypothetical world where I am talking to Bungie in 1 hour and the topic of conversation is the new player experience and anything and everything Edge of Fate related, what would be the most juicy stuff to ask Bungie? You know what, Salt? If you've got like 5 minutes, do you want to just Discord real quick and I just get your opinion on this? Would you be down to just chat like real fast? We don't need to turn it into like a long ass discussion, especially if you've got stuff to do. It's super late. You have to wake up in 5 hours. Lock in. Okay, I'm locking in like immediately. We're gonna set a timer and everything. How do I call this man? Lock in, chat. Lock in, lock in.
Hello.
Hello. All right.
Bro, I did like 10 hours of armor farming. I'm cooked.
Oh god.
Didn't even get good armor.
Wait, you didn't even get good stuff?
I mean, the chances are so low, but it's so broken compared to new armor, so like I kind of want to get it.
Yeah. That's going to be your life for the next 2 weeks. For sure. It's just Pit of Heresy over and
1
over
week.
again.
you can't. Like, yeah, it's only this week that's grasp.
Oh, you're doing grasp farm. Okay. I thought is it actually broken to just get the +3 because the new stat tuning, like, isn't that more powerful than
like an old piece God Drone is 12 more points than a tier 5 with stat tuning. Like, it's actually just so much better. It's not even close. Like,
how much is it
I don't
total?
understand why. I mean, the total is slightly lower. You just don't care because the total is going to some wasted stats.
Okay.
Like, the thing is the spike goes like 35 and 32 on old gear, while on new gear is like 30, 25. That's so much lower. I really don't like that. I think they should just make new gear as good, at least for that.
Wait, did you say it's 35, 32 for?
Yeah, because you can drop a double 30. That masterwork goes to double 32, and then one of them goes artifice to 35.
Oh. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. That's. It is a bit weird that, like, simultaneously it's like everyone is saying, "Boo! Bungie is soft sunsetting all my old gear," but then at the same time, old gear is actually like extremely spicy pizza in the new expansion. Like, it's funny. Okay, you've got limited time, so I wanna be respectful of your time here. I'm gonna put 5 minutes on the clock.
I don't actually have only 5 minutes, but anyways, yeah, let's go.
Okay, I'll put 10 minutes on the clock just to make sure that we don't end up yapping for like an entire hour. So this is the situation that we're in. In a hypothetical world.
I did see that. I did see the hypothetical.
Yeah, if you could talk to Bungie like today and just get like questions answered in an interview, for instance, what would you want asked? I've already put down primary weapons buff, which you mentioned the other day. So that's accounted for. But like, what else? I've also already put down the new gear stuff. Is there anything else that's like pressing for you as like, this is just painful and it just needs to change?
For me, as an endgame player, I suppose, and that's been painful for like 4 years, it's the fact that you in high level content, you either get to one shot or you're invincible, depending on how much DR you have. So I guess I would ask them, is there a plan to ever standardize the DR so that they can actually lower the damage of enemies and you don't get one shot, but you also aren't invincible? Like something like that. I don't know how you want to phrase it, but
so,
you know, like,
help me understand.
Basically lowering the difference between running 0 DR to running like 4/3 of DR. Like, I want that gap to be like much smaller. So that you don't feel like forced to like play amplified WoW mail, I guess.
So essentially you're saying the maximum DR achievable to be lower, so the minimum DR and maximum DR are closer together.
Yeah, that, and on top of that, if needed, lower certain one-shots that feel unfair. Like, I don't think anyone likes to enter a room, there is a strength subjugator, and just one-taps you because you have no DR, right? That's not very fun.
Yeah.
But it's also not very fun when you have amplified, you enter a room with 50 ads and you take 0 damage. Like, it's just weird.
Do you like the amplified thing? Like the lower enemy hit ability on you? Do you like that as a new thing?
The concept can be fine, but it's completely overtuned right now. Like, I think having amplified alone is better than having every other DR in the game like together, just because they don't hit you. Like, so it's a bit overtuned, I guess.
Okay, but not like an urgent thing to be fixed by any means.
I mean, I'd rather it get fixed for the day one, but I don't know if I would ask them that specifically. Like, also because they're not changing that short term. I don't expect to.
Gotcha.
And you can ask it if you want, but that's like, you know, that's like one of those, like, people will call them the elitist questions, I guess.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
For me, they are important. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think like at the end of the day, like if there's questions that are affecting the new player community, those are important, and then questions that are affecting the long-term player community are also important, right?
I mean, I do think they are also affecting new players a lot, because like, if a new player tries to get into endgame and doesn't quite know how, like, so to say, broken DR is, like, they feel demoralized. While if the game was like less punishing and you could kind of play with whatever you wanted, like, I think they'd have a better time. So I don't think it's only for in-game players.
Okay, so here's a question. What do you think is like your viewers' biggest pain point in Destiny? Like, is there something that people constantly moan about in your chat?
That's a good question, but I never think about it because they
He's
moan
like,
about a lot of things.
It would not be safe for me to reply. Like,
No,
I am
don't
not at
mind
liberty
replying.
to say.
I'm thinking. I mean, whenever people play PvP, like they're mad about melee whiffs, but they've been for 10 years. That's never getting fixed. So like, probably not even worth mentioning it. And no one is playing PvP right now, I think.
Is that just a PvP thing? You'd never, like, whiff in PvE?
I mean, it's rare in PvE. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been a PvP thing.
Okay.
It's just netcode being weird.
Mm.
I mean, I feel like many of the complaints are kind of like generic complaints, like, oh, there is nothing to do in the game, which I feel like they're trying to solve in Edge of Fate. So it's not really a question that I'd be asking them now, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they seem to be wanting to work towards a better system there.
It's like we almost already have their answer, at least for the time being. Their answer is like, well, we're going to try and do these things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I agree with you on that.
I mean, I definitely would have a lot of questions on like loadout, like locked loadouts, but that's probably already there.
Yep. Yeah, I've got some question about not swap or just like full loadout locking and like that sort of stuff. I mean,
because like
yeah,
to give like kind of a TLDR on that, like while obviously loadout swapping is kind of broken, and I know some people are against it, some people are for it. Like, I think as long as it doesn't like completely break the game, it can actually be kind of fun. But obviously the way it is now, you're basically playing like 3 exotics at once, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, the way I see it, if every exotic had like was tuned in a way where you couldn't just click on it and get the effect, I don't think it would be an issue. For example, if an exotic like Night Oak required you to get like 5 headshot kills before your gold actually becomes a Night Oak, right? Like, I don't think you would just click on it during DPS, right? Because you wouldn't be getting 5 crits. But if you were actually playing with the exotic, that wouldn't even matter, right? So like, I feel like if every exotic had something like that like almost an activation requirement, at least those exotics that are swap exotics. Of course, for others it wouldn't matter.
Could that
at that point I don't think it would like matter, right? If you can swap loadout for, I don't know.
Yeah. Could that even work where it would be like, what if it was just with literally every single exotic in the game, they all work the same way, which is that if you change any exotic in your loadout at a given time, all your exotic like perks get turned off until you've gotten like 3 ad kills. Would that be like too annoying?
I mean,
or
some
would
of
that
those
be
things
fine?
could be bypassable though, right? Like if it's just 3 ad kills, very generic, you could just turn around, toss a rocket. Like, I don't want it to be gimmicky, right? Like, it needs to be something that you probably can't bypass. I don't know.
Fair.
I mean, I also would like to see systems, like, I don't know if you've ever played Overwatch, but like in the sequel now, if you swap character, it doesn't just nuke your ult. Like, if you're like 80% ult, like you always go to 30%. You don't go below 30%.
Oh, okay.
So like that could also be cool, right? You swap to Night Oak, you don't lose all your abilities, but maybe you lose like half your super because Night Oak is a super exotic. So you can't just abuse that, right? I don't know. I feel like they could experiment with that if they don't want to lock loadouts. Like, I'm not against lock loadouts.
Yeah.
But I'm saying this because I've seen them experiment it with Sanguine, right? Now, that Sanguine change doesn't do anything with those like 10 seconds lockout. You just lose 10 seconds of Sanguine, but I think the idea could be there if they want to like expand on it.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, just to make sure I understand. The 10 seconds of Sanguine does absolutely do something if you are in a damage phase that's going to require you to like this is like a gimmicky example, but like, let's say you were in a really short damage phase, and what your plan was going to be to like plant your well and then switch to Sanguine, but for some reason, like you need to plant the well and do the damage immediately afterwards for whatever reason, then it does completely fix the sanguine problem, right? Like if those 10
like your
seconds
well
are
is 30
crucial.
seconds.
I know, but like I'm saying, like let's say it's a 10-second damage phase where you teleport to a boss.
I mean, yeah.
And you're in there for 10 seconds, and you need the well while you're in there, and then it teleports you out. Like for example,
that only applies if not swap is active though, because if not swap isn't active, you will swap to sanguine before you place the well, and then you wait 10 seconds, then you place the well.
But if you, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if not swap isn't active, then you still have the well super at that point.
So if not swap is active, you lose 8 seconds of sanguine, not 10, because for sure you are in your inventory. So it's like, okay, sure, but no damage phase is 10 seconds nowadays.
Fair. Yeah, fair enough.
Like I don't think they can do short damage phases anymore, like physically in the game, because the gap between thunder crushing a boss or night talking a boss and not doing that is so insane with how strong supers are that like 90% of the classes in the game would be like unusable in a short damage phase. Like they can't do Aatrox anymore because you will have to run 6 Titans. Like they're kind of stuck on a longer phase, I think, right now.
Oh, I've never thought of that. So wait, so the classes that don't have the instant damage would just get completely outclassed by the ones that can just like do a lot of damage in like 5 seconds and then they fall off hard.
Yeah, like in a 30 seconds damage phase, whether you use a damage super or not, like of course the damage super does more damage. Don't worry about the timer. Of course the damage super does more damage, but like the gap isn't like 10 times the damage. It's like, okay, maybe you do like 50% more.
Right.
On a short phase, like the gap would be so insane that I don't think they want something where you have 0 loadout variety. I don't know.
Yeah, it would actually just alienate like a whole load of players.
Yeah. And I mean, it's of course worse next patch because now supers are doing 45% more.
Yeah, one of the questions we have written down is, if you spec to 200 super stat, will that mean that weapons are buffed by 45% damage in a well?
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that's a question. I feel like that's just so insane. Like, there's no way they make it go through. Like, it's fine to ask the question, but you would think
because
they
like
wouldn't do that.
One of the things we were joking about is like, can you imagine if they like somehow hadn't realized that that was a problem, and then I like hypothetically, if I said it to them, and then they were like, okay, our solution is going to be, we're going to disable well for contest. Like, that would be the most cursed contest imaginable. Like, people have their complaints about you nerfing div. People would literally rip my head off for removing well from contest.
Yeah, that's fair, but it wouldn't be your fault. So many people are tagging them about it.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Like, if that happens, like, you're running 6 warlocks in the raid, so like, I don't think that happens. That's
right.
That would be weird. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. On that note, we're over timer, so just let me know if you wanna dip. But one thing that I would like to get your like queries about is raid stuff specifically. So I've obviously not been around in the build up to a raid ever. Like I've just never experienced that. So I know that they keep like all their information close to their chest, but we also are in a situation with this expansion where like the portal exists and like we don't know where raids are going to even be. Like there's some weirdness there. So I'm curious, even though they're normally very, very secretive about everything, like what kind of raid questions are on your mind right now beyond just like, are you going to do not swap? Are you going to do lock loadouts? Or are you going to do something else?
Do you mean for the new raid or for old ones?
For both. Like, we can do them separately.
Okay, well, for old raids, I guess it would be some generic, like, quality of life questions. So, like, are they gonna remain power fixed? Because I think that's very important. I hate when, like, your power level affects raids. Or are there ever gonna be plans to, like, not have surges and overcharges in master raids and maybe, like, not have champs in them? Like, even on the old ones? Probably not, but, like, it would be nice, I think. To, like, rework those higher difficulties. Another question I would have is, are they gonna give you, like, gear that lets you level up? Like, because they're not in the portal, and don't think so. Like, do you
Correct.
actually get power level from them, or are they just like for fun or like
Yeah.
for gear?
Yeah.
And then for the new raid, I would like to ask them the name, but I'm not gonna tell you that because the name is usually like a sick teaser. And then I am pretty curious if raid gear is gonna have an armor set, like a set bonus, or it's gonna keep going with just armor mods that just work in the raid. Because I think
So-
it's cooler if it would work everywhere.
I think I can already confirm, I think, at least in my understanding of things, that the raid gear does have a raid set bonus that applies everywhere. I think. But I'm at like 65% certainty, 70% certainty, so it's definitely not enough to like actually confirm anything. So I can definitely hypothetically explore that, try and get some more solid confirmation.
Also, I hope those questions aren't like terrible, but I'm kind of coming up with them like on the fly, and
No.
I usually
This
think
is
about
this,
it.
this is good. I mean, like at the end of the day, the main thing I wanted to sort of just get from you is like it, because I don't know what your reaction was to the stream today. I thought the stream today was definitely an improvement on last week. I think that there was still some areas where it was like, oh, they didn't really show this in enough detail, or like there were some gaps. But I think it was an improvement. But
I don't mind the streams. I don't really like expect anything crazy from them usually, I guess. So that's
Fair.
why I react pretty positively. I don't think they should keep showing old content in them. Not because like it's just a bad taste for many players. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like they should try to like stick to new missions. I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah. I
but
think
I don't really care either way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I reacted pretty like normal. I want to say like I wasn't blown away, but it was fine.
Yeah. So I think there's a world where you watch the stream today and you're like, oh my god, they mentioned this like one thing that like is a big change to the game, but then they never went into detail, and I want to know about that. So I was just curious if there was anything like that came up for you, but it sounds like it was actually pretty fine. It was just like you learned stuff that you were sort of expecting to learn. There was some reused content in there that you were kind of expecting as well. And in terms of the pressing questions you have, it's sort of the pressing questions that you'd expect to have at this point of like, what's the raid called? And like, I want to know more about it. Like, we've seen that it's like a 9-themed raid now. Like, we've seen that little 1-second teaser, which I think looks awesome. I love that like design style. I think it looks so good.
If I was thinking, if you want me to tell you my biggest concern about this stream, which might just be a scaling diff, like a visual diff, so maybe it's not actually reflected in the game, but it actually goes together with both things I talk about, which is like primaries needing more damage and DR being weird, because like I have always thought that like this game played perfect at -20 power level. And I've always thought, like, at least since 3 years ago when they buffed resilience, I always thought that GMs were too hard, so to say, like too overtuned at -25. And I was like, the game is just not fun at -25 because things are too tanky, they do too much damage and all of that.
Okay.
And after the resil changes and a bit of power creep, I feel like -25 started to be like, you know, fine, so to say, because you took less damage. But and now contest is also -25, in fact. But you know, primaries started feeling even weaker because then you're -25, so enemies have more health. And I saw that in the preview, people were playing like the Fable difficulty in Patrol was -40. Like I feel like I feel like they are, if they keep doing that, like your primers are gonna keep feeling way worse every patch, and you're gonna keep getting one shot if you don't stack DR. So like I feel like you make bot issues worse. I don't want them to like increase the delta ideally. Like if they want to make it harder, like they should, you know, probably balance the game more than just increase the delta, because if you increase the delta, like what's good gets balanced, but what's bad becomes terrible.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think it's a pretty solution at all. I don't know. That said though, enemies had swords on them at -30, I think. So like, usually they have skulls, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. But like, maybe it wasn't actually the same scaling. I'm not sure. But it's worth like asking, I suppose. Like,
yeah, I mean,
where do we want to go with this power level?
Is like,
yeah, I guess.
like first sort of question almost is like, is this something that you're intentionally tweaking? Should we like mentally be mapping -20 now to -40 in the Edge of Fate? Like, if that's
Because,
the case,
like,
we need to know.
Were you seeing them shoot at like stasis and cannon? Like it was taking 5 shots to kill a red bar. Like, dude, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
I think part of that was also that they were like never hitting crits with it though.
Okay, that's fair, but
yeah, they were like pretty bad at hitting crits with
what
that
did you
thing.
type about primaries, by the way? I'm just curious.
Further up, I said, right now I run double special nearly all the time, because primary weapons just suck. So I'm just like, why would I ever run a primary weapon? Is there a weapon type wide primary weapon buff being considered to make them more viable?
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to add that, but like,
yeah, I can.
They keep buffing them against red bars, and I think that's the opposite of what they should do. Like, I think add clear in the game is actually pretty easy in general, especially even with the help of abilities. I think they just feel so bad when you shoot anything that's not a red bar. Like, if you're trying to if you run out of heavy and you're like, oh, I have my primary left, that does like 5% of the damage of your heavy, and that just feels terrible, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying primary should be heavies, but I give an example. I don't know if you played Destiny 1, but there was a Nightfall modifier that made your primary weapons do double damage. Okay, not anything crazy, just double damage.
Yeah.
I swear, like, that made like primaries as good as rockets almost. Like, the gap was like so tiny. It just felt so much better because of course heavies were better. Of course for damage phases you use the heavies, but when you were out, it didn't feel like, oh, the game is terrible because nothing dies. And on top of that, that makes the ammo economy's issues way less impactful. Even if it's bad ammo economy, if you don't feel an insane difference, you're not gonna be too mad if you're missing like sure rockets, right?
Yeah.
So I'd say like if they consider buffing things that are weak, especially primaries, consider buffing them against anything that's not a red bar. Like actually do the opposite.
Yeah.
Or if you buff them, just buff them against everything, not only against red bar, because that doesn't fix the issue, so to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Can we just like brainstorm for a second? What would be the downside of primaries getting a, let's say like pretty chunky, like 30% buff, for example, on every damage type in the game, or every enemy tier in the game? Like no matter what they are, primaries just do 30% more than they currently do. Like,
I think the issue will just be that you just one-shot red bars too fast, and then add clear becomes a bit too easy. So like, I just wouldn't buff them against red bars. I don't think anyone will be mad if to kill a champion with a scout it takes 15 seconds instead of 20. Like, I genuinely don't think anyone would mind, because it's like if you're taking 15 seconds to kill a champ, you're sitting in the back of the map anyways, and at that point, might as well make it less boring.
Yeah, I guess. Yes, Sveen says that's probably their fear, is that you are just sort of plinking away from afar. But like,
yeah, but if you're plinking, then you can, like, you're safe anyways. Like, it's the thing is, at that point, you're not changing difficulty. Like, you're just making the game feel,
let's just slow,
faster.
Yeah, or faster depending on which way you go. Yeah.
Like, if you need to kill a target because it's a threat, you are not killing it with a scout rifle. Like, let's be real. That's just not happening. Like, even if they did double damage, you still wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah, I think the more you say it, the more I'm just sort of like, why do they suck so much?
Like, I feel like they want weapons to have roles, but they miss the fact that they do. Like, heavies are better than specials are better than primaries. Like, the gap is there. You don't need to be worried about making things better.
Yeah. Because let's say there was a 10% buff to not red bars. I forget what the exact tiers are called. It's like minors and majors or whatever, right? But like basically orange bars and red bars. Sorry, no, orange bars and yellow bars. Let's say there was just a 10% buff to primary damage on those. Would that mean people all suddenly started swarming to plink-plonk enemies across the map? Well, realistically, if it was going to take you 4 minutes to take down one subjugator before, and now it's going to take you like
minutes.
like 10% less or 20% less or whatever the buff is, whatever they would end up going with, are people going to start suddenly being like, okay, well, it's 3 minutes, so I'll start plinking? Like, I don't think they consider it. I think that it would specifically just help the noobs. Like,
yeah, no, and like I think personally, for how I see the game, that making a patch that makes, I don't know, GMs slightly easier or less annoying for new players is good, especially if it doesn't affect it for like good players. Like it's good to shrink that gap a bit.
Yeah,
like, it's not really a skill gap to like use your rocket. You know, like obviously if you play the game a lot, you know you got like spam heavy. But like if you're new to the game, there is nothing wrong with you still doing some damage. Like you're still gonna perform worse, but you're gonna feel better about your performance. You only need to watch out for exotics. Like there are some exotics like Outbreak that, you know, you can't just buff Outbreak by like double the damage because
yeah, they would need to tune that.
You're never using a sniper again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, do you know like before Final Shape, like 3 months before, they gave end cannons a 70% buff, I think, against anything that's yellow bar, I think. Okay, not bosses, but like against champs, mini bosses.
Oh,
okay.
I did not know that.
Like that's why when you shoot an end cannon, it's the only primary that doesn't feel disgusting, by the way.
Right.
And like they should legit do that to every primary.
Wow. So that's why when I was using my Sunshot in the Final Shape campaign, it was like I could just use that the whole time and it was just great. Like it was just really good.
Yeah, like I think the only time in the game where you ever need to nerf a primary because it does too much, it's when it does too much AoE. Like I don't think there has ever been a primary that did too much single target damage in the game.
Yeah, it's
even when they nerfed the Quicksilver Storm, I was complete in disagreement. Like that did not in the nerf.
When was that? What was the context there?
A couple months after Witch Queen. Like it was a decent weapon, but it was LR to use, and like it was really not that good. It was just like pretty much as good as a special weapon against champs, and it's like, is that really an issue? Like,
yeah,
you gotta use the alternate fire. Like it's not easy. Like I don't know, it's a big investment. Like legit, the only primary in the game that you could consider that's too strong is Sunshot, simply because you shoot one hand and like 10 of them die. But that's not like due to the single target damage. That's because it infinitely changed explosions.
Yeah, it is interesting that it feels like their solution to primaries being bad is to just give them a ton of AoE and be like, well, now they're good. Like, or okay, let me walk that back a little bit. I think I mean, I could be totally wrong about this, but I think that they saw that like primary type weapons were bad and then started thinking, well, the only thing that makes them not bad is the ones that we've given AoE stuff to. Like if it's, I don't know if like Firefly rolls on primaries, but like it's like those sorts of things, right? Where it's just like, let's hope that the perks can fix the problem for us. But I think just the fact that the noobs are not even reading the damn perks, they're not looking at that, they're just shooting their guns, means that they probably need to buff something that the noobs are going to notice in order for it to actually feel better. And that's only going to come from the base damage, right?
Yeah, and also like objectively, like the noobs, so to say, aren't gonna use an AoE exotic most of the time because there are few, and the chances they are on one of them is low. And
yeah,
I just feel like if you're a new player, you're just tempted to like save your heavy for I don't know what, and like you see a boss, you're kind of scared, you stay away, you shoot it, and if you start shooting that boss and you're like, oh, I'm doing no damage, like that doesn't feel good. Because you don't even have to play like high level content. If you play like the campaign and you try to shoot a boss with a primary, like it's terrible.
Yeah.
And I feel like many new players do that.
I watched a video today on like a new player experience of like the tutorial of the game, and it was like, yeah, the game told me to like dodge once, so I dodged once, and then I never dodged again because I never realized that class ability meant dodge. And it's like stuff like that, like they're just forgetting all the information the game tells them and then playing it like it's Call of Duty. And
yeah,
so they're just firing their assault rifle because that's what you do in COD, right?
Like the game is not COD, but you need to make the game good, even for someone that wants to play like COD to a certain extent. They're not gonna have like the craziest build, but like they need to be able to play the game, I think. Right now they kinda are.
Yeah. Okay, that's definitely a point that I will. I've got certain ones of these that I'm like hypothetically highlighting as like maybe trying to get more answers on or like a longer answer on. I think that that's one that is probably quite worth that. I've got more buffs on screen as a big one because like I'm sick of buffs pushing off screen and just being like, well, now I just have to wait for one of my other buffs to go away to see what I was trying to see. Like, I find it so frustrating.
But like I generally discuss sandbox a lot, right? But
yep.
There is no point in going into specifics right now because they're completely changing how the game works next patch. So like I don't even know what's good, what's bad, right?
Yep.
But the primary and DR creep combo has been like going for I think like 3 years. That's why I kind of brought it up despite not knowing much because I know that will still be an issue. Like that's not getting fixed. Right. Another funny one you can mention if you want, like as an example, but the Titan Barricade, I don't know why, like it gives you 80% DR when you're binded to explosives. And it's like, I like that it gives you some DR because, you know, you're buying the barricade, but 80%, dude, it's funny because like, they start shooting you, you take 0 damage, and if you step like 30 centimeters to the right, you just get one shot by a grenade because you lose. It just doesn't feel good, you know, when there's that insane gap like that.
Does that?
Because you don't even like realize. Like,
do you think part of the problem there is that it isn't immediately obvious when you're in and outside the barricade? So like.
I mean, that is part of the problem, but the problem is also that it's just counterintuitive, especially for a new player. That's the thing. Like, you wouldn't know if you didn't read that TWAB from 2 years ago. Like, you just wouldn't know.
Oh.
Right? It doesn't, like... yeah, I don't know.
So it's not in the like, hover tip for the thing. It's just, like, a random change.
I don't think so. I don't know. Is it?
It's compendium information, is it?
Well, it's probably in the compendium. It's definitely not in the game.
Yeah, got you. Is that on the
like,
the tall barricade or the small barricade?
Both.
Oh, okay. Just yeah. I
have you
no
seen
idea.
people doing like solo flawless like Prophecy like Titan? They just sit behind the barricade and they're just immune to damage because bolt charge heals them and they just take no damage.
Wait,
like,
does that mean? Because I've seen people with the rally barricade. I've seen them place it behind them, and then shoot the boss. Does that mean
still works, yeah.
You're still in the damage resist area if the barricade is behind you?
I mean, I think if you're getting bolt charge stocks, you are in the air. Like the area is like sort of like a square.
That's so weird. Like to have a barricade behind you, and for the boss to be just like hitting you in the face with like I'm imagining like lock set, and you've just got bees just like hitting you in the head over and over again. But because there's a barrier behind you, you're safe. Like what?
I mean, weren't you doing like a Master Vogue at like what -60? How did you kill Templar? Like surely you were just immune to damage because you had a barricade. Otherwise you would just die. I think.
Which one was Templar?
The first boss. Like he fucking shits on you even at like -20 in a well. Like
Yeah, I don't remember what we had there. I think it might have just been well and hope for the best, potentially.
I don't know. Like, did you have no one placing a barricade like bolt charge?
We maybe
like,
did.
It's
I just
different.
I might not have realized. Like Onpan might have just like put one down.
That's fair.
But yeah, that's good to know that that's the thing. 80% is crazy as well. That's so that's 80% of all AoE damage. But that's going to then combine with all your other resists, right?
Yeah.
So you're just immune.
Yeah, it's just insane. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
And I mean, also in this game, so many things count as AoE, even if they're like some projectiles I think count as AoE. Like basically everything is AoE. I don't know. You know, like it's weird unless you get like sniped.
Yeah.
Like I have a clip from earlier. Let me see if I'm still here because I generally like watched it back because I thought I was cheating. I was like, what did I do?
Oh, also does Song damage resist stack with all your other resists?
Yes, but that's actually kind of balanced. I think that's like 10 for bosses and 20 for red bars. It's actually on a value that's somewhat.
Wait, Song damage resist is 10?
It's definitely lower on bosses, I think. It's 10 or 15. No, not for you. For you, it's 90. You're immune. I mean, like, I mean for your team.
Okay, sorry. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So
Like for your team, whether you're sitting in a well or you have a Song of Flame around you, that is the same DR. So like, you can't use a well, use a Song of Flame and get bot effects. Like you're only getting DR from one of those two.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
But I don't know the numbers. It's either 15 or 20. Anyways, for you, I think it's 90, and it should stack with everything. But realistically, it stacks with anything that you can see on your left. And many DR sources, I don't know why, they just go away when you pop a super. Like, a funny one is on robbing supers didn't always have 90% DR, right? They had a bit lower, like 50, 40, I don't know, something like that, okay? And a funny thing was that Woven Mail on launch was like 60%, like completely stupid.
Yeah.
And by casting super, you would be like weaker because it will take away Woven. Like you couldn't have Woven in super. And you just get one shot if you supered, which is like so silly.
I love
so I don't know if Song does
resist.
that, but like so some DRs just don't work in super, but anything that like isn't an effect on the left of your screen should just stuck with it.
Got
I want to say.
Yeah.
That's
so weird.
I guess something that you can mention. Okay, that's actually a big question.
Yo, okay.
Are they ever like thinking of making roaming supers actually good and not just giving them triple regen for fun? At least the ones that need help, because some of them do not need the triple regen, which is why they didn't give it to Song of Flame, right?
Yeah.
But I also wouldn't give it to Behemoth or some other crazy supers. Like,
so
like, I don't,
which ones mainly is it that need it?
I mean, I don't think any super should just have triple regen because the super is bad. I think if the super is bad, you just make it good. Like that's my philosophy, I guess.
Yeah, fair.
And because in hard content, since it's damage-based regen, you shoot one GL shot, you go 100 to 0, like on them. Like it's dumb. And so the follow-up question to that would be: is there ever a plan to revert or rework the fact that you get super regen on damage and not on kills? Or at least like split it a bit differently, because like Transcendence and super being tied to damage is just weird. Like in low level content, it's harder to get supers, which arguably it's where you want people to have supers because you want the new players to feel hella powerful.
Yeah.
And in hard content, like 1 air denial shot, 0 to 100, super in 5 seconds, like bro. So like,
yeah,
it's counterintuitive, right? Like, I made this example. Like to me, if you like, even if they want to keep it even if they want to keep it damage based, right? In your opinion, if you kill one acolyte in normal mode and if you kill one acolyte on contest, like in my opinion, you should get the same amount of super energy. The way the game works, you get like 10 times the amount of super energy in contest because technically that guy has more health, if that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense, right?
It's definitely not like intuitive to a player. Like if I shoot,
yeah, it's not intuitive, but it's also just stupid because in harder content, it should be harder almost of your super. Definitely not like 10 times easier, right?
Yeah,
I guess.
You should feel like you're like having to resource manage more, not less. Like that is weird to be like, oh, I just have abundant super energy. Like it's not really the way that should work.
So like, because right now it's tick damage it's tick based. So like how many times are you hitting the target? It doesn't matter how much damage you do, right?
Right.
And so if the enemy has more health, then you get more super. So I generally think that system is pretty bad for the game. Also because it just skews the power of weapons. Like it makes an air denial GL insanely powerful. It will already be good because it's a good weapon, right? But if it charges your super 10 times faster than another weapon, then why would you not use it, right?
Yeah.
So, because the game wasn't like that. Like, super regen used to be time and kills. I think it was pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying they have to do that, but if they want to keep the damage-based one, like, rethink about it, or, like, rebalance it where it's not tick-based, or even do it, like, in Witness or Oryx, where you don't get super energy hitting those bosses. Like, I feel like it's less of an issue if you don't get energy hitting the boss.
Although I feel I feel like that does open up room for more confusion of like, if it works
maybe.
one way 90% of the time, unless you had like a marker that was like, if the
If
boss
it was
has
on every boss, it wouldn't be too confusing. Like it could be like if you like hitting target, non-boss targets give super energy. Like,
yeah, true.
I guess.
True. That yeah, they could definitely kind of like explain that, convey that away.
Because it's kind of like fun maybe to like spam supers, but it's just weird. Like there is you haven't ever done Vespers? No, right?
No, not yet. No.
I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like there are strats where you just super 3 times doing damage, where it's like okay, cool, but that's just weird, right? Like.
Yeah, I feel like just generally the super reliance in Destiny is a weird one, because on the one hand, I think it's really cool that
Yeah, for sure.
like the game has supers and like they might as well be useful. But yeah,
I just think there should be a super, so like unless you have an exotic that gives you super, like you should not have it every 15 seconds, right?
yeah, I think it should definitely be like it should feel special to use it. And if you're just like in super all the time, it's like even if you're running, like I was doing a couple of GMs today trying to get Lotus Eater, and running Lightning Surge Warlock, you are literally like permanently in Transcendence or in your super, like in your song.
Yeah.
And you just never leave. And like, as much as that's partly because the build is just a bit busted, it's also because it's possible to get that much super energy back that quickly. And I like it because it's fun to be OP, but I wonder if the game would be better if that level of OP wasn't the case.
I think, especially like, if you actually can have a cover with them, especially with Portal, like if they want to keep that level of power fantasy, suggest them to make that a Portal modifier, and like keep the base game like functioning, so to say.
Yep.
And then have some Portal modifiers that are mayhem-like, where you can do that. Because yeah, Transcendence and Super use the same exact system, where it's tick based, so like you just get insane amounts of bot.
So what if it was like you only earn 20% super damage as the modifier, or something like that, or like 10%? No, sorry, not damage. Energy. Only like 10% super energy. Is that like, because as a modifier, you'd want it to be pretty extreme.
No, I'm not saying the modifier should be negative. I'm saying like the modifier should be a positive. Like while you're playing this activity, your super recharges like 3 times faster.
Oh, make it one of the like the green ones, the player buffs that you can enable.
Yeah, so that the base game raids and dungeons aren't like really fucked up by it. But like in Portal, if you wanna like have that power fantasy, you can. You probably wouldn't have it like in GM, and that's fine, I think, because it's a GM. So.
Yeah, honestly, I
don't know.
The more that we, like you and I have talked about this, the more I feel like really what they need to do is they need to make it so that the lowest level difficulty, which I can't remember what it is, but like whatever is like below normal, that difficulty in the Portal needs to be like the most Mickey Mouse Clubhouse difficulty anyone's ever done. Like 10 times super regen. Like make it feel like I'm in a private match with ammo gen like turned on. Like just like make me feel juiced. And then those are the default settings. You can obviously turn them off. And then the next difficulty down, like normal or whatever, make it so that it's significantly less, but it's still fairly juiced. And then just use that as your sort of almost tutorial flow of as you progress through those, you turn them off for the player, to the point that when you get to GM, you can't just turn them back on again without consequences. You get no loot. And if they do that, it will kind of fix a lot of the problem, I think, of the fact that like they need new players to feel like they can actually contribute, and they need a funnel for those players to be challenged and then overcome those challenges. And right now, the challenge is like, you jump in the game, you play the campaign, you can't damage the boss, it sucks, you're frustrated, and then you jump into any other activity and it's either totally impossible for you or it's very, very easy because it's a patrol. And like I think they need to like kick people out of that loop, because I don't think it's a loop which actually benefits Destiny. I feel like the Portal like difficulty levels needs to embody that with the modifiers.
Yeah,
That's really
it's because
key.
it's like like I don't think I don't think new players are getting super too fast. They're actually probably getting them too slow.
Yeah.
Because they don't know how it works. Like they're shooting a fucking scout and it's giving them no energy per shot.
Yeah.
Right? So like this game is having so many things that are like bad for new players and broken for good players, and I feel like that's the opposite of what you should have. Like you should literally go in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Because then when you do get to end game and when you become knowledgeable about the game, like there are ways to spam supers. Like
Right.
you know, there are ways to like do cool things.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're using something like I was using in VOW, I was using attrition orbs on my multi-mac, and
Yeah.
it just means that the floor is just covered in orbs, and like stuff like that in a patrol is never going to work because you're never going to actually proc attrition orbs
Yeah.
on a dreg. Like it's never happening.
No, I mean, yeah, that's the exact same issue. Like certain perks are just bad for new players, broken in end game, and like
Yeah.
that just it's just weird. I don't know. It should be
Yeah.
the opposite, literally.
Yeah, it's
I don't
almost
have a
like-
solution to attrition orbs. That's a weird one, right? But I mean,
Yeah.
they can figure it out.
Yeah, it's a tough perk. Okay. Any other key things coming to mind? Because this feels pretty good to me. Feels like a good stack.
Well, I don't know. I feel like I talked about pretty much what I wanted to talk. Most of them were like sandbox things, but again, that's kind of like my thing.
Yep.
I hope it wasn't too elitist. I actually think it was the opposite. I don't know.
No, I think a lot of what you're arguing for here is a better noob experience.
Yeah.
I'm curious if there's anything to do with like weapon farming or like the grind. Do you have any questions in that kind of area, or are you sort of like, yeah, it's fine, it's whatever, I'll just do whatever?
I mean, I feel like for weapons, I just want to see how the tier 5s feel, like how the enhanced traits feel. I don't have too much to say now.
Right.
Like, you can ask them if they, if you want, if they are thinking about this like illegal armor situation where the old armor is better. I don't know if there is a question for that. Like you can ask them if they have plans to either.
Is such a funny way to put it.
Yeah. to either like make tier 5 better, which I'm perfectly fine with. Just make the tier 5 as good as the old armor on spikes, or just like standardize the old armor. So like if someone has a fucking 35 weapons old armor, just make it 30 and put those 5 points somewhere else. Sucks for that guy, but
yeah,
like
they could
I mean,
never do that, bro. The uproar would be crazy, because like people are saying it's sunsetting
they've
now
done
and it's
similar
literally
things.
better. So if like, or they have done similar things, really?
I mean, they have like changed like perks on certain weapons for other perks when like the similar things have happened, yeah. Or like they've changed elements of weapons. They have like there was a shotty that was a void shotty, and Tractor on year 1 was buffing void weapons, only void weapons by 50%. And like they made the shotty solar because it was broken. So like they have done stuff like that.
Wow.
I mean,
okay.
I'm not saying like people like it. So I think the better solution is to make tier 5 armor better.
Okay. So what I will say is, I will report you to Bungie. I will say, hypothetically, Bungie, are you aware of Saltagrepo stacking illegal armor in his vault? Are you going to do anything about this? I'll see what they say.
They're not going to do shit because my armor is ass. They're going to look for it and they're going to be like, wait, it doesn't have anything. 16 intellect curious out of Glimmer.
Oh, hell yeah. Bro, I'm also so Glimmer poor. That's one of my things on here is...
No, bro, ask them that. Ask them if they're going to fix the Glimmer economy, please. It's so
lower
bad.
banner
like,
price.
Make them free. Make them free. But not even the banners. Like in general, like I don't think it makes any sense that for an end game player, golf balls are way easier to get than Glimmer. Like that's just crazy.
What is like what is even the Glimmer farm? Like how do you even get them?
You just put the tonic on, which next year is gone. Put the tome on, which next year is gone, and go open chests on the nether. Like it's so boring.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Heroic.
I think Glimmer economy for new players is so cooked. Like they actually can't focus on anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think in my time in Destiny how bad it's been. It's not been too bad until until like the last 2 weeks when I've been spamming.
If you
Like,
have to focus IB, it's over. It's over.
yeah, I think there have definitely been times where I'm just like, oh, I'm at 500k all the time.
Yeah,
part
the
of me
cap is
wonders
just
if
so low.
yeah, if they just doubled the cap, it might fix some of the problem, because it would mean that in the times where I'm like, oh, I'm so glimmer poor, well, actually, maybe prior to that point, over the last month, I'd actually been earning loads of glimmer, and it had just been all disappearing into the void because I was already at cap. Like,
The
I
cap
think,
was half that, by the way, a year ago.
was it?
I think so, yeah.
Wow, okay. Jeez.
Like, they already doubled it. From the top of my mind, if now it's 500k, I think for it to be a good number, it should have to be like 2 millions. Because that's just like a rough estimate, but I feel like usually when I'm focusing for something, I'm probably getting it within like 2 millions glimmer.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I wonder if they, in the same way they're doing a power squish, I wonder if they would ever consider just like dividing all the glimmer costs in the game by 10, just to make the numbers smaller. Because like, I feel like that could be a thing as well, where a new player would see like the idea of spending 2 million glimmer and just be like scared. Whereas if it's like, would you like to spend 20 glimmer on this? They might be like, oh, I know how big a number 20 is. I'm not scared of that number. But yeah,
It's like
the cost needs to go down as well.
Obviously they like increase the costs lately to like, because I think in their mind it increases player engagement.
Wait, hold on. Did they made costs go up as well? That happened?
Glimmer was never an issue. Like, it's been
Oh.
cooked in the past year. Like, you never were out of Glimmer. Oh yeah.
So
But
since Edge of Fate, it's been bad.
I don't know
sorry,
if it's Edge of
since
Fate, but
final shape.
sorry, yeah, I don't know if it's final shape. Your chat probably knows better than me, but it's not been this bad. Yeah, we had the legendary shards. The legendary shards were like a currency that like infinitely stacked,
Okay.
and like so like I had like I don't know 30,000. I never like went below 25,000. So like since I played for 10 years, I basically have infinite mats. Obviously,
Yeah.
infinite mats is a bit goofy.
Yeah.
Also because new players were cooked. Like new players couldn't get them, kinda. And like because there have been like many glitches over the years where you could get infinites of them, like dismantling the same armor piece and stuff like that, right?
Right.
I mean, I got mines like playing the game, but beyond the point, it's like you're either poor or you had infinite mats. So it makes sense that they put a cap to it to
Yeah.
counter those glitches and stuff. But right now it's bad.
Yeah, I feel like it's like there's two solutions. They either need to raise the cap, or they need to put an activity in the game that is a like fun glimmer farm of some kind. Like make it, or just make glimmer just drop from the fucking nightfalls that we're grinding. Like it doesn't need to be so scarce.
Yeah, like completing a raid encounter and getting 10k glimmer is like, bro, like I think if you complete a raid encounter, you should get like 200k. Like, why is endgame giving 0 glimmer apart from just killing red bars in it?
Yeah.
And like, I will say that in general in Destiny that's been a thing, like since an issue since forever. But whenever you're farming for something and you need to get sidetracked for some shit like currency, you get bored.
Yeah, so
like
true.
systematically. Every time that happens, you're like 8 the game a bit more, and that like builds up. So like, okay, it's probably getting them like 5% more weekly engagement because some guys are doing heroic public events for Glimmer, but I feel like those people have an higher chance of being like, I'm not buying the next season. Like unironically, because they just get bored. And if you have like this mindset that like, oh, Destiny is boring, when I'm farming it's boring, that's bad. And they kind of build this mindset over time. So like, is that extra short-term engagement worth long-term, I don't know, boredom?
Yeah.
That's up to them, I guess.
Like
Anyways, I need to go to bed.
Yeah.
I feel
okay.
like we talked about decent things.
Yeah, this was good. This was really good.
If I knew like 1 minute before stopping my stream, I would have streamed. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, all good. I will
What?
I will talk to you soon for Duoron chat. It's happening, it's coming.
We're lucky and I need to farm armor. We can't stay there 24 hours.
Dude, we're considering going from Ron on Friday, and then the next day I might be going straight into Salvations, and then also doing Salvations on Sunday. So
Big.
I also need to lock in, because otherwise I'm going to be eating into Salvations time. So yeah, lots to come. Thank you for the raid again, and yeah, thank you for the chat. It was good. I'm glad to have made it happen.
See you, chat. See you, everyone, and see you.
Sir. Good night.
Good night.
He doesn't know, chat. He doesn't know that I'm going to make him do Jimothy jumping jalapeno Jamecton callouts in Ron. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be cinema. Just you wait, chat. Just you wait. Good night, man. Thank you for the chat. Appreciate ya. Right, let me just check. Let me just go cam only real quick. Just hit that cam only just real fast. Bro, this is such a funny screenshot. I look like I've just like given up. It's just like max despair. It literally is the like stare global 7TV emote. Well, another, yeah, it's despair. Oh man. You during your 3.5 hours of private matches, yeah, I'm not surprised. Just give me a second, Chatterino. All right, chat. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. I've decided. I'm tired. I'm tired. It's like you're inside my head right now, chat. You're hearing my internal monologue. You're hearing my every thought. Isn't it crazy playing Destiny 2, the video game? Isn't that wild? Sometimes, chat, I think about how far Destiny's come. And then I think about the fact that I still can't rename my loadouts in the game. And I reach peak despair. It comes for us all, chat. It comes for us all. So, thank you for watching today, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I'm exhausted, so I'm going to go to bed. Very exhausted. I'm actually like so knackered right now. So let's hit a raid. All right. Let's raid. Oh, quite a lot of people online today. I'm thinking I raid ATP. Because ATP was in the stream earlier for quite a while. We were chatting about our salvations plans. I think he'd be a good raid candidate here. So let's raid ATP. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I'm just so knackered. It's crazy. It's super crazy. And I'll see you tomorrow for more Destiny 2. Okay? Laters, alligators. Good night, everyone. See ya!